In this video, we will build a REST API using MongoDB, Express, and Node, also called MERN stack. It's basically a CRUD application where we can create, read, update, and delete users, post, and category. Users can log into the system. Users will have a role or a privilege, and based on the user's role, they will be able to create a post. They will be able to create a category. A post will be associated with a category, and the post will be associated with the user as well. So it's basically the most common blog functionality. But in this video, we will be doing more than that. We will handle all the possible errors that we can think of. We will handle that completely from scratch. And by that, I mean we will not be using any unnecessary packages to implement this API. The only packages that we'll be using is a package called JWT, or a JSON Web Token, which is used to authenticate user. The other package that we'll be using is a package called Bcrypt, which is used to manage user password, hash the password, solve the password. Bcrypt will make it easier for us to do that. And there's one more package that we'll be using. It's a package called Malter, which is basically used to manage users' fixes. And we'll need Express, of course, and there are just a few other necessary packages that we'll need. But besides that, we will do this completely from scratch, everything from scratch. And this video will be a super beginner friendly video. So if you are new to JavaScript, if you are new to software development, if you are new to API development, this video will help you a lot. And if you watch this video from beginning to end, I'm sure you will get a lot of knowledge about JavaScript, about Node.js, about MongoDB, Express, and about web development in general. And this is going to be kind of a long video. So the first thing I will do is I will show you a complete demonstration of what the complete API looks like. And once the demonstration is complete, we will set up a development environment using MongoDB, Express, and Node, of course. And once that development environment is set up, we will finally start writing this API. Before I jump into the demonstration, I would like to thank you guys for watching my video. If you have not subscribed yet, consider subscribing. It really motivates me to make more videos like this. Making videos like this and building something like this, it takes a lot of time. And I would really appreciate if you hit on that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything. I have a folder created here called blog API. You can name it whatever you want. So go ahead and create a new folder and bring that folder into VS Code. And once you have that folder in VS Code, cd into that folder, open the terminal here. You can do so by clicking on terminal, new terminal. It should automatically do that for you. But anyways, once you have that folder in VS Code, the first thing we'll need to do is we'll need to make sure that we have Node installed. So if you have not done so already, go to nodejs.org and download the installer, and also make sure that when you are installing Node.js, also make sure to install npm, which is basically a node package manager that lets us install and uninstall npm packages. Just on a quick note, if you are wondering what Node.js is, it clearly tells us here that it's a cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment. And this is actually one of the most commonly asked Node.js interview question that a lot of people that I've seen fail to answer this. The interviewer will just basically ask, hey, what does it mean to say that Node.js is a JavaScript runtime environment? So this can be answered in a simplest term as possible. You can just say that Node.js is a JavaScript runtime environment. Means that Node.js provides all the functionalities and features for JavaScript to be able to run on the server side also. Because if you think about it, JavaScript was initially meant to be run only on the client side in order to make the websites more interactive. But with the evolution of technologies like Node.js, we can actually run JavaScript on the server side as a backend programming language also. But anyways, once you have Node and npm installed, come back to VS Code. So let's first make sure that we actually have Node installed. So you can do so by typing node-v. And as you can see that I have a Node version 18.14.2 installed. Let's also make sure that we have npm installed. So you can do npm-v. And you can see that I have npm version 9.5.1 installed. So with the Node and npm being installed, we can initialize this folder, because right now this blog API is just a folder. It's not a project. We need to initialize this blog API folder as a Node project. So we can do npm init. And just so that it doesn't ask any question in the terminal, when I do npm init, I'll just put a -y flag in there. So that basically creates a package.json file with some of the default values. So after that command is run, we can see that inside this blog API folder, there's now a new file called package.json. So this file keeps track of all the packages that we install and all the dependencies and all the dev dependencies. So with this package.json file created, we can now start installing some of the packages that we need. So we will install Express, of course, because we are building this API using MongoDB, Express, and Node. So we'll install Express. We will also install a package called Mongoose. So this Mongoose package will basically let us interact with the MongoDB database. It makes it a lot easier. And we will also install a package called Bcrypt, and this package will let us manage passwords easily, hash the password, sort the password, so it'll just make the password management easier with the package Bcrypt. We will need a package called CORS, and this package, you might have come across the error where the error says that cross origin error, and you are not able to make any request to the API endpoint. The request fails because there's a cross origin error. So in order to get rid of that cross origin error, we will need a package called CORS, and we will also need a package called JSON Web Token in order to manage the access tokens in order to authenticate users. And we'll also install a package called Malter. So this Malter package will basically let us handle files and pictures or photos in the API. So because the user model will actually have a avatar field associated with it, which basically takes a JPEG or PNG images. So Malta will let us handle files and images. And I think that should be all it for the packages. And these are the packages that we will need as a dependency and not as a dev dependency. So let's go ahead and install all these packages. So I'll hit enter. So once all these packages are installed, we can see them in package.json file inside this JSON object here, dependencies. So these are all the dependencies that we'll need. And also whenever you do npm install, you'll see a new folder called node modules that is created in this root folder. And if you are wondering about all these folders inside this node modules folder, because all we did was we only installed Express, Mongoose, Bcrypt, CORS, JSON Web Token, Malter. We installed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 packages only. But if you come to this node modules folder, there are tons of other packages that are inside this node modules folder. The reason this happens is that even though we only installed these 6 packages, all these 6 packages, they have their own dependency as well. So what happens is whenever we install Express, it will install Express. So let's make sure that we have Express in this node modules folder. So here it is, we have Express, but this Express package will have its own dependency as well. So whenever we install Express, it will install Express and all of its dependency too. So that's why this node modules folder is such a huge folder. And same with the other packages, all these packages and their dependencies will be installed as well whenever we install certain packages. So let's close that node modules folder. And the other thing we'll need to do is we'll need to install some of the packages as a dev dependency. So we'll do npm install -dev. So we will install Babel. If you do not know what Babel is, Babel, all it does is that it transpiles the newer version of JavaScript into older version of JavaScript so that we can write our code in the newer version of JavaScript. For example, let's say that if we are writing arrow functions, which is only available in JavaScript versions ES6 or later, we can still write arrow functions, and Babel will transpile that arrow function into a older version of JavaScript so that the browsers still using the older version of JavaScript can understand our arrow functions. So we'll need Babel. So let's install Babel CLI. We will install Babel/core. We will install Babel/preset env. We will install Babel loader, and there's no add in there in Babel loader. And we will, since we'll be setting the build with Webpack, let's go ahead and install Webpack also so that we can set our builds completely from scratch. So we'll install Webpack. We'll also install Webpack CLI, and we will install Webpack node externals, Webpack dash node dash externals, and that should be all the packages for Babel and Webpack. Let's go ahead and install Node1 as well, because this package called Node1 will constantly watch the changes in our server files, and then it will automatically restart the server so that we do not have to do it manually. So we need that Node1 package. Let's also install a similar package to Node1 that is called npm run all. So this package npm run all, it will basically allow us to run multiple scripts at once so that we do not have to run each of the script manually. So I think that should be all for the packages we need as a dev dependency. And don't forget this dash dash save dash dev flag in there, because we do not need any of these packages in production. We just need them as a dev dependency. So let me review this. So we have Babel CLI, Babel core, Babel / precdmd, and we have Babel loader, we have Webpack, we have Webpack CLI, we have Webpack node externals, we have Node1, and we have npm run all. So we can install all these packages, hit enter. It is going to take some time to install all these packages. So once we have all those packages installed, as you can see that there's a new JSON object called dev dependencies with all the packages that we install. And if you again come to this node modules folder, the folder got even bigger, as I explained it earlier. So once we have all those packages installed, let's clear that terminal. And the next thing we'll do is, since we have Webpack installed, let's write a Webpack configuration. So in the root directory in the blog API folder, I will create a new file called webpack.server.js. So this is where we'll be writing the Webpack configuration for the server. I'll declare a new variable called path and require that path module, and this path module is actually provided by Node.js, so we don't have to install anything for this. And we'll also use that Webpack node externals that we installed earlier. So Webpack, I'll create a variable called Webpack node externals, and we will require the Webpack node external package that we installed earlier. I can just choose that from the option there, from the drop down, and we'll do module.exports, and this will be an object, and we'll specify the target as node. And we should specify the target as node because the default target, if you do not specify anything in target, then the default will be web. So we want to make sure that the target is specified as node, and we will specify the entry point. And for the entry point, I will create a source folder later, but let's specify the entry point as src. Inside that src, I will have a server folder, and inside that server folder, I will create another folder called config. And inside the config folder, I'll create a file called index.js. So let's actually go ahead and create that. So in the root directory in blog API folder, I'll create a new folder called src. And inside that folder, I will create another folder called server. And inside that server folder, I will create another folder called config. And inside that, I'll create a file called index.js. And we're doing this just so that we're creating tons of these folders just so that it's easier to manage later on, because later on we'll actually be creating more folders inside this source folder. So it's just easier to manage. Let's leave that index.js as it is for now. And let's work with this Webpack configuration first. We'll specify the mode as development, and we'll specify the output object that will be inside that. We will specify the file name. So this is basically the Webpack output file name. We can actually give it a file name. In order for the server configuration, we can name the file as server. underscore bundle dot js, and we will specify a path module that we imported earlier. So we'll do path, and we'll provide a path dot resolve, and that will be underscore underscore surname, and we will specify. So when the Webpack is done with the build process, we can store this server bundle.js file. So we can store it inside the dist slash server folder. So we do not need to create this dist slash server folder. Webpack will automatically create when we run the build. Webpack will automatically create the dist folder in this root directory in the blog API folder, and inside that dist folder there will be another folder called server, and inside that server folder there will be a file called serverbundle.js. And let's also specify the clean property and set that to true, so that every single time there's a change in the application or in our code, Webpack will rebuild the application and it will actually clean the files and replace everything with the new build. So that's all the clean property does. And since we will be dealing with files and profile pictures, let's also specify the asset module file name property. So that's asset module file name, and this is actually new to Webpack version 5. Before Webpack 5, in earlier version of Webpack, you would have to install URL loader, file loader, and all those other packages just to deal with the files when it comes to Webpack. But with Webpack 5, there's something called asset resource that we will specify later in this configuration. But now we can set this asset module file name to be images class. So that'll be inside the images folder, inside this dist folder, inside the server folder. There will be another folder called images, and then we can specify the name for that particular image, and then we also can specify the extension, and we can also specify the query. So with that, the output object looks good. We'll do a comma there, and since we have imported this Webpack node externals, let's use that also. So we'll specify the externals as Webpack node externals. Let's actually call that, and we'll specify the module object, and inside this we will write some rules. There will be an array of object. So the first rule we'll write is test. So that's a / and / dot js, and then we'll just js, or even just dot js, and then we will put a question mark there, dollar, and slash. So what this is doing is that we want to look for any files ending in .js. We will exclude the node modules folder. So we'll do exclude, and that's node modules folder. And we will use, so what this is doing is for any files that's in the blog API folder, any files ending in .js, that basically means any JavaScript file, we will use Babel loader in order to read those JavaScript files. So inside that use, we will specify the loader as Babel loader, and remember that we installed Babel loader earlier, so we can use that. And let's also specify this options property, and that will be an object. Inside that we will define some presets. So presets, that will be an array of array. So inside this we had installed a package called Babel preset env, and make sure that there is an 8 in the beginning. So that's Babel class preset -env, and let's open another curly brace there, and let's specify targets. and we can do browsers, and then we can just specify two last two versions. With that, let's put a comma there, and over here let's do modules process dot browser. And just so that you know, this, we are not even dealing with the browser. We actually do not need this right now, but I'm doing this because after I'm done with this video, I've talked about this in my other video. I'm working on a React application completely from scratch that is rendered both on the client side as well as on server side, and I'm doing that without using any other packages. So just for the sake of that, I'm doing this. You do not have to include anything after this, but just for the just so that I don't have to do it again in the future, I'm just going to specify that right now. So browser, if the process is browser, then false, else the format is the common.js, or that should be common.js, all lowercase. So with that, let's put a comma there also. And yeah, that should be all it for the files ending in .js or any JavaScript files. And since we'll be dealing with files and pictures, let's also write another test. So that'll be at the end of this. We'll write another test, and this is the test for any files ending in JPEG or NG. We can just specify those two file names for now, and I'll put $/I. So for any files ending in .jpeg or PNG, we will use that asset resource that's built into Webpack 5 that I talked about earlier, this asset module file name. Since it's already built into Webpack 5, we do not need to install any other unnecessary packages. So there will be asset/resource, and that will automatically handle all the image files, particularly the JPEG and the PNG extensions for us. So that I'm getting the error here. There's an expected comma. Maybe I forgot over here. There should be a comma. Don't forget the comma. If you forget the comma, you get tons of errors. And looks like after that, this should actually be inside that curly braces there. And let's save that. Pull this down a little. But I think that should be it for the Webpack configuration for the server. If I missed anything, we can always come back to this and then modify it later. But for now, let's save that and let's close that, and let's close this package.json too. We don't need that right now. And the next thing we'll do is we have this folder created inside src. We have server folder, and inside that we have a folder called config, and inside that there's a folder called index.js. So let's actually deal with this index.js file, and this is where we will be dealing with the database, especially MongoDB, and this is where we will write the code in order to start the server. So the first thing we'll do is we will require express, and then let's express, and we'll also require mongoose that I talked about earlier, and we have this package installed already, so we'll require and mongoose, and we will also create a variable called db, and we will require we have not done this yet, but inside this config folder there will be a file called keys, and that file will contain something called a mongo URI, and we actually need to do this in the MongoDB website. We can create a new cluster, which we will do that in just a little bit, and then I will create server. Let's write that. And then we will also require this, and this is not created yet. Inside that config, I'll also have another file called create server, so that the folder structure looks clean. And then over here, I'll do mongoose and dot. It has a method called connect. Inside that connect method, I can pass the db variable that I created on top, and then we can use promises in order to deal with this. Dot then const. Let's initialize the app. I got an s in there. Const app is equals to, let's call that create server function, which we have not created yet. Let's just write that down there. Const port equals to process.env.port. If the port number is not specified in the environment variable, then we will just use the default port of 3000. And we'll finally listen to this. So app.listen, and we'll pass that port that we just did, and then we will console log and app running on port, and that'll be whatever port number that is provided. So in this case, that'll be port 1000, and that should be not a port like that. I'll do that so that we can use that port variable, and that'll be port. That'll be it. And then let's actually try to catch some errors, just in case if the server is not running or if the database is not correctly connected. We can catch the errors here, and let's pass that error there. I'll just name it ERR for error, and I'll console log. I will do could not connect to MongoDB and start the server. So we'll console log that, and also let's console log that error so that we get more information if we run through any errors. And let's save that file. That should be it for the index.js. So here we have done a few things. Let's actually go ahead and do that. Let's deal with this create server function first, and then we will go to MongoDB and then get this Mongo URI. But first, let's actually deal with this create server function. So in order to do that, inside of this config folder, I'll create a new file called create server.js, and in this file I will import that express that we have installed. That will be require express, and we also have cores installed earlier, so we'll go ahead and require that also. Cores, and with that, let's define that function called create server, and you can just write that as a plain normal function. Const app, initialize the express application express, and then we'll do app.use. We will use that cores so that again we do not get that cross origin error if we use this cores package. If not, then we'll run into that error, and you will eventually have to use this cores package. And then we'll do app.use, also do express.json, and then we need to actually call that, and app.use function, and we'll pass a couple parameters there. Error, pass the request, we'll pass a response, and we'll also use that next that's provided by Express, and we'll say if error instance off, syntax error, and error.status is equals to 400, and body, that should be in a quote, body in error. Then we will return a response. So res dot, and that should be res dot status will return 400. So this is that, and every single time if the user tries to provide some JSON object, invalid JSON object to any of the endpoints, then we will deal with that error all at once in this one single file. So we'll just return the status code 400.json, and we'll provide a message there, and that should be JSON. We'll say the server did not receive a valid JSON, and we'll also give some hint. Please try checking for syntax errors. So any single time the user sends some invalid JSON, or if there's any syntax error in the JSON, let's say that there's a extra comma when it should not be, the server will respond with this status 400, and there will be a message: the server did not receive a valid JSON. Please try checking for syntax errors. So that will handle that. But all other errors, we will handle it differently. But just for this main error, just for the main JSON syntax error, we can handle it here, so that these, we do not have to call any other function or even look at those functions. It'll just be handled easily. So for now, I think we can just return this app and save that, and let's actually export this. So module.exports is equals to create server. So for now, I think that should be it. The next thing we'll do is create this, or get this Mongo URI in MongoDB, and in this create server there will be some routes that we'll be writing later. But for now, just to get our server started on port 3000, let's actually go to MongoDB and then get this Mongo URI. So in order to do that, open up a browser, go to mongodb.com, and if you do not have an account, create an account. It's super simple. And once you create an account, you might see a different, well, you'll definitely see a different screen as to what I'm saying, because in my case, I've actually created an organization here called fullstackcoder.io. You can create an organization, and inside that organization, I have already created a project called fullstackcoder. So instead of this one, I'll actually go ahead and create a new project here. And so I'll create a new project called blog API, and so create that project, and so let's go ahead and create a project. And this is going to take some time. And once that project is created, so now I have a project called blog API, and make sure that is the correct project, that because in my case I have different ones. But in this blog API, once you create a project, you will see a screen similar to this, or exactly like this. And this is where we will building the database in order to connect to our to the application. So let's click on that build a database. So we'll be doing this from scratch. MongoDB does provide a free version, so we would rather choose the free version. It does come with limitations though. It says that for learning and exploring MongoDB in a cloud environment, the storage size is limited. That is 512 MB. RAM is also shared. Virtual CPU is also shared. But this will do the job for us, because since we are still in development, let's choose the free version. For the provider, I'm going to choose AWS. For the region, I'm going to choose North Virginia, US East 1. And for this one, you can choose the appropriate region based on where you are. I'm currently based in Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's in the United States. So I will choose North Virginia, US East 1. If you are based in other countries, AWS might have other reasons that is provided. So choose the appropriate region. And the name, we can just leave that to cluster 0 for now. Everything looks good here. Click on that create, and this will create a cluster for us. And not yet, we still need to provide the username and password. So for a username, you can type in any username that you want. For the password, I will write that as testing 1 2 3 4. And remember that this password field cannot contain any special character. If you write any special character in this password field, then you later on you'll get a Mongo API error. And this is not bad for the development, but in production we do not want the password to be as simple as testing 1 2 3 4. So as I continue to work on this application, I will do a separate video about how to handle this kind of situation. But since that we are in a development environment right now, we're just basically developing it. A simple password as testing 1 2 3 4 is not a problem, but make sure that you do not have any special characters. So if you get Mongo API error later on in the video as you are working with it, then if it's a Mongo API error, then the problem is definitely with the password. No special characters in the password. Let's create that user. And in my case, well, I have created the user. So the user has been created. And where would you like to connect from? We'll be connecting this from the local environment, and we can add the IP address. So let's click on that. In my case, the IP address has already been added. If you don't see a list here of the IP address, you can click on that button and then it'll automatically add the IP address. So after that, everything looks good. Let's finish and close. And it says congratulations on setting up the access rule. Let's go to the database. So once this cluster is created, we basically have a database. Now we can actually connect this database to our application so that we can start interacting with the database. So in order to do that, let's click on that connect. It gives you several options here. For the purpose of this video, I'm going to choose the first one, drivers, and select your driver and version, Node.js 4.1 or later. That's good. We have not installed MongoDB yet, but let's not do that for now and see if we get any errors. The thing we need here is this Mongo URI, and this is the one here. I'll just copy that. You can also click on that button and we'll copy it. I'll close that, and now the Mongo URI is copied. This Mongo URI, we have specified that it's in this keys.js file. So I'll create a new file inside that config folder. I'll create a file called keys.js, and inside this file I'll do module.exports, and we will export that Mongo URI, and we just copied that. Let's paste that there, and we'll need to provide this username and password, but also let's do secret or key. Option needs to be specified, or key, and we'll specify that as a secret. Don't forget the equals over there. That's why that error was happening. But after that, the username is already there. Let's provide the password, and remember that this password is the same as before. That was testing 1 2 3 4 with no any special characters. If you put any special characters in the password, you're going to get Mongo API error. So let's not put the special characters for now. And just on a quick note, normally you would not want to put your username and password or any sensitive information in a file called keys.js in your project directory, because if something goes wrong, this credentials can actually be exposed. But since we are in development, it's not bad. It's easier to maintain in development, but normally you would want to create an environment variable and store your password and username in there. But for the purpose of this video, we can just deal with this keys.js file. It's easier that way in development. So once we have that, let's come to this, or the index.js file. Now, since we have the Mongo URI, I think we are ready to run the application. But before we actually run it, we need a script to run it. So in package.json, we can write this script in order to run the application. So inside the script, we can get rid of that test script because we'll not be writing any test for now. I'll do Webpack server, and then the script for this will be Webpack -config, and Webpack configuration file for the server that we named as webpack.server.js, and that's in the root directory. So this file, and we will also watch this file constantly so that if there's any changes in our code, then the server will restart on its own. And we will write a start script, Webpack, and start. And the start script, we will use Node.js that we have installed earlier. So this is where we'll be using that Node.js package that we installed. We will watch it, and then inside the dist folder, that's where our server bundle will be. So we'll specify the path to that server underscore bundle.js file that we specified in this webpack.server.js file. We have said that the file name should be server bundle, so we'll specify that here. We will execute that, exec execute node, and then that server bundle.js file is inside dist /server/server underscore bundle.js. And finally, we'll write now the script. This is the final script called dev. So we'll basically run this script, npm run dev. And to do that, we have another package that we installed earlier called npm run all. And that package again basically allows us to run multiple scripts at once. In this case, the npm run all package will automatically run the server and the start script, and we only have one script running both the scripts. So that's all that npm run all package does, and we will run both of these scripts, both the server and the start script, in parallel. So we'll specify the parallel flag, and then we'll do webpack :star, and we'll save that. So I think after that's done, let's go ahead and run this dev script and see if we get any errors. So we'll do npm run dev in the blog API folder. And we did get error saying that, okay, invalid configuration object. Webpack has been initialized using a configuration object that does not match the API schema. That's probably, as a property is not valid. So configuration.output has an unknown property file name. These property are valid. There's a problem in the webpack.server.js. That's where this error is coming from. So let's look at this file name property here. It says that this file name property is invalid because that's not the uppercase N. That should have been the lowercase n file name. So let's make that correction. So before we had the uppercase N in there, now it's file name lowercase n. Let's go ahead and run that and see if we get any other errors. And if we do, we'll get that fixed. It's running everything in parallel, both the scripts. And again, there's another error in index.js. Let's look at that. And just on a quick note before I go into that, as soon as I ran this, the Webpack did create this dist folder. So this is basically the bundle. That's where the server bundle.js file lies. So it is automatically created. The dist folder is automatically created by Webpack because we have specified in this webpack.server.js file where we want the server bundle to be and what the folder name to be. So in this case, we have specified that we want this server bundle.js file inside the dist folder. Inside that dist folder, create another folder called server, and inside that server folder, there is a server bundle.js file. So that was that, but let's deal with this error here. It is saying that module not found can't resolve src server config index.js. In that, is you mean src server config index.js. Let's look at that. It's over here. And so this error is basically saying that it cannot find that index.js file because I made a typo in there. We need to provide a correct path. So there'll be a /, and now Webpack will find that index.js file. Let's run this build again. So npm run dev. And since we already have a dist folder created, this time it's going to be a little bit faster, the build process. Or maybe not, because we have actually specified this clean property. So it's actually doing everything from scratch. But it looks like the server, everything was good. server, it's still not running, because if it was running, we would have gotten this. It would have console logged app running on port. So let's see what the error is. Well, yeah, it was 3000. I already have something else running on port 3000. So in my case, I'm just going to change that to 5000 here, and then it should work. Okay, so now it is working. You probably did not get that port error. It doesn't matter. You can specify that as 3000. In my case, since I have something else running, I'll just modify that to port 5000. You can do so too, but we are on the same pace. But that was it. Since our server is running, everything looks good. Now that we have the app running on port 5000, and you can also see that it's automatically building it. So if I change anything here, let's change this to connect to, put an extra s in there just to see it. So as soon as I make that change, as you can see that it's automatically it's automatically starting that port 5000 with these changes that we just made. For now, I'll just leave that as server. So node-mon is doing its job, npm run all is doing its job, Webpack is doing its job because we have a dist folder. So everything looks good. There's one more thing we need to verify. So since we have the app already running, let's verify that it is actually connecting to database too. So if you come to the database deployment, refresh that page, there should be some change in values. And in my case, there already is. If you don't see anything, just refresh the page, and some of these values you'll see are changed. So with this we can confirm that our application is connected to the database. It is hitting the database. And just let's do it one more time, just for the, I'll just put extra s in there. It'll start the server again, and it'll connect with the MongoDB database again. And let's go back to MongoDB, and it is automatically changing it. It is hitting the database. So our database setup is complete. App is running. The next thing we'll do is we will start creating the user model, and we will start writing the API endpoints. So the first thing we can do is, let's close some of these tabs here. Webpack server, we do not need that. Let's keys.js, let's close that too. Create server, let's keep that open. And package.json, let's remove that. Index.js, we don't need this open anymore. Let's close that too. But this create server, because we'll be writing some routes, let's keep that open. And after that, inside the server folder, so inside src, inside server, I will create another folder called create a folder called schema for the user. Our schema is nothing but just a blueprint that defines what fields the user model will have, so that if we create a folder like this, it will be a lot easier. The folder structure looks pretty nice. So inside this schema folder, I will create a new file called account.js. And since whenever we create a user, an account for the user will be created, and there's one more thing that will be created for the user profile will be created as well. So let's create another folder called profile.js, or another file, not folder. So another file called profile.js. Let's start writing code in this account.js file first. I will define a variable called mongoose, and require that mongoose package that we installed earlier. So require mongoose, and we can start defining the account schema. So const account schema is equals to new schema, or let's actually do this. Instead of writing mongoose.schema there, we can do const schema is equals to mongoose.schema. And so const account schema is equals to new schema. So it's basically an instance of that schema, or the mongoose.schema. So that'll be, and inside of this, we will write all the fields that the user model will contain. So the user model will contain the first name, last name, email, password, and also role and date register. So let's start by writing first name, and we can also provide constants to this. So the type of the first name must be a string, and first name cannot be a number, it cannot be a boolean. First name must be a string. We can also specify that the first name is required. So let's set that required to true, because if the user does not provide the first name, or at least when the user is being saved to the database, we do not want the first name to be blank. If the first name is blank, the required property set to true will give us errors that we can handle later in the code. And we can also specify the max length property in the first name. I'm going to set this to 32. First name cannot also probably contain any white space. I don't think the first name can contain white space, so we will need to check for that. And in order to check for that, we can use the match property, which takes a regular expression. So we will write a regular expression to check if the first name has any white space characters. And white space characters can include space in the keyboard, or it can also include a tab or a line break. That's not allowed in the first name. So in order to write the regular expression, remember that it starts with a 2 forward slash. The first forward slash indicates the beginning of the regular expression. The other forward slash indicates the end of the regular expression. And inside of that, I will put a caret in there. And this caret symbol means that the match must start at the beginning of the string. And after that, I'll put a backward slash, or backslash, not pipe, backslash uppercase S, and I'll put a star, and then this represents any non-white space character, and the star in the end indicates that there may be 0 or more of these characters. And I'll put $ in the end, which indicates that the match must end at the end of the string. So let's put a comma there, and then put a comma there. So we have the first name, and we can do the same with the last name. So let's just copy and paste that, and I'll do last name. And the last name will be the same. The type will be the string. Last name is required. Max length, we can set that to 32. And again, we are checking for any white space characters in the last name. If there's any white space, we'll get some errors, and we will write a custom error later in the code. So first name, last name. The user will also have an email, and we will again specify some constants. So type of the email must be a string. Email cannot be a number. It cannot be a Boolean value. Of course, it can contain some numbers, but it cannot be a number, data type number itself. It must be a string. And then email is required. So we'll set the required to true. And most importantly, email must be unique. We cannot have 2 users with the same email. So we will set the unique property to be true. This will ensure that before saving any user to the database, it will check if that user already exists, or in other words, it will check if the email is unique. So with after unique, we can also specify the max length property for the email, and I will set that max length to 256 because some emails can be long. We'll also set the min length. I will set that to at least 3, and sometimes the user can provide all uppercase email. So in that case, if the email is all uppercase, we'll just convert that to lowercase. So just setting lowercase to true will do the job. And so for there are a number of checks that we need to do for email. So let's write it down, some of the invalid emails here. I'll just put a comment that, and we'll write all the invalid emails, and then we'll check for that. So in here, let's write a valid email first. So I'll write prashant@example.gmail.com. That's a valid email. But all the, let's see that if the user provides .prashant@gmail.com, this is not valid email because the email cannot begin with a period in the beginning. And another invalid email would be prashant.@example or gmail.com. Keep saying example.com. But this is also invalid because Prashant, after Prashant, there's dot and at, so there's 2 special characters. consecutively, so we cannot have that. That's not a valid email. The other invalid email would be prashant@gmail. If the email is like that, it's not valid. It does not have a top level domain. It must have either .com or .co for Canada or .uk for the United Kingdom. It cannot have that, so that's invalid. There can be more valid emails. So Prashant p@gmail.com, that's still valid. There's a hyphen in there. Emails can have hyphen. Emails can also have period in there. prashant.p@gmail.com, that's also valid email. And let's look at some more invalid emails. So we'll do prashant@gmail.c, or any alphabets. If there's only one alphabet, that's not a valid email. It must be at least 2 or 3. At least .com, that's 3. At least maybe .co, that's 2. It must have at least 2, or not at least, it must have 2 or 3 letters in the end as a top level domain. So I think that's all the checks that we need to do in email. So this is valid. prashant.p@gmail.com is valid. prashant.p@gmail.com is valid. .prashant@gmail.com, that's invalid. prashant.at@gmail.com, that's not valid because there are 2 special characters consecutively. That's not valid. prashant@gmail, there's no top level domain. That's not valid. prashant@gmail.c, it must be, the top level domain must be either 2 or 3 characters, so that's not valid. What are the other ones? I think that should be all it to validate an email. So we can start writing a regular expression for this. So what we will do is we will again use that match property in order to match the regular expression. And again, right, when writing regular expression, put that 2 forward slashes in there, which indicates the start and end of the regular expression. And we'll put a caret symbol there, which means that the match must start at the beginning of the string. And we'll do /w plus, which represents any word character, that is letters, digits, and underscores, and the plus sign here in the end indicates that there must be 1 or more of these characters. And after that, let me just separate that, put some space in there so that you can see it properly without causing too much pain in your eyes. And after that, I'll create a group. So in order to create a group, open a parenthesis, close that parenthesis, and then put a bracket in there. And I'll do /dot dash, and I'll explain this just in a bit. Let me write that down first. W plus, and I will put n star in the end. So what this is doing is that the parenthesis, the opening, closing parenthesis, and the star indicate that this group can appear 0 or more times. So inside the parenthesis, there is a character class that matches either a dot or a hyphen. So if you look at this parenthesis or the bracket, there's a dot or an hyphen, or it doesn't have to be dot or hyphen, or nothing. Let's say it nothing, indicated by the question mark and a backslash, and this is followed by 1 or more characters. And after that, the email must contain @ symbol. So it will be Prashant @ and then we will again match 1 or more word characters. And to do that, we can do the same as before, /w plus, so they'll match 1 or more word characters. So we have Prashant @ we have Gmail also done, and we will need to match this dot. And also we'll need to take this into consideration. There's one more valid email, so there'll be whatever at example, or it can be my-example.com. That's also a valid email because the domain name can have dashes in there. So my-example.com is valid. So we'll need to check for that as well. So in order to check for that, we can again create a group, just the same as before. Open and close a parenthesis, open and close a bracket, and I did not close the parenthesis either. And inside of this, we will do / dot hyphen and question mark slash for W plus that matches one or more word characters. And this will also match 0 or more occurrences of a dot, hyphen, or nothing, followed by one or more word characters. So this is just the same as before. And let's don't forget a star in there to indicate 0 or more occurrences. And we'll write another group. So we have Prashant at Gmail dot is also taken care of. Now we need to take care of the top level domain. That can be a .com, .co, .np, .uk. So we need to take care of that. And there are usually, almost in all cases, they can be either 2 or 3 only. It cannot be less or more. So we'll need to check that the top level domain is 2 or 3 characters. So in order to do that, create a group again. So let me space that out a little. Open a parenthesis, close a parenthesis, and we will need to match one or more occurrences of a period or a dot, followed by 2 or 3 word characters. So we can do / dot / W, and so this is occurrences of word. So W stands for word, and the number of letters in this top level domain can be either 2 or 3, or 2 to 3. And then we will put the plus sign in there, and in the end we'll put a dollar in there that specifies that the match must end at the end of the string. So that's the regular expression for that. So let's combine all this. Now since you already have it written down, we can not put any space in there, because that would not be valid if we put space in there. Remove that, remove that, and there's 2 more, remove that. So that will match, that will check for the validity of the email. Everything, all the emails are taken care of. So after the email field, we will need to check for the password field, and this again is more complex, even complex than the email field for the regular expression part. So password type will be string. It cannot be a number, it cannot be any other data type, it must be a string. Password is required also, so we'll set the required to true. And for all this min length and max length property, we could have used regular expression in order to check for the minimum and maximum length instead of specifying the property like this. But specifying the property like this is much easier than writing regular expression, because nobody wants to deal with the regular expression. It's tedious. So we'll just specify the min length to be 8 and max length of the email to be, we can set that to 256, because we want the user to be able to have as long email as they would want. And so for the password, so all the email is taken care of. Let's remove that. So for the password, password is valid if it has at least 1 lowercase character, at least 1 uppercase character, or at least 1 uppercase letter. A password must have at least 1 digit or a number. A password must have at least 1 special character, and also a password, as we said, it must have a minimum length of 8, maximum length of 256, and a password cannot also have any spaces or any white spaces in there. So let's write some valid passwords. So I'll do uppercase letter testing. So we have uppercase, lowercase. Now let's write 1 2 3 4. We have number now, and let's put 1 special character. Let's put an exclamation there. So this password is greater than 8 characters. It's less than 256 characters. So this is a valid password. So let's write some invalid password. So if I just do testing 1 2 3 4, that's invalid. There's no exclamation. So if I do all caps testing 1 2 3 4, that's invalid. It doesn't have any lowercase characters. And then let's do testing 1 2 3 4. it does not have any uppercase character, that's invalid. And if I do testing exclamation, that's also invalid. It must have at least a number or a digit. I think, yeah, so I think that should be all the constants for the password. So let's write the regular expression for this. So again, put that two slashes in there to indicate the beginning and end of the regular expression. And after that, let's put a caret in there, which means that the match must start at the beginning of the string. And so in order to do this, we'll be using something called a look ahead in regular expression. So there are basically two kinds of look ahead, that is positive and a negative look ahead. So with look ahead, we are basically looking to see if a pattern is followed or not followed by another pattern. Let's try to match for any white space character in the password, so we can use a negative look ahead for this. So in order to do that, I will put a parenthesis, and in order to write a negative look ahead, you always start with a question mark and then exclamation. That's a negative look ahead. And we'll write positive look ahead soon, but let's write this negative look ahead. Again, starts with a question mark and exclamation. That means that it's a negative look ahead. And after that, we can start checking for at least 0 or more occurrences of / white space characters. So this basically this look ahead will match if there are no white space characters anywhere in the string, and this dot matches any character, and the star right after the dot indicates 0 or more occurrences of the previous token, or in this case the previous character, and the backslash and a lowercase s represents a white space character, and the negative look ahead is again indicated by the question mark and the exclamation mark. So that's for the white space character, because the password will need to have at least one uppercase letter, so we can check for that. So for this one, we will use a positive look ahead. So unlike this, which is a negative look ahead, starts with a question mark and exclamation, the positive look ahead, we'll put a parenthesis, and it'll start with a question mark and equals to. So that's a positive look ahead, starts with question mark and equals to, and then we'll put a dot, again 0 or more occurrences of uppercase A to uppercase G. So this will basically look for any uppercase characters in the password, and we also need to do the same thing for lowercase characters, so we can use a positive look ahead again. So question mark equals and dot 0 or more occurrences star from A to Z or A to Z. So all the lowercase letter from A to Z that is matched, and we also need to look for at least one digit from 0 to 9. So in order to do that, we will use the positive look ahead again, and so exclamation equals dot and then star, and then in the bracket we will do 0 to 9. So that will check for at least one digit in the password. And after that, so we have uppercase, we have lowercase, we have numbers done. We also need to check to see if the password has at least one special character. So in order to do that, we can again use the positive look ahead, and then so there'll be a question mark equals dot 0 or more occurrences, that's a star, and then inside the bracket we will write all the special characters that are allowed in the password. So let's start from right before 1. I have a tilde there, so I'll include that, and also that I can include that, and exclamation is allowed, that pound is allowed as well, dollar, percentage, caret, ampersand, star is allowed, even opening and closing parenthesis is allowed, and then hyphen is allowed as well, plus is allowed. That's not a hyphen, that's an underscore, plus is allowed. So you can write all the special characters that you want the password field to have, but for that I'll just leave it to that. I don't want to keep writing more special characters, but you can definitely write more in there. And let's also actually ensure that the password is at least 8 to 256 characters in this regular expression. So we could write this property like this with min length and max length, set that to 8 and 256. We could do it that way. I also wanted to show you how we can actually write the regular expression in order to do that. Let me just close that out and then just space that. So in order to check for the length between 8 and 256, what I'll do is I'll write a period or dot and then open a curly braces, and I'll just include 8 to 256 characters. So that will check for that. And remember, whenever you're writing regular expression, it must match, or the maths must end at the end of the string, and that is done by the $sign. So that will check for all the password requirements. So let's remove all those extra spaces that I did for the visibility purpose, so that it was easier to read for you. But I'm gonna remove those white spaces because I don't want those white spaces there. Okay, so they'll check for the password. Don't forget a comma there. Don't forget a comma there. So we have checked for email, we have checked for password, and the next field in the user model will be a role. So the role will be of a type string. It cannot be any other data type. And required, so whenever we are saving a user to the database, we want the user to have some role. Will be required, set that to true. And so for the role, we want to have some predefined values that will be assigned for the user as a role. A user cannot type in random values for the role. So in order to provide some option, we can use an enumeration type, and enum is basically just a list. We'll have some strings in here. So the first role will be a super user. That is the role with the highest privilege. We can also have a role called admin. We can also have a role called staff. We can also have a role called client. So client and subscriber will have the, and right now the role called subscriber. And whenever we are saving the user to the database, we need to provide a default role. So in this case, the default role will be, we can have it as subscriber, someone with the least privilege, and make sure that the default role is not super user, because whenever a user is created, if they register on your application by themselves, and then they get a super user privilege, we do not want that. So we will, again, and this would be a subscriber. So default role is subscriber. I forgot a comma there. And so that should be all for the role. So we have role, and we also need to ensure that we have the date whenever the user is registered or the user is created. So I will create a field called date registered, and I can also provide constants here. So type, we can do a type as date, but I found that when you do a type as date and when you want to format that date later on, it's a little bit tedious. So I'm going to write the type as string for the date registered. So if this will be saved as a string in the database, and whenever we need to access that date registered, we can always format it and make it look pretty. And we will do that later on when we are dealing with the actual user model. And then date is also required. So I'll set the required to true, and we need to provide the default date will be date.now, and that'll just record the date whenever the user is created. And so let's put a comma there and comma there. And there's one more thing in this account schema that we need to do. Since this is a schema, this is not a model. This is not a user model. This is an account schema. We do not want ID for this schema, because we have account schema and then we'll also have profile schema. I think it's unnecessary to have the ID for the account and the profile, but the overall the user will have an ID. So for this case, we don't need an ID, so we'll just specify the ID as false, so that whenever we are getting the user, we do not get the ID for the account name. That's just redundant. So let's do that. And I missed something there. It looks like I missed a comma where here. Let's don't forget a comma there, and then another comma somewhere. There is and extra curly braces. I don't know where that came from, but let's remove that extra curly braces. So let's remove that. That should be it for the account schema. Let's actually export this so that we can use it in the user model. So we'll need to export this account schema. So that's it for the account schema. Everything looks good. And what all these regular expressions here that we need to throw custom errors, we'll be handling that later on. Let's say, for example, if the password does not have any lowercase character, then we will actually tell the user whenever they make a request to the endpoint, we will return a status 400 bad request saying that the at least one lowercase or uppercase character is required in the password. So we'll do that. We'll handle that later on. But for now, the account schema looks good. And the next thing we'll do is write a schema for the profile as well. So let's go ahead and do that. Import that to mongoose package that we have. So I'll do const mongoose is equals to require. We'll require mongoose. And same as before, we'll also write that schema is equals to mongoose mongoose dot schema, and let's define that profile schema. So profile schema, and this is going to be super simple because we do not have much going on here. New schema, and we will provide some of the fields for the user profile. So the user profile can contain a field. I'm going to include a field called job title, and you can add more fields. You can modify the fields to whatever you want, but I will provide a field called job title, and let's provide some constants to it. Type will be a string, and you can add more constants, but I'm just going to leave that to be a type string only and nothing else. Min length, max length, whatever you want to add, you can add that. And the profile will also contain a bio of the user, and again we will specify the type to be a string, and a profile will also have the user's profile picture. So I will name that as avatar, and this will also be a type of string. It will not be any other type. It will be a type of string. Whenever we upload a picture, it will actually be saved as a string. The URL to the picture or the link to the picture will be saved as a string. So that's that. Let's put a comma in there, and just like before, come down here, and then again we do not need ID for this profile schema because the user object or the user model will actually have an ID, but not the profile and the account schema. And let's export this so that we can use this profile schema. So we have a profile schema. That should be it. You can add more fields to this profile. You can also add more fields to the account if you want. But just in order to summarize, what is happening is whenever we are creating a user, we are actually creating an account for them, and also at the same time we are automatically creating a profile for them. So whenever we are creating a user, the user will be asked to provide the first name, last name, email, password, and a confirm password field also, which we actually do not need here. That is just to make sure that the user actually remembers the password. So that will be first name, last name, email, password, confirm password. Those are the fields that the user will provide. And once the user provides all those fields, once all the validations passes, once all the check passes, then right before saving the user to the database, we will assign the user a default role of subscriber. We will also record the date registered, and also we will create a profile for the user. And in the profile, the job title when creating the user will be initially blank, the bio will be blank, and the avatar will be blank as well. And the user can always update their profile once the profile is created, once the account is created, and once the profile is created, or once the whole user is created, the user can go back and update their profile and update their account also. But for now, that should be it for the account and profile schema. Now next, what we'll do is we will start writing the logic for the user model. So what I'm going to do is I will create a new folder in the server folder called model our models. I'll create a new folder there, and inside that models folder, I will create another. I will create a file called user.js. So in this user.js file, this is where we will import that profile and account schema. Let's import that mongoose package. Const mongoose is equals to require mongoose, and just the same as before. Let's write that schema also equals to dot schema. Here we can import that profile and the account schema that we created. So let's import the account schema first. Equals to require, and that account schema is located one folder back. So we are currently in the models folder. So jump one folder back, we are in the server folder. So that account schema is in that server folder. Inside that server folder, there is a folder called schemas, or just schema. And then inside that folder, let's actually name that schemas. It makes more sense because we have multiple schemas. And then we have account. Let's rename that to schemas. That makes more sense. Okay, so we have the account schema imported. Let's import the profile schema too. Const profile schema require, and we will, again, it's in the same folder inside schemas, and that's profile. So let's import that. And remember that because we're dealing with the user need to provide the password. We need to deal with the password. Whenever we are saving the password to the database, we do not want to save the plain text password, because if the application gets hacked, then anybody can know the password. We do not want to know what the user password is. So in order to do that, we need to hash the password, so that that plain text that the user is providing is converted to some to some code that is harder to break. So in order to do that, we installed a package. If we come to package.json, we installed a package earlier called bcrypt. So this bcrypt package will allow us to handle the passwords. So let's just specify that as a constant. Const bcrypt is equals to, let's require that bcrypt package. I will define a user schema. So we have a profile schema and account schema. This is where we'll be importing that. User schema is equals to, again, new schema, and inside of this, and that's schema, and we will specify account as account schema, and the put a comma there, and the profile as profile schema, and come back down here, and we will set the version key to false here. So we'll write version key, we'll set that to false. And in this user schema, later on we'll be, this is not it, later on we'll be dealing with, because users can create a post, so we will need to include the post created by the user in this user schema, so that, let's say that whenever you are trying to get any user, you will get all the user information, and you will also want to get all the post and also all the categories created by that user. So we will include that later on when we are actually dealing with the post schema or the post model. But for now, we can just leave it to that. And in here, we'll need to do a lot of validations. So if we come to the account, we did write all this regular expression in order to check for validity of the email password. So we'll need to check all that in here so that we can provide a user with a custom error message, more meaningful error message if there are any errors. And so what I'm going to do is I will use that user schema that's we defined earlier. So user schema and dot pre, which means that, and I'll write save. So with this means that right before saving the user to the database, we would want to call this asynchronous function in order to check for, and we'll pass the next in there. So what this is doing is that it is using that user schema, and right before saving that user to the MongoDB database, so we have pre-save and post-save. So in this case, we have pre-save. So that means right before saving that user to the database, we need to call this asynchronous function. Okay, so this is where we will check for all those errors. So we'll just first use we'll do this keyword here refers to the document that will be sent. In my case, we'll be using Postman in order to make the API request. So this refers to the document sent from Postman and not the query object. And also there was one thing that we needed to do. So let's say that in first name, whenever the user provides the first name, they might write their first name all lowercase or all uppercase, and we do not want that. We actually want the first name and last name to be structured well. So we want the first letter of the first name to be capitalized, and also the first letter of the last name to be capitalized, and all the other letters after that will be small letters. So in order to do that, I can define a variable. I'll just name this as structure first name, or I'll just name this as struct first name, and equals to user dot count dot first name 0. That's the first letter, the 0th index of the first name. That is the first letter of the first name, and we will just convert that to uppercase using to uppercase function. To uppercase, we'll call that function, and we'll also do plus user dot count dot first name dot slice 1. So that will convert the first letter of the user's first name to uppercase, and all the letters will be lowercase. And we also need to do the same thing for the last name, so I can just copy that line of code and paste that there. So I will rename that to last name, and that will be last name, and also there will be last name. So we are taking that user's first name. We are defining a variable called structure first name, or struct first name. We are taking that whatever username is provided by the user, and we are just basically converting the first letter of their first name to uppercase, and also the first letter of the last name to uppercase. And right before saving this user to the database, we will actually need to assign the first name to this struct first name, and also assign last name to this struct last name, so that this uppercase is in fact effective. So we'll do user dot account dot first name is equals to, set that to struct first name, and again we'll do user dot account dot last name. We'll set that to struct last name. So that will take care of the first name and the last name. The next thing we'll do is right before saving the user to the database, we want to deal with the password. Whatever password that the user provides, we do not want the password to be stored as a plain text. We want to hash the password, and we also want to salt the password so that it's harder to break that password. So let's deal with that. So we'll do if user dot account dot password dot length. If the length is less than 33, which means that the length is 32 or less, we'll do const salt. I'll define a variable. So we'll do await bcrypt. So we are basically awaiting for bcrypt to generate salt. So the generate salt function comes from bcrypt, and we can provide a value 10 over there, and then const password is equals to, and again let's await that, and then bcrypt dot hash. So bcrypt will hash this password. Now let's actually provide the account dot password, and it also takes another parameter called this salt value that we defined here earlier. So that will hash and salt the password. And after that's all done, because we're using a single wait, the code will actually wait for this code to run, because we have used await. This code will run first, and after this is all completed, then only this will run. If we do not use await here, then we'll get some error, because in JavaScript, whenever we're writing JavaScript, if we are doing this, and if this takes a lot of time, JavaScript does not wait. It goes straight over here, and then if we are using this salt value in here, we'll get error, because this salt value is not even generated. That's why we need to use this async await, so that everything flows nicely. So after that, once the hashed password is created, what we need to do is, right before saving the user to the database, we will need to change, or we will need to modify that password field of the user dot account dot password to be the hashed password that we just hashed. Okay, so we'll assign user dot account dot password is equals to hashed password, and we will call next, and let's save that. So that will basically take care of the first name. It will hash the passwords under the salt, hash the password, and we assign the user provided password to this hashed password. So right after this, whenever the user is saved to the database, the user's password will be a long string of characters and not the plain text. So after that, this is the pre-save. So right before saving to the database, And we also need to do certain things that'll happen when right after the user is saved to the database. So for that, we can use user schema.post save. So this is right after saving the user to the database. We will want to call this function here that we're going to write. We'll provide the error, we'll provide the document, and we'll provide next. And let's open that. And again, just like before, const user is equals to this. Well, comma expected. I need a comma there. So basically, in this one, we will deal with all the functionalities right after the user is saved to the database. So after the user is saved to the database, let's write a unique validation, because the email address in the account schema, we have specified that the email must be unique. So we'll do if error.code is equals to 11000. And just on a quick note, in JavaScript, there are two ways to use this equals to, either by doing 2 equals to, that is equals equals, or by doing 3 equals to, that is equals equals equals. And the difference between this is, if you are using 3 equals to, then there is no any type conversion. But if you are using 2 equals to, let's say that let me just give you a quick example here, just so that if you know these things, just fast forward it. But let's say like 1 is equals to 1. In JavaScript, this will probably be true, but if we did 1 is equals to 1, or the string 1, so this will be true and this will be false. So when we use 3 equals, there's no type conversion. Number is not equals to a string, so that's why we get false. If we use 2 equals to, there is a type conversion, so the number 1 will be equals to the string 1. It will give us true. Okay, so that was that simple. Well, let's come back to this. And if the error code is 11000, then we will call that next function. We will throw a new error instance, and then we will write the custom message saying that an account, or write an account with email, and we will put a quote in there, because this is the user supplied email. We want to tell the user that, hey, user, whatever email you provided, that email already exists in the database. So we'll do that, and we can use the user.account.email. So it's basically an account with email. That email already exists, and we'll tell them to please use a print email or sign into your account. Sign into your account. That will take care of the uniqueness of the email. So all we are basically doing is, if the error code is 11000, and this error code is thrown by MongoDB itself. So we are looking at the error code. If that's the error code, we'll throw a new error saying that an account with email, whatever email that the user provides already exists. Please use a different email or sign into your account. Let me quickly make that correction there. I did a typo in there. Should be account. And also there's another error, struct first name. I missed a T in there. Let's fix that. And after that, the user schema is all done, and we'll be doing more validations here, but I would just want to deal with the create user first, so that we can actually start testing the API. I want to create the route. I want to write the controllers, the services, deal with the database, and actually play with Postman, try to send the request, so that whenever we are writing code, we can test it on the spot as soon as we write the code. So let's actually make that happen quick. So the next thing I'll do is, in that server folder, I'll create a folder called service, and our services, I'll rename that to services. And inside the services folder, we will create a new file called users service.js. And this user service, this is where we will be directly interacting with the database. So in here, the first thing I'll do is we'll need to import user. So const user is equals to require that user model from model slash user. And then let me see if I actually imported that or exported that, and I have not exported that. So we'll go ahead and export this user model. So we can do const user is equals to mongoose dot model, and we'll pass in user and the name of the schema, that is user schema. And let's just export to that. Module.exports is equals to, let's export this user model, and it's giving me, well, there's no error. That's okay. So once the user is exported, we can now import this user from model slash user. So let's deal with creating the user so that we can start testing the endpoints. So let's define a asynchronous function. So I'll write create user is equals to async, and this create user function will take whatever information the user will fill out when registering in the system or when creating a new user. So that'll be first name. The user will have to fill out the last name and email and password, and also the profile, that is job title. And user won't fill this out when creating a new user, but we still need to provide the field for the job title and also the bio so that we can register it in the database, and also the avatar. And so the first thing we'll need to do is we still need to take care of the date and the role of the user. So for the date, we can format the date, whatever, because if we look at the user model, we actually, or the user schema, we actually, that should be in schema, in account, the default date was date.now, and it's a string, so we can format this date so that it looks a little pretty. I'll write const date is equals to new instance of the date, and I'll define const formatted date is equals to that date that we just defined dot. I'll convert that to two local or just two local string, and I will pass in the date format there. That will be English United States. So I'm currently in the United States. If you are in a different region, you can do so accordingly. But in that, I can provide some properties in here. So I'll write the weekday. I will set that to long so that we get the full. So if it's Sunday, then we get full Sunday and not just Sun. If it's Monday, we get full Monday and not just MON. And I'll provide the year. I'll also provide that numeric. So if it's 2023, we get 2023 and not just 23. And month, we'll also do that long. So if it's August, we get August and not just AUZ. Doing so. And day, we'll do numeric. And hour, we'll do numeric as well. And minute, do numeric as well. So that should format the date. And so once we get this information, the first name, last name, email, password, all that information, we need to create a new user. So I will create a new user. Const new user is equals to new instance of that user model or the user schema, and I will pass in the account object. In account object, we have first name. First name will be first name, the parameter or the argument that is passed here. So this is the first name, and this is just the field in the account schema. And same with the last name. I'll write, we'll pass that last name in there, so that whatever value the last name has, we'll get that in that field. And for email, we'll do email. And for password, we'll do password. And we'll also need to provide a role. So in the default role is subscriber, so we'll write a role subscriber. We will hardcode this to string, so that whenever a new user is created, the default role is subscriber. And date registered will be the formatted value here, or the formatted date, because we actually formatted this date this way. We could also provide this date in here, but that won't look pretty. The formatted date, we formatted it, so we can just provide that formatted date in there. And so that's for the account object. And we also need to fill in something for the profile object, so that whenever a new user is created, we create the account here, and we also need to create a profile for that newly created user. So we can do profile, and there'll also be an object. We'll do job title, and initially we'll initialize that to just job title, which is currently blank, because user won't be able to, or will not need to fill out the job title, and they will also not have to fill out the bio. So we'll just provide that bio there. It'll be currently empty, and also the avatar, which will be empty also. So we'll just initialize the profile object with all the empty strings, because these are not provided by the user yet when creating the new user. Let's put a comma there, and we'll do await. We will wait for this new user to be created or to be saved. Await new user dot save. Looks like I got an error here. So new user, let's await that. You know what, we don't need to, we can't do await in here because it doesn't make any sense. So const new user is equals to new user, and we have an account object, and then we have that, and we have a profile object, subtitle, bio, and avatar, and that, and await new user dot save. And this new user is the same as that new user. We'll just save that. Let's keep on writing and see what we get. Return, we'll return the ID, and there'll be new user dot underscore ID, and we will return the account object. So there'll be first name. Now will be new user dot account dot first name, and same with the last name. Will be new user dot account dot last name. And for email, we'll also take the email from the new user. Now, since we already have the new user created or saved in the database, we can access that. New user dot account dot email. And for role, since we provided the default role of subscriber here, we can access that from the role from the new user. So new user dot account dot role, and also date registered will be from the new user object also. So new user dot account dot date registered, and that's for the account object. We'll need to do that for the profile object too. So we will be whenever a new user is created, when we send a request to some API endpoints with the first name, last name, email, password, and confirm password field, if the request succeeds, then this is basically what we get. This is the object here, and we'll also get this profile object, and there'll also be we'll write in job title, which is again currently empty because new user. does not fill the job title. Profile dot job title, and also for bio, we'll get that from new user. Even though if it is empty, profile dot bio, and again for avatar, we'll do new user, or that's profile dot avatar. Okay, and we'll put a comma there, and put a comma there, and this, it's giving us an error, cannot redeclare block scoped variable called new user, and there shouldn't be a comma there. That was actually supposed to be a semicolon. If we save that, that should be good. So that will do it for the create user. Let me summarize this quick. So what we're doing is we are importing this a user model that we created in user.js, where we actually imported the account schema and profile schema to create the user. And if you look at it in account, we actually said that ID is equals to false, and this is what we are doing. And same in the profile, we are saying that we don't need the ID for this schema, because we really don't. Because if we come to the user service here, whenever the new user is created, we are returning this object here. We're returning the ID. So this will be the main user's ID. So it's not the account schema ID or the profile schema ID. So we are actually returning the ID of the user. And then we are also returning the account with all this information. And we are returning the profile object with all this information. And this function is an asynchronous function. Again, if you do not know what asynchronous function is, most of the code in JavaScript, it runs asynchronously. And there are several ways to deal with asynchronous function in JavaScript. We can also use callbacks in order to deal with asynchronous function. And the third way is to use async await, which is my favorite way of writing it, because using async await, it's super easy to read the code. It's super easy to write. We do not have a lot of parentheses and a lot of indentation going on. So async await is super simple. It's easy to read. That's why I prefer async await. So in this create user function, we're basically taking the first name, last name, email, password. That's the account schema. And also from the profile schema, we're taking the job title, bio, and the avatar. And whenever a new user will be created, we have the date to be automatically recorded as date.now. If we come to the account.js, date register default is date.now. So what we are doing is we're actually taking that date, and then we are formatting the date. We want the weekday, year, month, day, hours, and minute. And then after that, after we format the date, we are creating a new instance of that user object. So we have a new user. So this will create a new user with the account and the profile object. So the account object will contain the first name. In this case, first name will be whatever first name that the user provides as an argument. Last name also, last name field will be the last name, and this is also whatever the user provides as an argument. Same with email, same with password. So these are the 4 fields that the user provides. And the user will also provide the confirm password field, or they will confirm their password, but we do not really need that here. That is just to make sure that the user remembers the password. And after all those 4 fields, we actually need to provide a role for the user. In this case, the default role is subscriber, and we also need to record the date. So date registered is the formatted date, because we actually formatted the date. And same with the profile object, we return the we create a new user. When creating a new user, we create an account for them, and at the same time we also create a profile for them, so that the user can update their profile later on. So the profile object, when creating a new user, will initially be empty, because the user will not be asked for the job title, bio, and the avatar. So we'll just initialize that to an empty string basically. And we will await. So if we are using async, then we can await for this new user to be saved to the database. So this return, all the code after this await new user.save will not be run until a new user is actually saved to the database. And once the new user is already saved to the database, we can just return that user with the ID and with the account object and the profile object. So it is as simple as that. And so this was a user service.js file, and this is where we will be interacting directly with the database. But after this, we still need to take input from the user. So first name, last name, email, password, confirm password. Those are the 5 fields that we need to take. So in order to do that, I will create, so let me just close some of that there. In the server folder, I will create a new folder called controllers, and inside this controllers, I will create a new file called users controller.js. And let me just close all the other ones. Let's close that, we don't need that. And let's close that profile too. So in this users controller, what we'll do is we will still work with that create user function. So this controllers will basically handle whatever the user as the user input is. We will handle it in the user controller. We'll basically control the user inputs in this user controller file, and then once we have once we control everything, we'll after that pass to the users services, whatever the data that user provides, so that we have a clean record in the database. So using controllers and services is I think it makes it much easier to read and also much simpler to maintain the code. So first we have the MongoDB database, and on top of MongoDB database we have the user service. On top of user service we have users controller. On top of users controller we will have the end user will be making the request. Okay, so it's as simple as that. So in this users controller, again, we will define that user, or we will import that user, and we will require that from model/user. And because we have user service already created, we have a create user function here. We'll import that const users. So let's just import the user service and not that function, because we'll be writing several functions here, and we can just do user service dot create user, and it'll be just much easier to understand when we are writing the code. So we'll just import that from the services/users service, and we'll also need to import bcrypt that we installed in the beginning of this video. We'll require that bcrypt package. Let's also import path just in case. I'm not sure if we'll need the path, but we'll just import that require and path. So after that, let's create the controller called create user, and this will also be an asynchronous function. We'll provide the request and response object, and I will show you what the request, and I will console log that request and response object later on when you are actually making the request. But for now, we'll pass request and response, and we'll have to do a lot of validations here, but just so that we can actually test the API, what I'm going to do is I'm going to assume that user supplies all the correct information with no any errors. So in this case, we'll just create the new user and then return it, so that we can start testing the API endpoint once we create the route, of course. So in here, we can try to create that user. So we'll just use a try and catch. So in there, I will do const user is equals to await, and we'll just call that create user function that was defined in the user service. So we'll call that service users service dot create user, and we'll need to pass the arguments in here. So these first name, last name, email, password, and confirm password will be filled out by the user, and once they send the request, it will be in this request object here, and we can print this request object later on. Let me just try to print that, just write that in there for now, and then once we make the request, it'll just console log itself. So I'll just console log rec.body so that we can see it later. So create user, this will take request.body.first name, and it'll take request.body.last name, and it'll take request.body.email, and it'll take request.body.password, and because create user function actually takes how many parameters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have job title, bio, and avatar. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're missing 3 of them. So for now, we'll just apply the empty string for the job title, bio, and the avatar field. And once we call that user service.create user, we can return response.status, and this is from this response object here, response.status. We will send a status 201, which means that it's created, and we'll send the JSON, and we'll send a custom message here. So this JSON object will contain status, will provide 201, and success will also include the success property in that, or the success key in that JSON object. So success will be true if the status code is 201, and we can also provide the user. We can return that user. So this will basically return this user object here in the end. So with that, so that's to be good. If we have a tribe block, we also need to write the cats block, and for here we'll do return res dot status 400 and dot again the JSON object. We will provide the status of 400, success of false, and then message will be, we'll just do error dot message. And we'll actually have to do a lot of validations here, but for now I just want to test the API endpoint, and it'll be much easier that way. Once you write, it's just even a couple of lines of code, we can directly test the API and make it work that way. So that's why I'm just gonna leave all that for now, but we'll come back to this later in the video. Okay, so let's save that, and then let's export this create user. So we'll do module.exports, and we can actually, because we'll be exporting several things in here, so I'll just export this like this. So create user. So this is exported. So we have the user service, we have the controllers, we have all the information needed to create the new user. Now all we need is an endpoint, is the URL, where we can provide the information, the first name, last name, email, password, in order to create that new user. So what I'm going to do is we will create a new folder here again called routes. We'll call this the routes, and inside of routes we will create a new file called usersroute.js, and in this users route we will import express, and we will require express, and we'll also use router from the express. So express dot router, and make sure you call that, and we will need to import the user service and the users controller. So let's import that. I'll do const users service is equals to require, that will be from the controllers, one folder back, class users controller. So that'll be good. And also, sorry, that should be have been the, this should have been users controller and not user service, because we do not need to import user service here, because user service is actually imported in users controller. So in users route, just importing users controller takes care of that user service also. So we have users controller, so we have routes. Now we can actually start writing the route for that create user. So we'll do router dot the create user will be a post request, and we can provide the URL as auth/register, and you can rename this URL however you want, but I'm just gonna post it to auth/register, and we will need to call this create user function from this users controller. So in users controller we have create user, we'll just call that over here, users controller dot create user, and After that, we will just export this module dot exports is equals to, we'll export the router. After this, we can go ahead to Postman and test this API endpoint. If we get any errors, we can fix it. And you know, before we do that, there's actually one more thing we need to do, because we need to pass this user's route to the index.js file, because if we just post it right now, the request is not going to know where to actually post that request. So if we come to the config and that's not index.js, in create server, so what we'll do here is we will import that route, and then because this is the so let's import that route here. Const users is equals to require, so that'll be, it's under routes folder on one folder back, and then that's the users route. We'll need to do this because the endpoint is not going to work if we don't do this. So we'll use that user, and then right before returning this app, we'll do app.use, and we can, so because since this is an API, we can do /API, so that'll be localhost, I think it was 5000 in my case, localhost 5000 /API, and we'll just pass that users here that we imported earlier. So what this will do is, so in order to make this request, we'll go to localhost 5000 /API and then the users route. So localhost 5000 /API /auth /register, and this endpoint will create the new user. So we'll try that in Postman here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Postman. So I have Postman open here. You can use any tool that you want in order to test this API. I like using Postman because it's super simple. It has a nice user interface. Testing APIs in Postman is super simple, and also Postman makes it easier to write an API documentation, which is not the scope of this video. I'll probably do another video about creating a nice documentation for this API that we are creating. I'll create that video sometime soon in the future, but for now, let's go ahead and test that create user endpoint so that we can create the first user in the database. So what I'm going to do is in Postman, if you're using Postman, you can click on that plus button, and the create user endpoint, it takes a post request, and the URL for that create user again was, if we come to the users route, so that is in creates, so let's look at create server.js first. So the endpoint will be localhost 5000 in my case. In your case, if you are using a different port, then put that accordingly. So that'll be localhost 5000 /API, and then the users route /auth /register. So let's go ahead and plug that in. So I'll do http:// and it's actually already there, localhost 5000 /API /auth /register. And because we actually try to catch an error, if there was any error, if we come to the user's controller, if everything was fine, then we create the new user, save that to the database. If not, that we catch the error. So if we just send the request with nothing in the body, we actually got another error saying that, well, yes, status 400, success false, and whatever the error message we printed, in this case, the user service.create user is not a function. So let's see what's happening there. So in users controller, user service.create user is not a function. We have imported that here. Let's look at the user service, and it's most likely we forgot to export this. So let's go ahead and export that, and we'll export this just like before, because we'll be exporting many different functions here. So I'll export it like that. Module.exports create user, so that's exported, and that's errors should not come in again. Let's try to post it again. We'll still get errors because we do not have anything in the body. Cancel that and try to post it again, and it keeps sending the request. It is not getting completed. Let's look at the user's controller, and let's try to provide some the user information in the body here. So that will be first name. So I'll just put that as Roger. Last name, that's Roger Waters. I'm a big Pink Floyd fan. And we'll need to provide an email, Roger at example.com. Password, let's meet all the password requirements. So we'll just write testing 1 2 3 4 and also the special factor. So let's go ahead and send that request and see if we because we have console log this rec.body. So this is hitting the user's controller. The request is hitting user's controller, but the request is not getting completed. So everything here should be fine. In user service.create user, it is hitting it. Let's look at user service.create user. We have all that information coming in. We format the date. This did not cause any error, and then we create a new user here. So let's try to console log this new user here and see if we are actually getting a new user object in the terminal. So let's send that, and we do get an user object. As you can see that we return the account object and the profile object. So account has first name, last name, email, password, and role and date registered, and we also get the profile object created, and we also get the ID. So the new user, this up until here the code is working fine. Let's just cut that console log and put it right underneath this await new user.save. And before doing that, let's open up MongoDB because it should be hitting the database. Let's refresh that page and see if we are getting anything in in the database. So you can click on browse collections to see if it's hitting the database. It is, and it looks like it is hitting the database. A collection called users is being created, but that user is not being created. So we do have a collection, but that collection is completely empty. So this might be happening because of this, we are trying to save this new user that is being created to the database, and because we have used async await, it is going to wait until this new user is actually saved to the database. So that's why when we send this request, it never gets completed because it is still waiting for this new user to be saved to the database. And as you can see, we do not even get a console log anymore. We should be getting a user's object, but this actually comes from the user controller. So the problem lies in this await new user.save. So we are waiting for this new user to be saved to the database, and Postman is trying to send that request, save that user to the database. But as soon as we get to this point, it keeps on waiting for that new user to be saved to the database. So in order to fix this, what we can do is let's try to look at the user model here, and user schema. We have that in a pre-save, so right before saving that user to the and it property last name, that should have been a lowercase last name. So, and same over here too, that was just a typo there. So let's fix that. Let's see if there's any other that I can see. That's a spelling mistake. You might not even have made this mistake, but so after fixing that, let's try to post this again. Let's try to send it. And so that did work. So a new user is created. A status of 201 is returned, success true, and we get a user object with an ID, and we get the account, user's account with first name, last name, email, role is subscriber, and date registered. And you can see that the date is formatted very nicely here because we actually formatted the date. And we also get the profile object where all the job title, all the fields, job title, bio, and avatar is initially set to be an empty string. So the new user, so we are able to create a new user. So now that the new user is created, we can do some error handling right now for this. and then after the error handling is done, we can work on logging in the user and user authentication. So let's go ahead and handle the error, because right now what happens is, let's say that because we did work on the capitalizing the first letter of the last name and the first letter of the first name. Let's see if that's working. I'll put waters in there. And this should give us an error actually, because that email already exists, and we did handle that account with email already exists, and this was handled in the user model, I believe. Yeah, it was handled over here. That is handled, but if I do, let's say, change the email to browser1@example.com, it should still capitalize the first name and last name. Let's see if that's working. And that is working. We get the response with the capitalized first name and also capitalized last name. So that is working. But let's say that what happens if the user tries to, let's say if they are trying to send a request and they send an invalidation, there's a comma in the end, this is not a validation. Let's see what happens. And we also already handled that. The server did not receive a validation. Please start checking for syntax errors. We did that in create server. Yeah, we did that in create server. If it was not a validation, we threw that error. So there are tons of other errors that needs to be handled. So let's say that if the correct field, the field name is first name and last name, but if I just do first and last, let's see what happens. It keeps on sending it. There's probably an error. We need to handle this. And let's say that if the user tries to supply more like some random fields, let's see what happens. This is also not handled, I believe. We'll go ahead and handle this. So let's, since that account is already created, let's change that email so that we can see. And it is taking this field. The user is being created, but the user is providing an extra field. In this case, I'm providing an extra field, and I do not want that. I want it to throw an error if the user tries to provide any extra information than what's needed. I want to throw an error. So we only need first name, last name, email, and password in order to create a new user. But in this case, the user is trying to provide more information. I do not want that. I want to reject this request and throw an error. So we'll handle that. And let's say that the user does not provide a first name. They only provide last name, email, and password. Let's try to send that and see what happens. It's not completed. We want to throw an error saying that the first name is required. And let's see if the password or the email is, this is not a valid email. Let's try to send that, and let's plug in that first name back in, so that that's not the one that's first name. Cancel that. So in this case, the email is not valid. Let's try to send that. It did not receive a validation. Let's put a comma there. Let's send that. And we need to handle this too. It's not working right now. We need to handle invalid email, and same with the password. Let's see if the password field gives us an error. We did write regular expression in order to match the password, but let's see if that's working. It should not. We need to throw a custom error in this case, so we'll be working with that. As you can see, it just keeps sending the request, and it's because of that await users.save, and that's why it keeps sending the request, because this thing is not valid. It's because in password we have said that right when we are saving the user, that was in the account schema, we have said that the password must match this. So in this case, the password does not have a special character. It is not matching. And even after that, if we come to the user's controller or the user service, it is trying to save that user over here, and it is waiting for that user to be saved, but it never gets completed. It never gets saved to the database because the password is not valid. So that's why it keeps sending it. It never gets completed. So we'll handle that, and let's see what else we need to handle. So we'll handle that, and there might be more validations or more checks that we need to do. We'll do that when we are writing the code. So that's the next thing we'll do for the create user. For this endpoint, we'll handle all the errors. So before that, let's create another user and actually verify that it is indeed posted to the account. So I'll say David Gilmore. and I'll do david@example.com. Let's try to send that, and there's a password error. Let's put an exclamation there. Let's try to send that again, and it is creating an account. So let's go to MongoDB and then verify that the user is created. Let's refresh that page and click on that user. We have all those users being created and saved to the database, and we just created one user, that was David Gilmore, david@example.com. So that user is being saved to the database now. So let's go back to handling all that errors that I mentioned earlier. So we can open up users controller. Let's remove some of these here. So in users controller, let's first handle the situation where user does not provide the correct field name. So in case of first name, if the user just does first, then if the user tries to send it, it does not get saved to the database. The user is not created. Let's try to handle that. For all these fields, the field name must be correct. It should be first name, last name, email, password. And also we will add the confirm password field so that the user confirms their password before saving it to the database. So what we'll do is in the users controller create user function, we'll write an if statement saying that if not, and we'll just see if the object has the valid key. Object dot, and then that's rec.body, because we have a request object here, rec.body, and we can just do this by using includes. So if includes first name and so we'll need to check for first name, last name, email, password, and also confirm password. So let's just paste that a few times there. So if object dot, I'll just copy and paste that, object dot keys rec.body includes last name, or does not include because we have an exclamation mark. So if the request object dot body does not include first name, if it does not include last name, if it does not include email, and if it doesn't include password, and if it doesn't include confirm password, then we are going to, let's close that parenthesis, then, and there should be another parenthesis, then we're going to return res dot status 400 dot JSON, and we'll turn a JSON object saying status is 400, success will be false, and we can also throw a custom error message saying that first name, last name, email, password, and confirm password is required. And let's actually make this more meaningful. So instead of that, we'll actually write what the field name will look like. So all camel case, last name, email, password, and confirm password is required. So this will handle that. And let's remove that two parentheses. We don't need that. So if the request object dot body does not include first name, last name, email, password, and confirm password, we'll just throw this status 400 success false, and we'll throw this error message. Else we will try and catch, and if everything is good, create the user. If not, throw this error message again, whatever the error message is. So let's go ahead and try this and see if it works. So we still have incorrect field name. Go ahead and send that, and we get status 400 success false, message first name, last name, email, password, and confirm password is required. So doing this, it's the error message is more clear. User cannot modify the field name. So we'll change that to first name. That's taken care of. And so after the object.keys are taken care of, we can check if the user is trying to provide any extra fields. So in this case, if let's say that the user enters or tries to provide any extra fields, and we send it, and that is handling that also. So that took care of that. So we do not even need to do that. It's already handled it, because these are only the 4 fields that's needed, or the 5 fields. There should be confirm password too. So even if we did this first name, last name, email, password, because we have actually said that the confirm password is required also, so that'll handle that also. And let's see that. Let's actually provide this confirm password. And for now, let's actually write the same password, and we'll need to handle this too. We'll need to make sure that the password and the confirm password is the same. But if we provide that and it gives us an account already exists, let's try to put in extra things in there and see if that server did not receive a validation. Put a comma there, and account already exists. Let's try to let's change that email on in there, and it is being created. So we still need to handle this, because the user cannot provide any extra fields. The user must not provide any extra fields. Let's handle that. So in order to handle that, it's pretty easy. All we need to do is, right after that if statement, what we can do is we can write another if statement. We can say object dot rec dot body dot length is not equals to 5. Then we can return res dot status 400 bad request, and dot JSON. We can return a JSON object saying status is 400, success is false, and then message will be just the same as before. First name, last name, password, and confirm password is required. So let's handle that. And then we have else. So let's check for that if that's working. So we have extra fields. It should give us that error message: first name, last name, email, password, and confirm password is required. None of the other fields can be included when making this request. If I remove that and send it, remove that, it is probably going to give us the account already exists. So let's send that to david2@example.com. The user is created, so that case is handled also. The next thing we need to do is, if we look at the account schema here, we have said that for the password must have a minimum length of 8 and a maximum length of 256. So let's actually handle that also. Let's set this password max length to 32, so that we don't have to type such a long password, like 256 characters in Postman. I'll set that to 32 for now. So let's go ahead and handle that to see if the password is greater than 32 characters. Then we'll just say that the password cannot be greater than 32. So in this case, I'll just make it greater than 32 characters. I'll copy that. This is not handled here right now. We'll need to throw the, well, it is handled, but we'll need to throw the custom error message. So it tries to save it to the database, and it won't get saved. It just keeps sending the request, never gets completed. Let's handle that case where the password cannot be greater than 32 characters. So right down here, what I can do is, if right now the if statement, it's a bunch of if statement, but it's clean if statement, so it doesn't matter if there's a tons of if statement. As long as it's not nested, it's easier to read. Password dot length is greater than 32. Then what we'll do is let's just copy this. Again, it's a bad request. Let's copy this. We just need to modify the error message saying that password cannot be more than 32 characters long. So that's good. So if we now try to send that, it will get that error saying that the password cannot be more than 32 characters long. And in account schema, minimum length is set to 8, and we can do that too. So over here, I'll just copy that. If it's less than 8 characters, then we'll do password cannot be less than 8 characters long. Password cannot be less than 8 characters long. Let's save that, and let's make this password less than 8 characters. And in this case, yeah, let's make this less than 8 characters. Let's put that, and then let's, all the password requirement is met except for the length. Let's try to send that and see what happens. Password cannot be less than 8 characters long. So we get that is handled. And the next thing we need to handle is, because we want the user to provide the confirm password too, so we need to check if the password is equals to the confirm password. So it's pretty easy. It looks like a lot of code repetition, but this is what it is. We'll just need to handle this reg dot body dot password is not equals to reg dot body dot confirm password. Then again, we'll respond with status 400. Let's copy that, saying that the password and confirm password does not match password, and word does not match. Lowercase that, also lowercase that, also lowercase that p, so you know what we're talking about. So we handle that. Let's see. The password is test1 exclamation, test1 exclamation. Let's remove that. It's probably going to give us a different error. Password cannot be less than 8 characters long. So let's make it more than 8 characters. So testing 1 2 3 4 exclamation, testing 1 2 3 4, and let's remove that exclamation. And that's it. So we have the exclamation in the password. In confirm password, we do not have that. Try to send that, and we get the message saying that password and confirm password does not match. So that error is handled as well. And there are several other errors that we can write custom messages for. In this case, we have handled all this: the length, the object keys, the password length, confirm password, password and confirm password. But if we come to this account schema here, we have actually said that in the first name field, we have set the type to string. We have set the required to true. So in this case, this required to true, we do not have, we have not set up a custom error message for that. Same with the max length must be 32. We have not set up a custom message, and same with this regular expression. If there are any white space, we have not handled that. Let's look at an example. So let's say that the required is set to true, and in first name, if I just provide an empty string there, let's change that to David7 so that we do not get that unique email error. But in this case, the first name is required, and if the user tries to provide an empty string, if we send that right now, it is not sending it. So we need to handle this too. We need to look to see if the first name is indeed provided. Same with the last name. We need to see if the last name is indeed provided. I'll just provide some random values there for the first name and send that. We still get that error, or not error. The request does not get completed. Let's provide some last name value. Same with the email. It's set to required, and so in this case, we actually need to handle the email error as well, because this is not a valid email. So there are all these, for all these constraints that we have set, we need to provide a custom message for this. So in this case, we need to provide the required max length and this regular expression, and we also need to set up a unique message, or we already did that unique, but we need to do the regular expression for the email so that it's a valid email. And that should be it for all the error messages. And the best place to handle all these database errors is in the user model, because since all these fields are much closer to the database, we can handle that in the user model in post save method. So what I'm going to do is, right after this code here, right after this if statement, after checking the unique email, we can check for that. We can check for the, let's check for the max length, and let's also check for the required constraint, and also let's check for regular expression for the first name first. So what I'm going to do is if error dot errors and account dot first name, and we are looking to see, we are checking for the error thrown by the MongoDB here, by the database, and we'll check what error MongoDB is throwing. So we can do that by if error dot errors and count dot first name, and make sure you put these keys in correctly, because we are checking for the MongoDB error. If error dot errors account dot first name dot kind, we can check for what kind of error the database is throwing. So in this case, the first one will be the database will be throwing the error kind of required. So we can check for that. If the kind of error is equals to required, then we can throw a new error. Next, that should be parenthesis there, new instance of that error, and then we'll say first name, or we can just write it as first, whatever the field name is. First name is UIRAD required, and that should handle the required. So let's go ahead and check. And first name, if I don't provide that, right here, put in some random values there. Doesn't even matter as long as it's so yeah, if we do not provide the first name, since the first name is required by the database, if first name is empty string, we do get that first name is required message. And similarly, we will do the same thing for required. We'll do the same thing for max length, and we'll do this for this regular expression also. So right after that, let me just copy and paste that. And we are still dealing with the first name here. If error.errors account.firstname.kind is equals to max length, because we have said that the max length property on the first name, so we can throw a custom error for that also. If it's equals to max length, if there's a max length error, then we can say that the first name cannot be more than 32 characters. And so that should work for that. Let's go ahead and check that. For the first name, I'll just provide a random values, and that should be more than 32 characters. Let's try to send that. We get the custom error, first name cannot be more than 32 characters. And the other error is this regular expression. Let's check for that. Again, copy that, paste that, and the kind of error that MongoDB will throw is the regular expression. So that'll be regex, or regexp should be the kind of error there. And make sure that these are spelled correctly, because we are actually matching for the string. If we do not spell it correctly, then the comparison won't work. So over here, we have checked for the first name cannot have first name, cannot contain any white space. So that's a check for that white space as well. Let's go ahead and make sure that it's working. Let's try to put some white space there. It give us an error saying that, and it is actually checking for the 32 characters first, because that's what we have written first. Let's check for that, and we do get that first name cannot contain any white space. So after that, those are all the three fields. For type for type of string, we do not even need to check that, because whenever so let's say that if the user tries to, instead of a string, if the user tries to provide some, let's say that if the user does not provide a string, this will probably result in an error. But let's say that if the user provides a Boolean value to true, then this will actually be converted to a string. So the user will be, the first name will be registered as true. We do not really need to check that, but we do need to check for these three, so that even when we are building the front-end application, we get the nice error messages. Same with the last name. We have required, max length, and match. So we'll just copy and paste this for the last name also. So first, and that is last name, So copy that, paste that, paste that, paste. So instead of first name, we'll just write last name there. And that should work for the last name. Let's double check. So in this case, I'll just provide some random values. Let's set the last name to an empty string. It should give us an error. Last name is required. And the other one was with the white space. Let's check to max 0. Last name cannot contain any white space. That's good. And let's check for greater than 32 characters. And that should work also. We get the error saying that last name cannot be more than 32 characters. And those are the three. I don't know if I missed anything, but that should be it for the last name. 1, 2, 3. Check for required max length and registration. And we need to check for this email. There are more constraints in the email. Required is set to true. We also have unique, which we actually already handled. Max length is 256, min length is 3, lowercase to true, match, and with this regular expression. So let's go ahead and do that for the email field also. So we'll do, we'll basically just copy this and then paste this. It's simple. Count.email. And if you do not want to do this, you can, I'll put, you can fast forward the video, skip some parts of the video. But for folks out there who want to create exactly the same API that I'm doing, you can follow up. If you do not want to watch it, you can fast forward it and deal with the other things that I've done this in this video. So error.errors, account.email. Account.email is equals to required. Then I'll just say email is required. So email required is checked. Unique is, we already did that. Max length to 256. So let's check for that. Account.email. Email cannot be more than 256 characters in this case. So that's also checked for max length. Let's check for min length of 3. Let's copy this part here. And instead of max length, let's check if put min length in there. Account.email, email cannot be less than characters. Save that. The min length, max length is checked. Lowercase, we do not need to do this because MongoDB automatically converts the uppercase email to the lowercase. But however, we do need to check for this regular expression. So we will say if account.email .kind is equals to regular expression, then email, we can say that email, we can say that email is not valid. Please enter a valid email. So we can do that, and that would be all for the email field. Let's check if everything is working. So for email, let's try to see the required constraint plus. I provide an empty string. Email is required. That's good. The next one was max length. So the emails, let's say that at some email.com, put some more in there so that the max length is greater than 256 characters. Well, we could have set that to 30. Let's actually set that to 32. Doesn't make sense to set that to 256. Emails are not that long. 32 characters. That should be. That actually created that. Is that not 32 characters? Should be more than 32 characters. Let's see. Email. Put that to 32 characters there. Why? And I'll check. Email cannot be more than 30 characters. That's good. And min length. So let's check for minimum length. So A at B, and the min length will be at least A at B. We need to change the min length because B dot co. So that's the minimum amount of amount that's allowed in the email. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So instead of 3, we'll actually do 6 in here for the email. Min length will be 6. Save that, and let's save that also. And if I just do a@b.c, that'll give us an error saying that email cannot be less than 6 characters. And after that, let's check for that regular expression, the validity of the email. So I'll just type in some random thing. So if I did that, that's a valid email. If I just do the top level domain, if it's only one letter, then it should give us an error. Email is not valid. Please enter a valid email. And if it is more than 3 characters, so it can only be, the top level domain can either be 2 characters or 3 characters long. If it's 4 characters, we should get the same error, not valid. And if the top level domain is correct, but if the top level domain is not provided at all, then we still get that email is not valid error. If the top level domain is provided but there's no @ let's remove that @ then we should still get this email is not valid error. And we also checked for if the email starts with a period at email.com, so period random letters at gmail.com, we still get that error. That's good. And so this random number, so let's do dot random, all these random letters dot at gmail.com, that's still not valid. We still get that email is not valid. So that is working for the email field. And so that's all for the email field. And for the password, we'll need to see the required field, min length, max length, and same the regular expression. So let's check for that. I'll copy that and let's paste that. And instead of email, it'll be password. Change all this to password. Change that to password first. And let's check for the required first. If error.errors, if there's the error kind of error is a required error, then we'll throw password is required. So let's go ahead and check for that. Password, if the password field is blank, let's make that email correct. Password cannot be less than 8 characters long. So this is actually already handled in users controller, so we didn't really even need to check for required, but we can just put that in there just in case. The other one is password cannot be more than 32 characters, and we actually also already checked for this in the users controller, but let's double check. And we should get the error message from the users controller, so we don't even need to do that. The other password error is, so we did required, we did min length, we did max length. The only thing that we need to check is the regular expression to make sure that the password is valid. So we can do that. Required, we can just leave that as is. We don't even need to do anything there. That should be 8 characters. Let's change that. And for the regular expression, if the we'll provide a custom error message for this. So we will throw a new error saying that password must meet all the following requirements. And we can say that password must not contain any white spaces. And the other one is password must contain at least one uppercase letter. Password must contain at least one uppercase letter. And also same for the lowercase, password must contain at least one case lower case letter. So uppercase, lowercase, white space, it must contain at least a digit. Password must contain at least one digit. And it also must have at least one special character. So password must contain at least one special character, and we can also do the length of the password. We have handled that before, but just in case, password must be 8 to 32 characters long. So that's should be all it, I think, for this. So let's go ahead and check each of these regular expressions. Password must not contain any white space. Let's try to provide some white space in the password. That will come from password does not match is in the user's controller. So we'll need to make sure that we are doing the same thing in both password and the confirm password. We get that error pass not. So this is because of the white space. Let's check for the password must contain at least one uppercase letter too. And well, it is all checking it, but let's remove that white space from both of their, and we still get the same error in this case. There's no uppercase letter, there's no digit, there's no number. Try to put in one digit there in both of their, we still get that error because it's not fulfilled yet. Let's try to put n special character. I'll put the at in the end. We still get that error because there's no any uppercase. So let's try to provide an uppercase letter, provide an A, uppercase A, and so after that, everything is satisfied. A new user was created with this random first name, random last name, and everything is random there. But that's all for the password. And for the role, we would do need to handle the role. Role is required. So in this case, the role is not provided by the user. We actually assign the role to the user. We assign a default role in user service. We assign the default role of subscriber. So in this case, we do not really need to check for role of required. Role is always provided, but we can check for this enumeration here. So the user role can only be super user, admin, staff, client, subscriber, and default is subscriber. And when creating a user, it's not a problem, but when we are trying to update the user account and the user or the user account, and if I'm trying to update user's role from, let's say, admin to staff, then that's when we'll get the error. So we can handle that too. So the role can only be one of these one of these 5 values here. So we can handle that. So what I'm going to do is just copy one of these here, the sort of ones, and right below this password. So account dot role, and we do not need that. Required, we do need required, because when updating the role is required. I don't know if I said that we do not need to handle required, but if I did, I was wrong. We do need to set up a custom error message for that. So we'll set up role is required, and we cannot check this right now, but we'll check this when we are trying to update the user's role. But since we are already here, we can just write this down here for now, and then we'll check it when we are actually trying to update the user's role later in this video. So account.role, min length. So we do not have to check for the min length. So users required is checked. So all we need to do is check for these values here in the enumeration type. So what we can do is, if the kind of the error that the MongoDB is throwing is the enum error or the enumeration error, then we can say that role can only assigned as either super user, admin, staff, client, and subscriber. So we are basically saying that you cannot provide any other values for the user role. The values must be either super user, admin, staff, client, or subscriber. So that will be, that's it for the role. What else do we have? Date registered, it's automatically done. We do this automatically. We don't even need to check for this because user is not entering we are not, when we are updating the user, we are not updating when the user was registered. So it was different in case of role. We can actually update the user's role, and when updating the user's role, we do need to provide the user role and one of these correct values. But in case of date registered, it's automatically done by the system. It's never going to get updated, so we can leave that alone. So for the user, it's good. There's nothing else that I can think of that's required here. But if you find something, or if you think that something more needs to be done, feel free to drop them down in the comments below. But I think we have handled all of the possible errors for the create user, or even for the user account here. This is not just for the create user. In the users controller, whatever we did here, that was for the create user function only. But whatever we did in this user model, that is not just going to be with the create user, that is going to be with the update user as well. So we did do that in advance. So the next thing we'll do is, since we have the user created, let's try to log this user into the account, because we have tons of user created. So if we come to the MongoDB database here, let me quickly show you this. We have all these users, and all these users are assigned. So we have all these users, there are tons of users, but these are all assigned the role of subscriber. All these users are subscriber. So we can change this user role when we are changing the when we are working on the working on updating the user. But there needs to be a user with the role of subscriber, so that the user so that there is at least one user that has the highest privilege than any other user. So we need to do that. We'll do that later. But the next thing we'll do is try to log any of these users in. So in this case, we can try to let's try to log in this user. So in order to do that, let's remove some of these tabs here. That one we don't need. Users controller. Let's just close all this tab. So let's work on user authentication. So I'm going to create a file in services here. I'm going to create a new file called auth services, authservice.js. And inside this auth service, let's import that user and wire. And we will import that from models class user, and we install this package. Let's do const jwt. We install JSON web token. So if you come to package.json, we installed it. We will use this package in order to authenticate user, or in order to log in the user. So I will do jwt is equals to require JSON web token, and let's also import that bcrypt package. Bcrypt is equals to require bcrypt. And so let's work on logging the user. Since we already have tons of user created, we can log some of the users in. I'll create a function called login user, and this will also be an asynchronous function that will take email and password. So user will log in with the email and password, and that. So I'll declare a variable user is equals to await. So we'll basically, once the email and password is provided by the user, we will await, and we'll do user.find1. So there, because there can only be one user with one particular email, and since the email is unique, we can do find one, and we will try to find that user with an email, and we'll supply the email that we passed as a parameter. And so that will find that user, and once the user, if the user is found, we can use the populate function by Mongoose, populate, in order to populate some of the fields. So we can do path, we can specify, or let's actually select we'll select the dash underscore ID and dash underscore v. This is provided by the user. We do not need the version, so I'm just going to not select that. When the login request is success, then we'll get an object, so I not want the ID and the version in that object. And I will do populate an array. That will be array of object. Specify select, or we don't even need to do this. So let's just go ahead and cancel, remove that. So that will let's come down here, and so we'll say if the user is found, then we will not return the ID and the this version number. But if the user is not found, then we need to throw some custom errors. We can do that here. If the email is not found, then we'll throw a new error, and we'll say could not find an account with that email. So that will give us the error if the email address is not found. And we'll also need to check if the user provided password is correct. So we can use bcrypt in order to check this password with the hashed password is stored in the database. Because let's go to database here, and then or the MongoDB, and then let's see one of the password field. It is actually hashed, so we are not storing plain text as I described earlier. The user enters the plain text, and right before it's saved to the database, we actually hashed and salted that password. So that's why we have these long strings of characters. That's not the that's not in plain text. So we need to, by using bcrypt, we can compare this password with the password supplied by the user here when they are trying to log in. So we can define a variable. Password is valid is equals to, so we'll use bcrypt dot, and it has a function called compare sync, and in that function we'll pass the password and the user.account.password as an argument. So this password is the password supplied by the user when they're trying to log in, and this user.account.password is this hash password that is stored in the database. So bcrypt will compare that, and if password is not valid, password is not valid because we have the exclamation in the beginning, so they'll check if the password is not valid. We'll throw new error, the error, and we'll say that the password is not correct. And so that will check for the correctness of the password. We also checked for whether the email exists. And so now if user is found and we found the user with that email, there's no any error, we'll need to create an access token so that the user can use that in order to authenticate themselves. So let's say that later in this video we will be writing code to read all the users, and to read all the users, the privilege will be only given to either super user, admin, or staff. The client and subscriber cannot view all the users. They can only view one particular user, but the user with the role of super user, admin, or staff, they are able to view all the users. So in order to do that, we'll need some access token so that we know what the role of the user is. So we'll need to create an access token whenever a user logs in. So in order to do that, we can define a variable const token is equals to, and since we have this JSON web token package already installed, we can use this JWT dot, and we can use the sign function that the package provides. We'll pass the user in there, and we'll pass the secret, and we can also set when this access token expires. So I will set that to expires in, and I will set that to expires in probably 60 hours. So in order to do that, there will be 1440 times 60, so they'll expire in 60 hours. So what we're doing is whenever a user logs in, we'll get some access token, and users can use that access token in order to, let's say, get all users, or maybe create a new post. Only privileged user or a user with the role of super user, admin, or staff can create a post. They can create a category, but the user with the role of client or subscriber, they cannot create a post or create a category or delete other users, so they cannot do that. So in order to do that, we need to authenticate user. We can use this access token, and all we are doing here is that once that access token is created, we are setting that access token to be expired within 60 after 60 hours. So that, and then we can finally return that access token. We can create a key name called access token, and that will just be the token. So that, and it looks like there's an error. There shouldn't be. Okay, so we should be able to log in this user. Let's actually export that first before we can create a route for this user login. Mozilla.exports, and I'll just create write it like that, so that, because we'll have more functions here later on. So login user. Now we can so we are dealing with the we dealt with the database, compared the password. Now we'll create a controller. In controllers, I'll create a new file called auth controller.js. This is where we will control whatever the username and or the email and password the user has supplied. So we can import that decrypt package to fire decrypt, and then const. We'll also import that auth service that we created in our auth service.js file. Let's import that. Const auth service is equals to fire, and that will be one folder back, services / auth service. We have the auth service there. Let's create a function or a controller function called login user, and this will be an async function just like before. It'll have a request object and a response object, as we can pull the user supplied information out from the request object. So we will check for again, we will do some error handling here. So let's say that in auth/login, if the user provides some, like in this case this is the register one, but just for the example, if they supply any other extra fields in there, we want to handle all that error just like in create user. So we'll be handling all those error in this endpoint also. So we'll do if object dot keys and request dot body, and we'll compare the length is not equals to 2, then we'll just throw out, or we'll return response dot status 400, that is bad request, 400.json, and we'll provide an object there saying that status is 400, and success, login success, is false in this case, and message, we'll set that to invalid request. So if the length is not 2, so let's say that the login user expects only the email and the password, but if the user provides any other fields, or if the user only provides email field, then we'll just say invalid request. And you can customize this error message any way you want, but I'll just leave that to invalid request for now. And then we'll also check if request.email or request.body.email are not request.body.password. So if the request body does not contain email or the password, then we will, let's copy that again, status 400, bad request, success false. We will again say invalid request. After that, if these two are correct, we'll just say else let's actually write a nice error message here. We'll just say email. So let's just actually do it nicely. Email and password is required, and that'll just make sense. If the user provides more information, then you'll know that. Then user will know that only the email and password is required if you just put that. So in this else block, so yeah, if everything goes smoothly, we'll try to login user by calling this auth service dot login user function that we wrote in the services folder. So we'll do const user is equals to, we'll need to await this so that the login is all complete. So auth service dot login user, and this takes rec dot body dot email, and this will also take rec dot body dot password, because if you look at the auth service login function, it has two parameters, email and password. So whenever we are calling this auth service dot login function, we need to provide two arguments, email and password. And in this email and password, since we have provided the request object here, it will all be contained in the rec.body. After that, what is this here? Unknown keyword identifier. Does it mean const? Yes, I meant const. So let's change that. There. So rec.body.email, and then we can return response.status. We'll return 200. That means status okay. JSON. We'll say status of 200 okay, and success will be true, so user is successfully logged in. We'll also can write a message saying login successful, and we can also we also need to return the user, because this will actually contain an access token. Because if you look at it here, we have actually returned the access token from the login user, and we need this access token. So we will return the user object also, so that user object will contain the access token. So that will do that. And if we have a try block, we can also write the catch block here, catch error, and then we'll just return response dot status. I will just do bad request 400 dot JSON, and we'll return an JSON object, and status is 400, success is false. And we can either, for the message, we can either provide a custom message saying something went wrong, or we can also simply provide just this error, whatever the error that the database is throwing. So we can just write that. I'm just going to provide that error, but if you want to provide the custom message saying something went wrong, you can just do that also. But for the development purpose, I'm just going to include that error so that if something was wrong, I know what was wrong. So after that, we'll need to export this login user, and we didn't really need this bcrypt here. We didn't do anything, but we can leave that for now. Module.exports is equals to a login user. Okay, so once that's done, so we have auth service, dealt with the database, we have auth controller, we dealt with the user, whatever they were trying to do. Now we can create a route for this request. So if we come to route, we can just create a route in users route. So what I'm going to do is, in this user route.js file, I'm going to first import that auth controller from the auth controller.js. So import auth controller is equals to require, and that's again one folder back in controllers. By the controller, there is auth controller. So let's import that, and then let's copy that. This is, again, the login is a post request, so we'll just do it as auth/login, and that'll be users controller dot, and this will be login user. Okay, and this is not user controller, it should be auth controller dot login user. And let's see that. I think my server is not running. It crashed. So let's open that. I'll open that. And so after this, I think we can try to log in the user and see if we get any errors. So I will just save this endpoint for now. So I will, let's save this as a, you don't have any collection, create a collection. I'll just say blog, get that collection so that I can save it. So inside this collection, I have, let's create user, and I'll add a new request here in Postman. I will name this as login user, and this will take a post request, and the URL is p, and instead of register, it'll just be login. And in body, we need to provide the username or the email and password. I keep saying username, it should be email. Let's see, I think we created an account, Roger at example.com for Roger Waters. And password, let's see if password will just be testing 1234. I think that was the password we provided. And this would be an exclamation. Let's see if that's valid. Email and password is required. So it is, I did provide email and password. It is saying email and password is required. Let's go and check to see what happened here. It should not say that error. I should not be getting that error. Rec.body, so it's coming from here or here. If not rec.body.email or not rec.body.password is not equals to, if length is not equals to 2, then let's see if I wrote the, so that's, I made a typo in there that I overlooked that. Let's write that as email, and once we get it's still saying 400 bad requests, but the message is, it's an empty object. So let's try to create, I don't know if I made any errors while creating the user, but let's try to create a new user. I'll just create a account for myself, so Prashant, and I'll change that email also, and at Gmail, or I'll just write example.com. That's not my real email. And the other thing, I'll do the password, the password as testing1234 exclamation, so that the password is valid. I'll just copy that password, paste it in here, and remove that extra field so that we don't get an error. So that's the email, that's the password. Let's create this user, and so the user is created. Now let's try to log in with the correct username and password. So that's done, testing1234. Let's try to log in and see, we are still getting this message as empty object. So what's happening is in auth service, we return the user. Let me see if there's any errors here. This one is good. In auth controller, we are basically getting this, it's this part of the code is not working. There is an error, but it's not throwing any errors. So we have try user equals to await auth service dot login user. We provide the rec.body.email, and we provide rec.body.password. Res status 200 JSON status 200 success true. User is the user object. Catch error, success false. Message is the error, or we can do error.message so that we only get the error message, but that still won't work. The login user, we have request response if object.keys rec.body.length is not equals to 2. We get that email and password is required. Get that. So everything should be good here. Let's go back to the login user, the service, and then see if there's any error here. So we import the user, we use the JWT bcrypt and login user. It'll take email and password, and user, define a new user, or define a user, await user dot find one, account dot email is email dot populate. We select the ID and the version number, and we ignore that in the output, in the JSON output. And if it's not the user, we say could not find an account with that email. And if password is valid, bcrypt.compare sync password user.account.password. And if password is not valid, for the error, password is not correct, and we define a token zwt.sign, provide the user, we do the secret, and we set the expiration, and we return the access token, and we plug that token in there. So this should be, let's try to see if the other, so I do not have, let's try to modify that email. I do not have an account with that email. utils.populate, invalid path, expected string, got type of object. So there is something wrong with the populate function. Let's do select, or let's actually completely remove that populate function and see if we get any errors after that. We do get an error in this case. That should be an error, but it was not, the server was not running yet. Let's try to do that again. Do not find an account with that email. That is working. Let's try to provide the correct email now, done at example.com, and now it is working. So that populate, the populate function, we ignored the ID and the version number. I guess that's not really needed. So we'll just leave that to it for now, but we can see that we are able to log in now. We get the status 200, okay, success true, message is login successful, and we get a user object with the access token inside it, and this is the access token. We can use this in order to get all users, or delete a user, or change user role, and this token is set to expire in 60 hours. So the next thing we can do is we can work on that, getting all users or reading all users. So this is basically a CRUD application. We did create user. So we need to read user, read a single user, read all users. We still need to update the user. We still need to delete the user. Let's work on getting all the users. So right over here in auth service, in order to get all users, I only want the user with the role of at least a super user or admin or staff to be able to get all the users. And I do not want the user with the role of client and subscriber to be able to read all the users. The user with the role of client or subscriber can only view one particular user, but they cannot read all the user that is registered in the database. Only the user with the role of super user, admin, or staff can view all the users. So let's make that happen here. So now since we are able to log in, we can try to authenticate user and authenticate the role. So I'm going to create another function here called auth user, and this will be an async function also, and this will take an auth header, which is basically that JWT token, this access token that we got when logging in the user. This is the JSON web token. So that'll accept the auth, or that'll expect the auth header, and we'll say if there's no if the auth header is not provided, then we will just throw a new error, and the error message will be invalid request. Provide, please. I'll just say please provide the auth header, and if the auth header is provided, we can run a try and catch block. In try, we'll define a variable called decoded payload. So what we are trying to do is, once we have this access token, we will supply this access token in a different endpoint, of course, and not in this login endpoint. But when we come to header, we'll write it ZWT, and then we will supply this ZWT access token. So once this access token is applied here, our this controller, the auth user will read that access token, and then you'll try to decode that access token to see what the role of the user is, so that we can manage the privilege. So that'll be ZWT dot verify. So that's verify function from ZWT. We'll verify that auth header, that access token, and then we'll provide secret and const user detail is equals to await, and we'll can find user dot find by ID, and we'll just do decoded payload dot user dot underscore ID, and we will just return this user detail, and that'll return the user detail, and we'll have to write the catch block here, error, and we'll say throw new error, and we can either write this error.message, or we can write something different, saying that something went wrong. And well, we can actually provide that over here like that. Just do error.message. So we can just do that, and let's actually do that on the other one too, because I think on the other one I just provided this error message. So message will be over here too, something went wrong, and I'll just include that error message, and then it's closed. Message something went wrong, error message. I missed to close that. Let's close that, and that'll do it. So that will basically and let's export that too. Let's export that auth header, that we can use it in the controller. We have the auth header, we have the services written down. Let's do the same thing in the auth controller. We still need to write process this. So right over here, I'll define a new variable called auth user, and again, I think function will take request, it will take response, and it'll also take next, because let's say that this we're providing this next parameter here, because this auth user will use the access token after the user logs in here. So after the user is logged in, we will use this access token in order to see what the user role is, and in order to determine whether the user can read all the users or not. So with this next, and you'll see this later on, we will this will basically be like a middleware. So the auth user will basically be a middleware. So if the user is trying to get all the users, we will first authenticate them. We'll first verify their role, and if they have sufficient privilege, then only we will send them to that function where we actually call the get all the user functions. Okay, so let's and it'll be much simpler once we actually start writing that, but for now let's just do this. So I will just handle the errors here too. So if rec dot, if not rec dot header dot authorization, put a exclamation there. If there is no, if the authorization header is not provided, then we'll just return res.status 401.json, and we will return the status of 401, that is forbidden, and success is false, and we'll write the message. We can write the message as you must be authenticated. Authenticated to perform this operation. So if the authorization header is not provided, then we'll just send response 401 forbidden with a status of 401 success false, and message will be you must be authenticated to perform this operation. So once that's done, we can, let's save that. So after that, we can run a try block. So we'll define a const user detail is equals to await auth service dot auth user. And did we import this ever? Yeah, we already imported auth service, so that should work. So auth service dot auth user, and we'll need to provide the arguments to this. So correct dot headers dot authorization, and we will split this because the authorization header will actually, so if we come over here and in a different endpoint, this is not the correct endpoint, but in here what we'll do is we'll do the authorization and then in JWT, and then we'll provide this access token here. But in this endpoint we do not need this, so I'll just get rid of that. But then we'll basically have to split this so that we actually get the access token, and there'll be one. And so user detail, and if not user detail, then we will just return phrase dot status 403 is forbidden. I think I said this 401 was forbidden. 401 is actually unauthorized. 403 is the status forbidden. So 403, and we'll just return JSON object. So the status is 403, and success will be false, and message will be your session is no longer valid. Please log in again to continue. So if we do not get the user detail, or if the authorization fails, or maybe the access token expired, we'll just say that your session is no longer valid. Please log in again to continue. And after that, we did get an error here. I know what's going on. Let's look. Where is it? Here I probably missed it. Oh, okay. So after try, so right after this here, we will response.body, we will set that to user detail. So by doing so, the auth controller, whenever we are writing the route, the auth controller or the middleware, that is the auth user, will get the user detail, and if the user detail contains certain privilege, or it determines the role, and then it will call now the function when we are writing the route. So I'll show that to you in just a little bit, but let's get this completed first, and then we'll call next, and then let's catch that errors, whatever error it might throw. And so we can actually see if the error message is the token expire error, so that we can check here. The error dot message is equals to token, and this makes sure that you don't mess up with the spelling here. Token expired error, and this error is actually thrown by JWT, so we are just comparing with that error. Token expired error, JWT expired, and that should be within that same string. Then we will return response dot status of 403 dot JSON will be an object status of 403 success false, and then message, we can, instead of this error message thrown by JWT saying that token expired error JWT expired, we can actually write a custom message now. We can write your session has expired, please log in again to continue. And so if the error is the token expired error, we can return the custom error message here. If there's any other errors, and it's not possible to handle all the errors in the world, so for any other errors, we'll just do return arrays dot status it is 400. We'll just return bad request dot JSON, and then status 400 success false, and then message we can write something went wrong again, went wrong, and then we can also provide the whatever the error message that the system is throwing. So we can do error dot message. So with that we are, and let's don't forget to export this also. After login user, I'll export that auth user. So auth header isn't defined, reference error in auth service line 88, or auth header, and this shouldn't be auth header, this should be auth user. Sorry about that. So that should be good. So the next thing we will do is, and we do not need any routes for this. This is, so this auth controller and this, even the auth user and both the auth user, both the services auth user and also this controller auth user is actually going to be a middleware. So what we'll do is we will next write a function in order to get all users or read all users, and then we will use this auth user in order to get all users. So you'll see that in just a little bit. Let's go ahead and try to read all the users. So in services, in user services, right after create user, so let's follow the pattern here, CRUD create, read, update, delete. So right after create user, I will define const read all users, and this will be an async function, does not take anything, and then we will const all users is equals to await user dot find, and we'll just supply the empty empty curly braces there, and we'll provide as account dot password. So we do not want to, so whenever we are trying to read all the users, we want to view all the users information, but we do not want to see what the user password is. And even if we see the user password, as we can see that this is going to just return this hashed password, but we do not really want to show anybody this hashed password. Okay, so it's safe not to show that, so we'll just ignore that account.password. Everything else, like first name, last name, even email, job title, profile, everything will be shown. And then we can populate this, or well, we don't have to populate it. That should be it. Let's return this all users, and so that's for the auth service. That should be it. We are finding all the users, removing the password from the response, and then we are just returning all that users. Let's export that, read all users, and that's for the auth service or the user service. Let's open the user's controller, and same over here. We'll need to write that read all users function right down there. I will all users is equals to a sync. This will take a request and a response object, and since to read all the users, nothing will be provided by the user, so we do not really need to look at this even request object, but we do need it over there. We do need to pass it as a parameter. If we don't, we do get an error. But besides that, let's do if res dot. So this is where we will verify what the role of that user is. So if the role of the user is at least a super user or admin or staff, then they can read all users. For any other role like client and subscriber, they will not be able to access this endpoint. So what that's what we'll do here. So if res.body dot account dot role is equals to super user, and if you don't know what how to access like some of these fields or values, you can just try console logging this reg and res response. Usually it's reg.body and res.body, and it'll be super easier that way. Okay, let me well, I can't run that right now, but anytime you're confused with this, just console log this reg.body and res.body so that you can access the fields. Or res.body.account.role is equals to admin. So we just want to give the read all users privilege to super user, admin, or staff. So let's write that for staff as well. So let's just copy that and paste that at staff. So if the user's role is either admin or super user or staff, then there's no or in the end. Let's remove that from there. Then we will define a variable called all users, and we will just call that service await users service dot read all users that we defined in this users service file. We define the read all users where we are getting it from the database, and we can also check if all users dot length is equals to 0, then we can actually return something else. We'll still return status 200, return res dot status 200, which is still okay. Dot JSON, so we'll say status 200, and success will still be true, even if they don't have to be any users in the database. But then in the message we can say that there are no any users. So if there are no any users, this is the message that we get. And if there are users, then what we can do is we can return all that users. So right below here, we'll just return res dot status. Again, this is status 200. Okay, that's JSON. And then status 200, and success will be true. And then there won't be any message. If it's success, we'll just return all users. So users, all users, they'll return all the users. And right down here, if the user's role is not super user, admin, or staff, if the user role is a client or a subscriber, then we'll just say else. We'll just return res.status 403 forbidden, and dot JSON will say status 403 success will be false in this case. And then we can write a meaningful error message saying that you must have at least a staff or a client privilege to perform this operation. And let's save that, and let's not forget to export that read all users. Create read all users. So basically, again, what we're doing is, if the for this, in order to read all users, we are only giving this privilege to super user, admin, or staff. If the user's role is super user, admin, or staff, they are able to read all users. If the user's role is client or subscriber, then we do not show them all the users. We'll just display this error message. And you can change this however you want. As I said, that this API is super flexible, but you can keep doing whatever I'm doing, and in the end, after this video is complete, when you come back, it will be super flexible, super easier to modify however you want your API to be. But for now, we have read all users. We also have it in the services. Now it's time to create the route in order to read all users. So in users route, what we'll do is, let me put that login to the top so that we have the create, read, update, delete nicely laid out here. So we'll do router.get. This is a get request because we are not posting anything when reading all users. And for the URL, I can just write that as users. So localhost 5000/API/users will give me all the users. And this is the thing that I was talking about here. We will need to, because we only want the user with the role of admin or staff or super user to be able to access this read all users functionality. So we will need to provide that auth controller dot auth user. So we need to authenticate the user, and then only call that users controller dot read all user function. So this auth controller dot auth user, remember we did this earlier. If we come to auth controller, this auth user, we are actually authenticating the user, and we're also displaying some of the error messages here if the session is expired and all that. So this is actually a middleware. So what will happen is, whenever you make a request to this API/users, it will first call that auth user function, and it will authenticate that user. And if the user has a privilege of at least a super user, admin, or staff, then only we call the read all users function. If not, then we throw whatever the errors that we wrote down here. You must have a staff or client privilege. And in this case, let's say that in create user, because anybody can create user, or we can also specify that only super user, admin, or staff can create a user, but I'm just going to leave it to anybody can create a new user, anybody can register to themselves. That's why we do not put this auth controller.auth user in this register endpoint, because anybody should be able to create that. And by doing this, it's a lot easier. So for all the endpoints, if we want to have some privilege that will be required, we can just put it in there and it'll just do the job. So one function, or there's two functions that we wrote in the services and controller for the auth user, it'll do the job. So with that endpoint there, let's go ahead and make that request to the, let's open up Postman, and let me save that. I will create another, so I'll just copy that URL. So this will be a get request to 5000 API/users, and let's actually check to make sure that all the errors are working as well. So that was in auth user, it says throw this error, you must be authenticated to perform this operation. So in headers, let's say that if we do not provide anything, we should get that error saying that you must be authenticated to perform this operation for one unauthorized. That's good. And the next error message is your session is no longer valid, please log in again to continue. Now since that it's set to expire in 60 hours, it's not possible to do that. We can change that, but this would still work. Let's go to the other one. Again, session is expired, that'll work. Any other errors, that should work too. And let's actually now try to get all users. Let's log in with, so I logged in with Prashant at example.com, testing 1 2 3 4, and let's log in again, because this user, this particular one, Prashant at example.com, its role is actually subscriber right now. So if I try to access this all users, I should get error. I'll provide the authorization header. there, and JWT, we provide that access token that I just copied from here. I'll provide that access token there. Now if I try to get it, it should say you must be authenticated to perform this operation. That's not what I was expecting. Let's see. So it's taking authorization. Did I save everything in the file? I did. API/users, auth controller, auth user. Let's try to send that again. It is saying you must be authenticated to perform this operation. I am authenticated. I am providing the auth headers. Let's see what's happening. So that error is basically coming from here. And I forgot an S in there. It should be rec.headers.authorization. Let's see if there's any other spelling error there. Let's save that. And once the server is running, let's make that request again. And now it's working because this user, this Prashant example, its role is subscriber. So if we are trying to access this read all users endpoint with a subscriber role, then we get this error saying that you must have at least a staff or a client privilege to perform this operation. So we are getting that error. That's working. So now let's actually try to read all the users that's in the database. If for that, we will need to create a user with a privilege of at least a super user, admin, or staff. And we can only do that. We cannot do that from here, because whenever we try to create a user this way, then it actually creates a user with a default role of subscriber. So we'll need to tweak things a little bit. So if we come to the create user function here, create user, we will change this to super user, and make sure that this does not stay super user. We need to change this back to subscriber. But just in order to create one single user that has the highest privilege, we'll just create that super user. We'll change that to super user, and in models, in user, so I'll put that close together so that in this user and user service, we'll need to come back and change this to subscriber as soon as we get that users created. And that's not in model, sorry, that's in schema, in account. We will put the default to super user and default to super user. So with that changes, save that. So put the default value of super user here, and in user service, assign the default role as super user. And let's go ahead and now create a new user. I'll create a new user, first name and last name. I'll leave that. I will do prashant@gmail.com. And then everything else, I'll leave that as is. I'll create that user. So now we have a user, prashant@gmail.com, and the role is super user. So with that user being created, now the role is super user. Let's change this back to subscriber. This is super important, so that we are not creating, especially if this is in production, we do not want to create all the users with a super user privilege. So change that to subscriber, change that to subscriber. So that should be good. Now let's come back to Postman. Let's log in with the super user information. So that's prashant@gmail.com. Password is the same. Let's log in. It should give us an access token. Now we need to copy this access token. So copy that access token, and we need to provide that access token in order to get all this user. And this access token, this particular user now has a super user privilege. So if I try to make a request, we should get all the users. And as you can see, we got all the users, and there are tons of users that I created. So this is the first one that I created, and there are tons of other ones, some random ones that I created, plugging in or whatever name there. But the last one I created is over here in the end. There's an ID, there's a role of super user, and there's this information that the user that I just created. All the other users would have a default role of subscriber. So we are able to get all users, only the super user, admin, and staff. And you can check this with admin and staff also, because right now we have a super user that is able to get all users. And if we come to this read all users, admin also can get all users, and so staff can also get all users. So you can check that yourself for admin and staff, but it should work. There's no difference in code here. It's just 2 extra lines of code. That should work. So the next thing we will do is we will try to get a single user. So we have in a CRUD application, we have create user good, we have read all users good. We still need to read a single user. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do that in user services first. Let's close all these other tabs. We don't need that. Let's close that one too. So read all users. We'll create another function called read user, and this will also be just the same as before, a sync function. It will, however, take an ID because we are reading one particular user. We are not, in the previous case, we were reading all the users, so we did not need to provide anything. We just wanted to get all the users. But in case of read user, we're only reading one user, so we would have to provide the ID of that user that we would like to read. So we'll provide the ID, and then in here we'll const user detail is equals to, we will await user dot, we can find by ID because we have provided an ID, and this is a MongoDB function that's provided by MongoDB, and we'll do ID is the ID. And remember, whenever we are reading user, we also need to make sure that we don't actually read the user's password. So in this case, you only see the first name, last name, email, role, date registered, job title, bio, avatar. You do not see the password field because remember, we actually, when we were writing this read all users, we ignored that. We asked not to get that password field. So we'll need to do the same thing over here too. ID, and then I'll just do minus account dot password, and that will basically not give us the user's password because we do not want to read somebody else's password. So with that, user detail, and so if that's success, but if not user detail, let's say that if we cannot find the user with that ID, so if user detail is equals to, we can actually check for null. So let's not do that, not exclamation. Let's do if user detail is equals to null, then we will just return null. And if everything goes good, then we'll just return that user detail. And let's not forget to export this as well, read user. So with that being done, let's go to the controller and write the read user for the controller as well. So read all users, we'll write it down here. Const read user is equals to, and this will be an async function just like before, and this will take the request and the response object, and we'll write a try and catch block and define a variable user detail is equals to await users service, the service dot read user that we defined thus, that we read user function that we defined in user service, and we will pass the rec dot param dot id, and this rec dot param dot id, because remember, the user service, in order to read one particular user, the user will have to, in Postman we will provide the id in the URL. So in this case, in order to read one particular user, we'll do API/user/id. In this case, we'll provide this ID, and in controller we can actually read that ID by using rec.param.id. And if we'll do user detail is null, then we can actually throw a custom error message. If the user detail is null, then we'll do return res.status 404 not found dot JSON, and that status is 404, this is false, and then we can write a custom message, some error message saying that user does not exist. So with that, that'll handle the error. If there's no any error, then we'll just return res.status 200 OK dot JSON. We will write the status as 200 OK, and then success will be true, and then we don't need the message because there's no error. We'll just return that user detail. Okay, so after that, we have a try block. Let's write the corresponding catch block. Catch any other errors. We can actually let's say that this is the ID here, and this is the standard of MongoDB. Let's say that if somebody tries to, in this URL, so we will have this API/user/ this will be the new endpoint. I'll just write it down there for now. Let's say that if somebody tries to provide tons of extra shit on the URL field, then this is not valid or the valid ID in the MongoDB. So we can actually check for that. So we can just do if error.kind is equals to object ID, then we can return a custom error message instead of returning the default MongoDB error. We can do res.status 400, that's a bad request.json, and we will do status of 400 success of false, and then we'll write the message saying we can write the message as invalid ID, invalid user ID, invalid user ID. Because in MongoDB, let's look at the user ID here, the pattern of the user ID. If we count the number of characters in this, or the number of the number of characters, there are certain number of characters. This is way too long, so that's why we get that object ID error. We can throw a custom message in case of that, but all for any other errors, because there are tons of other errors that can occur. So if that's the case, we can just do if, we can just do else. We'll just return res.status 400 bad request dot JSON and status of 400 success false, and then message we can just write that's okay, yeah, it should be there. Message we can write something went wrong again, something went wrong, and let's provide the actual error message that MongoDB throws also. So error dot message. Okay, so that's to read all the user. That's to take care of everything. Let's export that. So read all users, read user. So now in order to access this endpoint, let's write a route for that in users route. Right below this read all users, I'm going to write a route in order to get a single user. So we'll do, because we're getting a single user with an ID, so what we need to do is user, not users, user / ID. And then we do not need this auth user because anybody can view one particular user. It does not need to have a super user or admin or staff privilege. Even the client and subscriber can view one single user. So we'll do users controller dot read user. So with that, there's actually an error here. What is this? Property read user may not exist on type. This is, I have users controller, and then read user, read user, read user. So that should work now. Let's go ahead and check this endpoint also. Let me just put this back and save this so that save that. Let's save that so that we can come back to that later if we want. Let's actually rename that also. Rename it as read all users. So let's right now let's check that read single user. So that's user class, and we'll need to provide one ID. Or did I cancel that? I did, didn't I? Let's open that. Let's read one of the user here. Let's try to read this roser@example.com. So we'll try to read that. Let's copy that ID and let's post that ID in there. And this will work. We do not need to provide anything. Invalid user ID. So it says that the user ID is invalid. Did we copy that correctly? Copy that and then paste that. There's invalid user ID. Let's go back to the code and check what's going wrong. The if error.kind is equals to object ID, then 400 invalid user ID. That should not be the case. So we have that regular parameter user detail equals null, then we return that user don't exist. Else we return that user detail, else we catch the error. If error.kind object ID, then we return that else. Let me make sure that it's closed correctly. That should be working. Let's try it with a different ID. Let's try to get this roser1@example.com and see if we get any errors. Still get error. So use localhost 5000 API user class ID. So auth controller. So we are getting the error here. Try and in use read user, we are sync ID user detail equals to await user dot find by ID and ID account as account password. If user detail is equals to null, then we return null, else return the user detail. Valid user ID. So that is if error.kind is equals to object ID controller. That's error. Let's do in this message. So let's actually print out the actual error message so that we can see what the exact error is instead of our custom errors that we provided. So that's actually crashed, but maybe the server wasn't running. Let's run that again. Cast to object ID failed for value ID undefined, ID undefined type object at path, ID for model user. Okay, so this is because in order to get all user, we have ID, paste that, and cast to object ID failed for value ID undefined. Okay, so let's read user await service break dot per this should be have been params with an S and not just params. So just change that to S params. Let's try to see that should work because okay, we are now getting that getting a single user. Let's change that custom error message. So that's why sometimes it's easier to actually print this error, but if we are in production, of course we do not want to show that kind of errors to the user. We would rather show something simple like this. But for the development, every single time you have written a custom error and you don't know what error the database is trying to throw, you can just console log error.message and it's more clear that way. But let's change that to param so that it works. And once the server is running, let's send that. And we get that prashant@gmail.com. Let's try to get some other user here. Let's try to get this first user, roser@example.com. Let's try to get that ID. and we get that particular users status 200, first name browser, water, role is subscriber. So we are getting single user, and in this case, remember, because anybody can get a single user, they can read a single user. Anybody or any user can view another user's profile. So that's why we do not provide any authorization headers, and we do not need anything in the body either because it's a GET request. All we need is to provide an ID, hit that send, and we are able to read a single user. So up until this point, we have create user, we have read all user, we have read a single user. The next thing we'll do is we will update the user. And so in this case, if we come to the user profile here, or the user here, user has an account, so we need to be able to update user's first name, user's last name. We also need to be able to update user's email. We need to be able to update user's role, date registered. We don't need to update that. We also need to update the user's password. We need to update the user profile. We need to update the job title. We need to update the bio, and we also need to make sure that user can upload profile pictures. So we will do that, and in order to do that, in order to update the user, we are actually going to write all these update functions as an independent entity. So let's say that, first we'll just update the name. We'll write a function to update the name and an endpoint to update the name. So that'll be like localhost 5000/API/user/update/name, and then in that endpoint we'll just update the first name and last name. We'll have a separate endpoint to update the email, and that update email endpoint will only update the email. We do not need any other information. In order to update the email, we will ask the user to provide the email and the password, or the updated email and the password. And if the password is correct, we want to update the user's email. Same with the role. Now, when it comes to updating user role, we want to be able to, so in this case, I only want the super user to be able to update the user's role, because if any other user can update the user's role, then what they can do is they can, or user can actually update the super user's role from maybe super user to a subscriber, and then the super user privilege is all gone. So I do not want that. I want only the super user to be update the user's role. And for the job title and bio, there will be one single entity. There will be an endpoint where the user can update the job title and bio at once, and there will be another endpoint where the user can update the profile picture or the avatar in one single endpoint. And also, to update the password, user can only update their password. Users cannot update other people's password. We also need to make sure that that's taken care of. And also, when updating password, we need to ask the user their old password, and then we need to ask them to enter their new password. And if the old password is correct, we need to update their new password. If the old password is not correct, then we cannot update the user's password. Same with the role, as I or the email. Same with the email, as I said earlier. We need a password in order to update the user's email. So that's what we'll do next. So let's go back to VS Code, and in user service, let me see. In the account, let's try to update the user's first name and last name first. So in user service, we will, right below that, read user. We will update the user's name. So, and if you have not recognized the pattern until now, you should have recognized the pattern. Every single time we are creating a new functionality to do something, we start at the user's service, or we start in the services folder. We start at the service, we interact with the database, we do all the necessary things, and then after the service.js file is done, we move to the controller. We write the user's controller. In this case, we deal with the controller. We deal with the user, in this case the end user trying to do something. We deal that in the controller, and after the controller is done, we move to the route, and then we write the route, and then we head on to Postman and check the API endpoint. So that's the pattern, but let's go ahead and create a function called update name. So this will, and as I said earlier, we are trying to break this break the update functionality into different parts. We'll update the first name and last name. We'll update the email. We will have an endpoint to update the role. We'll have an endpoint to update the job title and bio, and we'll have a separate endpoint to update the avatar, and we'll also have a separate endpoint to update the password, so that way we are not trying to do all things within a single function, so that so that if we are trying to update the email, we are not messing around with the password. So it'll be much easier that way. So const update name is equals to, again, async function is just the same kind of functions that we are writing. So we'll write a try and catch block, and let's all do let's do all those error checking, error validation, like we have always done in all the other functions. We want to make sure that our API is super robust and there is very little chances of breaking, or no chance of breaking at all. So reg.params.id, and don't forget an s in there. We forgot an s in there and we encountered some error, but let's not forget that s. So to update name, so in order to update a name, so let's say that if I'm the user, I can only update my name. I cannot update other people's names. So we need to make sure that the current logged in user is trying to update their own name and not other people's name or the other user's name. So we'll need to check if this request.params.id, so this update name in the, you'll see later on, the URL will accept an ID, just like when we are trying to get a single user, we provided an ID. Same with the update name, we'll provide the ID, and we can access that ID here using reg.params.id. So we'll check if reg.params.id is equals to res.body and _id. It's not just ID, it's _id in MongoDB, so don't forget that. .toString, and this res.body.id, because we need to authenticate user to update the name. A user can only update their name, so you'll see later on when we write the URL or the endpoint for this, we will have to use the auth controller, just like we used it in order to get all users. So in users route, we use this auth controller.auth user. We first authenticated the user and then we read all the users. We'll do the same with updating the name. We will use that auth controller.auth user, but here we will see if object, that should have been an uppercase O, if object dot keys, again it includes our object dot keys rec dot body dot length is equals to 0. If the length of the body is 0, then we just return res dot status 400. That's a bad request. Dot, we'll return a JSON saying status is 400, success is false, and then we will write an error message, custom error message, saying that we can say that first name and last name is required. So every single time we're trying to change the name, we require both first name and last name. So that will check for that, and let's also check if the user is trying to provide any other extra fields that we do not allow. So we'll do if object dot keys rec dot body dot length is greater than 2, because we only need the first name and last name in order to change the name. So if the length is greater than 2, then we can again just copy this or copy that and paste that there. So if the length is greater than 2, then we do that. And so and the other case is if the user tries to modify this key. Let's say that if the field should be first name, if the user tries to only provide the first, then we do not want that. We want to throw an error to the user so that they are not able to modify the key value. So object dot keys and rec dot body. So we'll do dot includes. If it includes first name, and we'll write and the same as this object dot keys break dot body includes last name. Instead of first name, that will be last name. Then we will, if it includes first name and last name, then we can actually go ahead and proceed with the name update. Const name update is equals to await, and this was I did an error here. We are currently in user service. This is the code actually for the user's controller. This code belongs in the user's controller. So I'll just cross that out, and this should have been in the user's controller and not in user service. But let's finish this first then, because we already started writing this. Await users service dot, we will create a function in user service called update name. So but for now, let's just call that update name, and this update name will take rec dot params dot id, and it will take rec dot body dot first name, and it will also take rec dot body dot last name. And so if there's a, after all this information is provided, we can do if, so after this code is executed here, we can check if the, because the user is going to provide the ID, we can actually check if the user provided ID in this URL field over here. We can check if that user exists or not, because sometimes they can actually provide a incorrect ID. So we can check for if not name update. And the variable name could have been more meaningful here, but I think it's okay as long as we understand it. If not name update, then we'll just return res dot status 404 dot JSON, and we will do status 404, that is user does not exist, success is false, and we'll write a message saying that user does not exist. And a lot of these error messages, if the user is trying to do it through the web application, through the our front end, or in the website, then they are probably not going to get all these error messages that we have been writing. But let's say that if the user goes to something like Postman and they try to send all these requests, then we do need to handle that. And so instead of handling all these errors, there is actually another alternative too, but I'll explain what happens if we use that alternative. The alternative is to not handle any of these kind of errors, and instead of handling all these other errors like syntax errors and all that, we could just make these API endpoints to be accessible to only like certain users with certain roles. But what happens is that, let's say that I have 3 roles called super user, admin, and staff, and they are the users with the higher privilege. But let's say that I do not trust one of my staff, or let's say I do not even trust one of the admin, and the admins can mess around with the API, so we do not want that. So it's much better to handle whatever errors you think we might encounter. It's always better to handle all the errors that you can think of. Okay, so anyways, after that user does not exist, so if not name update, then the user does not exist. But if everything goes fine, then we'll just return res dot status, there'll be 200 okay dot JSON, and then status 200 success success will be true, and message will be, we will write a message too saying that your name has been updated, and we will also return the user object so that it reflects the updated name. So we can do user, we can just return that name update, or we could have renamed this name update as updated user, but I think it makes more, actually makes more sense to just write the variable as name update, so that's not a big deal there. So let's leave it to that. And there is more if statement that we should be checking here. So if it includes first name and last name, then we are processing that. If it does not include the first name and last name, so that's basically user is trying to mess things up by altering the field name, so we can handle that as well. Return res dot status, we can return 404, that's bad request dot JSON, and then status 40 or 400, and success will be false, and message will be, we can write the message as first, we can just write this message here, first name and last name is required. So first name and last name is required, so we can do that. And so we handled all this. Includes, there's one more thing we need to do, because if you come to the top here, we're actually comparing if the currently logged in user is trying to, whether the currently logged in user is trying to update his own profile, or is he trying to update other people's profile. So in this case, if he is trying to update his own profile, so we can check that by doing rec.params.id is equals to res.body._id. We can check it. If the user is trying to update other people's profile, then we can write an else statement there, and then we can do return res.status 403 forbidden. We forbid users to update other people's profile, so we can write that, and then status code will be 403. Success will be, of course, false, and then message we can write is as you do not have sufficient CRI privilege. You do not have sufficient privilege to perform this operation. So that, and so that'll be good. And we have a try block. We need to write the catch block for any other possible errors that's not in our head. Error, we'll just do turn res dot status 400 bad request dot JSON, and status of 400. Success will be false, and then message we can again, something went wrong, nobody knows what, but something did go wrong, something went wrong, and again for the development purpose, we will pass that error dot message, so that while at least while in development we can see what the error message is. So this catch error, we'll just pass that error dot message so that we can easily debug it. And there's an error here. Let's see, what is the error? It's giving me something here. Module build failed, missing catch, or finally clause. Okay, catch, let me see, that's it. And let's go ahead and update that. That should work. Let's try to make some changes here. Read update, and that is giving the error. I do not see any errors. Catch error and return. Everything looks good here. And this one is try try. There's a cats block. That's good. And this is belongs to the front here. Maybe this is coming from somewhere else, but I do not see any errors in this file. Let's leave that. If we can come to fix this later on. So it's probably the error is over here. Let's save that. Yeah, it was over here. So the user controller is done. That should be it. Let's write the user service first. I actually reversed it because we should have actually returned the user service and then users controller. But that's okay. The user service will be very simple. So all we do is define a update name function, and this will again be an async function that takes the user ID, because remember, if we are updating the name, we need to provide the ID of the user that we are updating the name of. So ID, when updating name, we also need the first name and last name, so I'll pass that 2 as a parameter. Let's actually, so update name instead of first name, let's actually make it more meaningful. We'll write new first name and then new last name, so that the variables are a little more meaningful. The new last name, and then const user is equals to await. You can use that user dot find by ID, and then we can just pass in this ID over here. So this ID we are just passing in here, and we'll do user dot account dot first name. So we'll just assign the user's first name to this new first name, and again for the last name, user dot account dot last name. We'll assign that to a new last name. Okay, so that's good. And so after the update is done, we need to save the user to the database with the updated information. So we'll just do user dot save, call that save. And then after the update is done, we also want to give user their information with the updated name. So we'll just return that user object with ID. We'll return their ID, user dot underscore ID, and we'll return their account information where first name is user dot account dot first name, and we'll also return last name. So this is what this return, whatever return value, all this return is what we basically get over here. So we're basically trying to return this here, this user object. Okay, so we'll return first name, last name will be user dot account dot last name, since it's already saved, because we had already saved the user using user dot save. We do not need to use new first name here. We can just do user dot account dot first name, user dot account dot last name, since the updated user information is already saved. The email will be user dot account dot email. Role will be user dot account dot role. And you might be wondering why we are including email and role in here, because whenever we are trying to update the name, we update the first name and last name, and whatever the other value is, like email, role, date registered, we'll just leave it to whatever it was before. So we do need to include this. Okay, role, and then let's provide the date registered also. Will be user dot account dot date registered, and that's for the account. Let's do that for the profile also. So for the profile object, we'll return a profile object's job title will be user dot profile dot job title, and bio will be user dot profile dot bio, and avatar, which we have not dealt with yet, and we'll deal with this later on. Users will be able to upload their profile picture, avatar. So that's it. That should be the update name. Let's export that. And did we export that earlier? We did. Okay, there is an error here. What is it? No, everything looks good. So user service is done, controller is done. Let's do the users route now. So we have the controllers already imported. All we need to do is router dot, and this is a put request. Whenever we're trying to update users information, we will put it. We'll do a put request, and this will be /API/user/ we can write that as update, and you can always modify this. You don't have to follow the exact URL that I'm writing. You can modify it, make it look pretty, make it look as however you wish, and provide the ID. And this will take the, in order to update the, I'm sorry, that was update should be name and not profile. Update name / ID ID, and we need to authenticate that user to make sure that the user is trying to update their own name and not other people's names. Just like with the users, remember, we authenticated the user. We'll do the same here. So that's super simple, just by writing that middleware there. And I'm not paying attention here. Auth control.auth user, and we will call users controller dot update name. There's that. And let me close that. So that's the update name. Let's go ahead and try this endpoint. So this was read all user. Let me save that. I do not want to remove any of that so that it's easier. This endpoint was, what was this? API user. This was to read single user. See, now this is what happens. I already forgot what this endpoint was, so that's why documentation is such an important thing. It's read single user. It is read single user, and this is not the correct way to document it. I'll probably make another video about it, but just for the purpose of this video, so that everything is laid out nicely here, we can check all the endpoints in the end if we want. I'm just going to leave it to that. I'll probably make a different video about how to make a nice documentation for an API like this, but for now that looks good. And let's save that. We're trying to test if we can update the name of the user. So that'll be a put request, and that'll take localhost API/user/update/name. Is that what I wrote earlier? And it'll take an ID, of course, but API/user API/user/update/name /ID API user update name, and I can provide an ID. So let's try to update myself. I created a super user. That was me myself, prashant@gmail.com. First name is Prashant, last name is Prasani. So I'll copy that ID and I'll paste that ID. That's me, my own. So I will try to update my own first and last name. So in body, in raw, I'll select that as JSON. So in order to update the first name and last name, I'll have to provide first name as I'll just do Prashant, and and first name cannot have spaces, so I'll do Prashant updated. Let's do that, updated. And last name also I will do can't see this Postman very clearly. Last name Tiny, and I'll do updated as well. So that's my updated name. So it's a put request to this URL here with my own ID. So if once I hit on send, I should be able to update the name. It is actually giving me an error saying 404 not found. Let's try to provide the authorization header and then see if that works. Let's log in as prashant@gmail.com. This is the super user. Authorization, I'll do JWT. Paste that. Let's see. It says 404 not found. Where are we returning 404? And I made a very stupid mistake there. That should have been a slash. That's The URL wasn't correct. Let's make that correction, put a slash in there, and then just the URL was not correct. And then let's try to update this. We already have the authorization header provided here. We have the body provided too. Let's try to send that. And we did get an error saying that something went wrong. Password cannot be more than 32 characters. This might be happening because let's come to update name, user service, update name. We take the first name, last name. We find that user by ID. We put the first name and last name, and we do user.save, and then we return that object. And in users controller, we do so it is, this error might be coming from here, so let's put some extra dots in there to make sure that the error is indeed coming from this user controller as the server is running. We'll do, so yeah, it's catching the error from there. So it means I'll just reverse that. So it is catching the error. So if we look at this carefully, we do a try block here, and in the try block, we're actually calling this user service.update name. That is failing, and once that fails, it is jumping into this catch. It is trying to catch the error. It says something went wrong and error.message. We are basically, whatever the error was catched, we're printing that error.message. So this is definitely coming from the user service. There's something wrong in the update name in the user service. So if we look at this, we are saving the user again. So in this case, we are updating the name, and we are saving that user with the updated name. So if we come to the user model, so that's in models user. If we come to the user model, so we are waiting for the user to be saved with updated name, and right before we save, we are running this pre-save function, which is actually being called, and it's trying to convert the name to uppercase if it was lowercase, and it is doing all this, and it is converting the uppercase lowercase names to uppercase if there was any lowercase name. And then it is also evaluating this password. If the password length is less than 33, then it is again hashing the password. So if we look at it carefully, if we go to MongoDB here in the database, let me refresh that. And we can pick up any user here. Let's say that in case of, for example, this user, we have the password, we have the hashed password saved in the database. So what's happening is that every single time we are trying to save this, we are trying to save a user using user.save. Every single time we are trying to save the user, this pre-save function gets called, and we are trying to hash the password. So in this case, we are basically trying to hash this password, which is already hashed. We do not need to hash it again. And since we are not even updating the password, we are only updating the first name and last name in this case, we do not have to really have to do anything with the password right now. But what's happening right now is it is trying to hash this password again, and this is already a hashed password. And if we come back to this error code, password cannot be more than 32 characters. That's why we are getting this error, because this password is more than 32 characters. And this password more than 32 characters was, we wrote that code in post save. If the password is more than 32 characters, then we return this error. So let me put some extra dot in there, and we'll see that this is where the error is indeed coming from. So once the server is running, let me try to post that again, or put that again, send a request, and see that's where the error is coming from. Password cannot be more than 32 characters because our hashed password is more than 32 characters. So in order to deal with this, I don't know if I made this, I think I made this change earlier in the video. I had originally set the password to be 256 characters. So in order to take care of this error, let's go ahead and change the password length to 256 characters. Because every single time this, in our case, we have used the package called bcrypt to generate the hash, and bcrypt will never generate a hash that is more than 256 characters. It will always generate a hash within 256 characters, so it is safe to do so. So we can just increase the password limit to 256 characters. So let's go ahead and do that. So 256 characters is the maximum password length, and let's make that change in the schema also. So password, instead of 32, I think I did have, yeah, of course I had 256 characters there. I think I changed it somewhere in between the video, but 8 to 256 characters because we wrote a regular expression here. It was not matching. Let's convert that to 256. And also, if there are other places where we need to change this, so we changed it in account schema, we changed it in user model, and password.length is less than, we'll do less than 257. Then we will go ahead and hash this password, and 256. And also we might need to check because every single time we are saving the user, we do not want to hash the password again. We'll deal with that later on, but let's first make sure that we set the password length correctly, and we will write some conditions here to see if the password is already hashed. Then we do not really need to run this. We only run this in case of a plain text password. So that, and then in users controller, when creating a user, I don't think we need to change the password there. Our password, yeah, here, greater than 256, then we say that the password cannot be greater than 256 characters long, and the minimum length is good, 8, password 256. And I think let's look at the user service to see if we need to make any changes here. Create user, we do not need to make any changes here. So after we do that, I think it should be good. Let's try to update the user's name again. So persona@gmail.com, that's the super user. Let me make sure that I have the correct access token in order to send that request. So in here, I'll just copy and paste that. WT, and then paste that access token. In body, we provide the updated first name, updated last name. Let's send that. And we do get a response saying that your name has been updated. User is, we get the updated name as first name is Prashant, updated last name, email, everything should be okay. But since we saved the user, we updated the first name, updated the last name, and when we did that, if we come to the user model, it called the pre-save and it actually hashed the password again. So let's make sure that my old password is still working, because if it is hashed again, it might not work. So let's go ahead and verify that. Let's me try to log in here with my old password, testing 1 2 3 4. If it works, everything is okay. If it does not, then we'll have to probably write some condition in this to make sure that it's not hashed again. So let's try to log in and see if my old password is working. And of course, the password is hashed. I cannot log in with my old password. And the worst thing is I do not even know what the new password is, because in MongoDB, this is a hashed password. This is not the plain text. This password is not going to work. So what happened here is, and it's not this user, that is probably in the end here. This is the one, prashant@gmail.com. So this password, this was the hashed password, original password that was hashed. And what happened was, after I changed my first name and last name, I updated my first and last name, this password, this hashed password got hashed again. And then now I completely lost access to my account, to prashant@gmail.com. I completely lost access to it. So the solution to this is to, we'll probably have to just delete this user, clear out the database, create the super user again, and do it that way. But we do need to write some condition. We do need to figure out a way to not run this when we are trying to update the first name, last name, email, role, and all the other information besides the password. We'll only run this when we're actually trying to update the password. So let's go ahead and do that. So in order to do that, we will write a condition here. We can say that if user dot, we can use the function called isModified. This is provided by Mongoose itself. If user dot is modified, and then we can provide the password account.password and user.account.password.length less than 257, then only we will hash the password. So if the password is not modified, in this case we're only modifying the first name and last name. We're only updating the first name and last name, not the password. So that should take care of that. Let's try that and then see if it works. So let's try, because I do not have access to that account yet. We'll just have to delete that or create a new super user. But what I'm gonna do is I do have another account created earlier called Roger at, I think it was at example.com, and the password was testing1234. Let's try to log in. It did give me access code, so let's try to update this account. So I'll copy that access token, and in here I will provide the header. I'll provide the access token, and also for the ID that was Roger at example.com. So let's see, read all users, you must be authenticated. Let's provide that. It's probably not going to work because, well, that did work. Okay, so this was the one. Let's try to update this user, Roger at example.com. Let's provide the ID there, and in body, so I will do Roger updated and what is updated, and let's try to update that, and we can see that your name has been updated. We get the first name Roger updated, last name Roger updated, email is everything should be the same. But now let's see that if the old password is still working. It should work because we are only hashing the password again only if the password is modified. If the password is not modified, then we do not have to hash the password every time we save the user to the database. So let's try to log in with the same credential as before, and that is working. So that should work. Now every single time the user is saved, it's not going to hash the password again. So that is working. If I log in again, I get the access token, and I will just update it again. So before it was Roger updated, what is updated, I'll update that back to whatever it was before. Let's send that request, Roger Waters. If I read all users, I get Roger Waters. So that is good. So we have update name, and so the next thing we will do is over here we have update name. Let me look at the account here. So after updating the name, we can go ahead and update the email. And in order to update the email, we also need to ask for user's password in order to update the email. If the user provides a valid password, then only we update the email. If the user does not provide a valid password or the incorrect password, we do not update user's email. And also we need to make sure that user actually provides the valid email. So this is going to be similar to before, but it is going to be a little different. So let's in user service, let's create another function called update email, and this will again be an asynchronous function is equals to sync. This will take the ID of the user to be updated, and we'll also need new email. So this will just take the ID and the new email, and we will write const user is equals to, we will try to find the user by the ID. So we will do await a user dot find by ID, and we will provide the ID, and user dot account dot email is equals to whatever email that the user provides. In this case, that will be the new email, and we will again await user dot save and call that, and we will finally return the same thing as before. So let's just copy that. Let's copy all that, and you can always change what you want to return after some request has been processed. But in my case, I'm just going to return all the user information. So we'll return the ID, we'll return the account, first name, account.firstname. Email will be user.account.email, because you can see that we're actually already saving this to the database. We do not need to use new email in here. So we'll just do user.account.email, and everything should be the same. That should be the update email function. Let's export that, and we will come to, let's close that tab. We'll come to users controller, and we will write update email function in here. So down here, CRUD user update name. So let's write const update email is equals to, and this will be an async function as well, and this will take the request and response, and we need to make sure that only the logged in user should be able to modify only their email and not other users' email. What we'll do is we'll write here try and catch try, and just the same as before that we did in update name, we're basically doing the same thing. Let me actually just copy and paste this. That should be from here, and we do need to modify this, but most of the things will be same here. So let me just paste that, and update email takes a request and response. So we'll check if rec.params.id is equals to res.body.id.toString. If object.keys rec.body.length is equals to 0, then we will send an error message. So we will do email and password is required to change the in this case it's the email. We're trying to change the email. Okay, so that should be good. Email and password is required to change the email, and if the rec.body.length is greater than 2, then also we need to send this error message. Only email and password is required to change the email, and includes, so this should include the email field and the password field and nothing else. If object.keys includes email and password, then what we will do is, let me come here and let me just from here to there, let me just remove all that. So if the rec.body includes email and password, what we'll do is we'll write a if not rec.body.password, that is saying that if the password is blank, then what we'll do is we will return res.status 400 bad request .json, and we'll do status of 400. Success will be false, and message will be password cannot be blank. So we do need password to change the email. Password cannot be blank, and you can always customize this error message. It doesn't have to be the same. It's just a string. You can write whatever you want. It's always better to write more meaningful error messages. And after that, we also need to check if the password is blank, we throw that error message. And if the password is provided, then we need to check if the password is valid. So we can do so by, we have done this before, password is valid is equals to, we will use bcrypt to compare the password, and we did this before, compare sync, and we will provide the rec.body.password. So this is the user provided password when they're trying to make the request, and we will compare this with res.body.account.password. And we can use this res.body because remember, in update email, we'll be using, in the route, we'll be using this auth controller.auth user that is doing the check. So that's why we can access this res.body.account.password. So once that the password is valid, then what we can do, well, let's check if the password is not valid. So if the password is not valid, if exclamation password is valid, so if the password is not valid, we'll just return res.status of 401.json, and we will do status 401, that is unauthorized. Success will of course be false, and message will be we can do password. Oh, what did I do there? Oh, everything is good. Message will be password is not correct. So that will do that. And so if the password is valid, so right after this, if the password is valid, we can go ahead and update the email. So we'll do const email update is equals to await users service dot update. Did we even write that update email? Yeah, we did. Okay, so you update email, and we will pass the email and password. So that'll be rec.params.id, the ID of the user that we want to update. Remember, update email function, it takes the ID of the user that we want to update the email of, and it'll take the new email. So rec.params.id, and it'll take the new email that is also coming from the user. So that'll be rec.body.email, and email update. And we can check if not email update, then, well, we can always write a meaningful variable name, but this is basically checking if the ID, if this user provided ID exists or not. So if it does not exist, then again return res.status 404.json, and this will be status of 404. Success will be false, and message will be user does not exist. Does not exist. And if everything is fine, right down here, if the users exist, if the password is valid, if the correct ID is provided, if the valid email is provided, we will return res.status 200 ok.json. We'll do status 200 okay. Success will be true, and then message can be, we can do your email has been updated, and we can also return the user information. We can return the user object so that user can see the updated email. We'll just return email update. So after all that, if there's any other errors, we can do return res.status 400 JSON, and over here we will just say please provide a valid email and password to update your email. So that should be good. And after that, we will do, because let me see, else, and so this comes from here. And remember that a user can only update their email. Again, they cannot update other people's email. So we will just do anything else. We'll return a 403 forbidden, saying that you do not have sufficient privilege to perform this operation, and then we'll catch the error. And we will just say something went wrong, error message for any other error that might occur. So let's save that and let's export that right after update name here, update email. And did I export it here? I did. I export it here, and then we can write a route for this. Again, let's copy and paste that router.put. Instead of name, we are updating an email, and it'll still use that auth user in order to authenticate. And instead of update name, that'll be update email. Okay, now let's go ahead and check to make sure that this endpoint is working. And this is to update the name. I'll save that. Let's save that. This was to update name. That's good. Let me just copy that. I'll open a new tab. It's a put request update. We're updating an email, and let's update the email of this browser@example.com. So I'll copy that ID. I'll paste that ID there, and let me make sure that I'm logged in as browser@example.com. Let's regenerate that access token. So let me copy that, and we'll need to provide the authorization header. So authorization and JWT, paste that access token in body. In order to update the email, remember we need email, updated email. We need a new email that can be browser.updated at let's give a example domain, example.com. And in order to update the email, we also need the password. So we'll do password will be testing 1 2 3 4 exclamation. That was the password to the account. Let's actually test all the other errors first. So instead of providing the right password, I'm going to just provide a wrong password and see if we get any password incorrect error. So let's go ahead and send that. And we do get password not correct error because the password is not correct. Password should have been testing 1 2 3 4 exclamation. Let's check for other errors in update email. So if we come over here in update email, email and password is required. This would be working. I'm not gonna spend time checking all this. We did do this before in, I think, in create user function. These ones, the length, again, this length greater than 2, that's okay. The includes part, this should be all be working. But what I'm concerned about is, let's check this password cannot be blank. So if the user tries to not provide the password or an empty string, it says password cannot be blank. Let's actually just provide the email. It should give us, please provide a valid email and password to update the email. That's be working. We already did that. And user does not exist. Let's actually check that. The user does not exist because I don't think we have done that. Let's write some junk in that ID. Let's see what we get. It says you do not have sufficient privilege to perform this operation. That's okay. Browser@example.com is trying to update not his account, but this ID maybe belongs to a different user. In this case, this ID should be invalid because user ID cannot be this. But as long as we get this error, this should be fine. So user does not exist. Let me do one more here. Let's Control G there, and then let me switch this end, this 1 at the end. Let me switch that to 2. Let's see what happens. We still get that error. That's good. And your email has been updated. Let's wait to check that. Please provide a valid email and password to update the email. This is also good. We got the password not correct. Let's actually check to make sure that it's checking whether the email is valid or not. So let's provide the password first. Password is, let's provide the correct password. Testing 1 2 3 4 exclamation. So in email, let's provide an invalid email. So browser.update@example. Let's provide this email. This email is invalid. It's missing the top level domain. Let's see what happens. And it still says you do not. Let's change that 2 to 1 because that was the real ID. something went wrong, email is not valid, please enter a valid email. That's good. We are getting that email validation error. Let's check for, let's provide the top level domain, and let's put another special character there. Of course, this is not valid. raza.updated@example.com, not a valid email. Let's send that. We should still get that error. So good. It is checking for email validation. It is also checking for password validation. Now let's actually provide a valid email and a valid password. So raza.updated@example.com, that's a valid email. Password testing1234 exclamation, that's a valid password, that's a correct password. Let's go ahead and send that, and it should, our email is updated. So we see that the raza.updated@example.com is, the email is updated. And let's try to get all users. We see that the raza.updated@example.com email is getting updated. And let's try to log in with this, because we changed this email from raza@example.com. We changed it to raza.updated@example.com. So if we try to log in, it should give us an error saying that something went wrong, could not find an account with that email. Now, if I provide the updated email, raza.updated@example.com, provide the password, you can, the password has not been changed, so the password should be the same, testing1234 exclamation. Then that we should be able to log in. It's logged in. This is good. So update email is working. The next thing we'll do is what needs to be done. Let's look at the user's account. Did the name, did the email. Let's deal with updating the role. And so to update the role, I want to make it so that only the super user can update the role. I do not want the admin and even the admin and the staff who has higher privilege. I do not want them to be able to update the role, because if they can update the role, they are going to update my role, which in this case I am a super user. I do not want my admin and my staff to update my role from super user to any other lower privileged user. So I do not want that. So I only want the super user, that's me myself, to be able to update the role, and none of the other users will be able to update the role, not even the admin and staff, and the client and subscriber, of course, they will not be able to update the role. So let's do this. So the first thing, because remember we ran through that error when trying to update the name, and we lost the super user access, we lost the account of the, we lost the access to the super user account. So what we're going to do is create a super user. So we have done this before. We need to tweak things a little bit. So when we are creating a user in user service, when creating a user, we will change this default role from subscriber to super user, and make sure to change this back immediately after we create a super user. So over here, and again in user model, let's in schema, in account schema, we will change the default role to super user. So with that change, let's create a super user. I'm going to, in create user, I will create a user called prashantp@gmail.com. So that's the new email, prashantp@gmail.com. I'll leave everything as it is. So if I hit send, this will create a super user. Email is not valid. What's going on here? prashantp@gmail.com. And of course, I forgot at in there. So prashantp@gmail.com. Let's create that super user. So super user is created. Again, as soon as you do this, go back, change this so that every single time a user is created, it's not the super user. Change it to subscriber. And again, in user service, instead of role as super user, we'll change that to subscriber. Save that. Now we have super user created. I can log in. So let me log in here. So that was prashantp at, was that gmail.com? Yeah, prashantp@gmail.com. This is not my correct, this is not my email, by the way. So if you send me an email on this, probably somebody else will get it, not me. But anyways, I'm able to log in. And so now let's go ahead. So since I have a super user, we can write code to update the user role. So I will do that right below here in update email, and make sure you are in user service.js file. So I will write a new function called update role, and this will be an string function. It will take the ID, because as a super user I can change other users role. So let's say that I can change the client role from client to subscriber. I can make a subscriber an admin or a staff. So as a super user I can do that, so I need to take that into consideration when writing code for this update role function. So I will provide an ID, and this will take a new role, whatever the new role is, and const user is equals to await user dot find by ID. We've done this plenty of times now, and we'll provide that ID, and user dot account dot role is equals to new role, and await, same as before, user dot save. And remember, we ran through this problem before because of this await user dot save, but we took care of that problem already. We shouldn't get that error again. So we'll just return just the same thing. I'll copy this and paste this instead of writing all that all over again. So it was that simple. I'll finally export that update role function and put a comma there. So after that, so we have just making sure update first name, last name, email, role, date registered, job title, bio, avatar. So that's good. So the service, if the service is good, in users controller, in the right below this update email, we will write a function in order to update the user's role. So update role is equals to think. This will take a request object and also the response object, and this is the same as update name. It's just there are a few things that are different. So we'll write a try block, and what we'll do is, because we only want the super user to be able to update other users or his own, or in this case, if I'm the super user, I can update other users role, and I can also update my own role. So I will do if raise dot body dot, and again this I can use this raise dot body because I'm already authenticated when I'm making the request to update role. And if I'm already authenticated, I will have access to that raise dot body dot account dot role. So that'll be account dot role is equals to super user, and you can always change this. As I say, this is really flexible, not a lot of thing you have to do. You just have to change some of the values in there to make it work however you want. And so if the role is super user, we will again just copy and paste some of this. I do not want to write that all over again. So if the length is 0, we need that. To update the role, we need the role and the new password, and we also need this. So we need this. We'll just copy and paste this here. We also need to check if the password is valid. To update the role, we need to provide a password, just like with email. If the password is correct, if the password is provided, if we update the role. If the password is not provided, if it's not correct, we do not update the role. We throw an error. And then, so let me just copy, actually let me copy all of this. It's going to be pretty much the same thing. So from here, I will copy all that, and I will paste it inside there, and then we'll start checking now. So if the res.body.account.role is equals to super user, we can again check for that length. If the length is 0, then we will say that role, instead of email, role and password is required to change the role. And if the object is reg.body.length greater than 2, then again role and password is required to change the role. And if it includes, instead of email, it should include role and password. Reg.body.password, password cannot be blank. That's good. If password is not valid, we say password is not correct. That's the same thing. And instead of email update, we will do role update, and we will call await user service dot update role. I keep forgetting because I did that. Uh, I wrote it in the controller once. Yeah, I did write it, so that's good. Update role function is there. And call it here. So update role, and this will take reg.params.id, the ID of the user that we want to update, and it will take reg.body.role. And instead of not email update, we will just do not, if not role update, we'll say that the user does not exist. Else, if everything goes fine, we'll return status 200. We'll say that your role, or we'll say that the not your role, the user's role has been updated. So the only thing the other user can do is they can't update their own role, because we do not want that. Only the super user can update other users or the super users itself's role. So the user's role has been updated, and in user, instead of email update, I will return that role update. That's the new user object, and that will contain all the other information about that user. So if return that role update, else we will do, we can for any other errors, we can say that please provide a valid role and password to update, not your role, to update the role. Let me make sure that I actually change the role. That's good. It shouldn't be your role, because I will be the super user will be changing other people's role. After that, that's good. And we will need to check if the currently logged in user, the user with this access token, we need to check if it's the super user. Then we run this. If it's not the super user, then what we are going to do is we'll write an else, and then we will return res.status. We can return status 403 forbidden dot JSON, and then we will do status of 403 success will definitely be false. You can write an error message saying that you must. So if any other user besides the super user tries to change the role, we will respond with this message here: you must have a super user privilege in to perform this operation. So you must have a super user privilege to perform this operation for all other users besides the super user. And we will need to catch the, after try block, we will do the catch for any other error that the database might throw. We will do catch error, and we will just return this.status 400 bad request JSON status of 400 success will be false, and then message will be something went wrong, and let's include that error message, because this is what helped us before. Because of that, when we try to hash the password, it's always better to include this error message, at least in development. The error message, and that should be it to update the role. Let's go ahead and write the route for this. So it'll just be the same as before. It's a put request. Instead of email will be role, and instead of update email, it'll be update role. And we still need to authenticate the user. I don't know if I put it that. Let's export that. Update role, and let's export that here too. I think I already did that. I did. Update role, I did. So let's go ahead and take this endpoint now. Let's save that. I want to make sure that I save it every time. This was to update the email. So I'll say update email. That's good. Close that. And let's close that. Let's do that. It's a put request. In this case, let me try to update the prashantp@gmail.com. This is a super user. So let's first see if the super user is able to update other users' email. Yeah, not my own. I want to update the other user's email because I do not want to create the super user again. If I change my own role from super user to other role, I do not want that. Let me pull out this roger.updated@example.com, and then let's grab this ID here. Put that ID there, and instead of name, it will be a role. And I need to log in as a super user in order to update this role. So I will copy that access token of the super user, and I will provide the authorization, and then JWT. I'll provide that, and in body, I will need to provide the role. And so role, in this case, the ID is of Roger Waters, roger.updated@example.com. Current role is subscriber. Let's change Roger Waters' role from subscriber to admin. I can make him a client. Let's make him admin. So role, I will provide admin. And remember that if we provide the incorrect role, then we have written the code in order to handle that. So we'll check for that, but let's actually see if the role is updated first. We also need to provide the super user password. So we'll need to provide the password. That is, super user password was testing 1234 exclamation. So we are changing the role of this ID, which is roger.updated@example.com. We're changing his role from subscriber to a new role, which is admin. So let's go ahead and send that, see if we get any errors. It looks like it has been a success. Let's send this again and see if it's changed. And as you can see, the roger.updated@example.com, his role has been changed from subscriber to an admin. So that is working. Let's because we did some validation before. If the password is not provided, we should get password cannot be blank, and all this we already did that. All these error validations, all these error checks, we already did that with update email, so I'm not going to do that again. And this should be working. This also should be working. We just tried this password cannot be blank. Password is not correct. Let me quickly make sure, because this is actually important. If I just type in random password, let's say password is not correct, that's good. And user does not exist. It should work the same as before. And my dog is barking. Okay, I got her to quiet down, sorry about that. And so we got this working. User's role has been updated. Okay, yeah, we already looked at that. Valid role and password, this should be working. I'm not going to try that again. You can try it. Super user privilege, let's actually try this. This is serious. You must have a super user privilege to perform this operation. So let's try to log in roger.updated@example.com. So this is not a super user, he's an admin. So let's log in and get his access token and try to update the role and see if we get the correct error. Let's log in and we get the access token. So this now is a role of admin, and instead of providing the access token for super user, I'm going to provide the access token for admin. So this is now an admin making the request to this endpoint trying to change the role. If I just send that, it should give us an error saying that you must have a super user privilege to perform this operation. So that is working as well. And for any other errors that the database might throw, we do not know what's that going to be. We'll discover that in the future. But that's all for the update role. And next thing we can do is try to update. So we did the role. We can try to update the role. So let's work, or not the role, sorry. Let's work on updating the password of the user. So this is actually very important, updating the password. Let's work on that. And again, just like with before, we follow a pattern. go to user service first, write a function to update password, and is equals to sync. And anybody should be able to update their password, but they can only update their own password. They cannot update other people's password, and even the super user cannot update other users password. So that's how I'm going to set it up. If you want to set it up differently, it will be super simple at this point. You can do so, but for me, I'm going to set this as only the user can update their own password, only their account password, and not the other user's password. So for this one, the update password will take ID of the user to update, and it will also take the new password that the user wants to provide. And let's write that. And just like with before, user is equals to, we'll find that user, await user dot find by ID, and provide that ID there, and user dot account dot password is equals to, we'll assign that to new password, and await user dot save. So in this case, remember, where actually, if we come to this, where's the user schema here, in models, in pre-save, now we actually need to hash the password, because now since we are since the user dot is modified will actually be true, so this code will now actually be run. We need to make sure that this code is run, the new password is hashed and saved to the database. So we need to make sure that this is run, and we'll check that. So we can save that user. It should hash the password. If not, then we'll come and make the correction if anything goes wrong. We'll return. Oh, and what's happening here? Okay, so let's copy and paste that again. We're returning the same thing. Let's save that. That should be it for that. Let's export that update password, save that. Let's go to users controller, and in users controller we will write another function to update password is equals to, this will be an async taking a request object and the response object, just like before with email, name update, role update. No, not much difference at all. So we can actually copy and paste some of this again. So we will copy not this, because here only the super user can update the role, but in email only the user logged in can update their own email. So this would be a good thing to copy here. We'll copy all that try and catch block from start to the end. Let's copy that and paste it to the update password function here. So we are checking to see if the logged in user is trying to update his own password, his or her own password. And if it is, we will call this, check if the length is 0. We will say that in order to update the password, the user will need to provide the old password to make sure that they are trying to update their own password. And they also need to provide the new password, and they also need to confirm that new password. So there will be 3 fields that will be required here. So there will be old password, new password, and confirm new password is required to change the password. So there will be 3 fields that will be required: old password, new password, confirm new password. And we'll just copy that, and then this will be length is greater than 3. Then we'll throw the same error message. And object.keys includes, we need to make sure that it includes old password and also new password. And we also need to check that the request includes the confirm new password. So I'm just going to do confirm, and then let's capitalize that new, confirm new password. no end. So if it includes all these three fields, then we'll need to check. If not, rec.body dot old password, we will say we will return 400 bad request. We'll say old password cannot be blank. And we can also check to see if the new password is blank. So there'll be new password. If the new password is not provided, then we'll say that the new password is not cannot be blank. And we'll also check to make sure that the confirm new password is provided. And for the confirm new password, since the new password and the confirm new password should be same, they should match, we really don't need to check for this, but just in case, we'll just do it. Confirm new password. That I can't password there. The one, confirm new password, confirm new password, confirm new password. Okay, confirm new password cannot be blank. And we will need to check if the password is greater than, we need to do the, whenever we created the user, let me copy that, because we checked if the password is greater than 32 characters in here, or greater than 256 characters. Let's not make that mistake again. We also need to check if the password is less than 8 characters. So let's just copy those two. And it's a lot of code repetition. Of course, this can be made much better. We can write some helper function, but for now, that's not too hard to write that helper function and just call it here. But for now, I'm just going to write it as is, and then we can always optimize this code later on. But for now, just to understand it better, just to make sure we have everything in place, we'll just write it. We'll just do some code repetition. It's not bad. But in production, you definitely don't want to repeat the same code over and over again. You would want to write some helper function, maybe create a helper.js file, and then write that function there, and then just call this function over here. That'll do the job, instead of writing the same validation in multiple places. So for 256, password cannot be more than 256 characters long. That's good. Less than 8. Password cannot be less than 8 characters long. That is good. And we will also check if the new password is the same as confirm new password. Again, let's go back to the top. So we'll just basically check this. If the new password and the confirm new password matches, then so if rec.body.new password is equals to rec.body.confirm new password, then if it's not equal to, if these two passwords are not equal, then we'll say that new password and confirm new password does not match. So we checked for that. And then we will also need to check if the old password is valid. So we can just include that. If the password is valid, we'll compare it, and if we'll provide rec.body.old password instead of password, old password, and res.body.account.password. So we will check if the user provided old password is the same as the user's password that is currently in the database. If it is, or if it is not, then we'll say that old password is not correct instead of password. Old password is not correct. If the password is correct, then we'll do password update is equals to await user service dot update password, and this will take rec.params.id, and it'll take rec.body.old password. And if not password update, then we'll say that the user does not exist. It probably is the ID error. Again, we can always give a meaningful name to this variable, but for now that's good. And we will, if everything goes smoothly, we will say that your password has been updated. And for anything else, we will say if the user is trying to update other users' password, then we'll say you do not have sufficient privilege to perform this operation. And we'll finally do a catch block where we will catch any other errors that the database might throw, and then we will just uh, display the error message. So that should be it for the update password. Let's not forget to export that, so update password. And what we do is the third step is to write a route. Same as before, this will be a put request to update the password instead of role. We need to provide an ID. We still need the auth user instead of update role. We are now updating password, so that will be update password. Let's save that, and then let's go to Postman and let's check. We need to do quite a few checking here. Let's do that. So let's save this first. This was to, what was this for? This was to update email. This was to update the role. So that's why I wanted to. It's really hard when you come back later on and then you forget what we were doing. So just renaming that, it will be clear. So I'll just copy that URL. I'll paste that. It's a put request to update the password instead of role. So password, update password. Let's log into router.updated@example.com, and let's copy that access token, and let's put this access token in the authorization header, and we'll say JWT, paste that access token in body. So we need 3 fields. We will need old password, that was testing 1234 for this account, and we will need new password also. And new password, it can be, we'll just write testing 1234, we'll write exclamation, and we'll add an @ in the new password. And there's another field that's required. We will do confirm new password, and we will write the correct password. So after that, let's make sure that we got the ID of browser.updated@example.com. So that's in the first here. Let's grab his ID, make sure that the ID is the same. So let's send that request and see what errors we get. Something went wrong, cannot read properties of undefined. Let's come back to the code in VS Code here, users controller in update password. So we are getting cannot read properties of length undefined. So here's the length. That should not cause that error. Length, that should not cause that error. Length, that's okay. That's, here's another length. rec.body.password, and this is what's causing the error. We do not have password field anymore. It's not technically a field. It's a JSON keys. I keep calling it field, but since we do not have the password key, the new key is the new password and not just the password, because the user is trying to update the password. So we'll have to use the new password here. All the length is over here also. That should be a new password, and any other length where we have used, that should be it. Let's save that, and then let's change that to new password, and let's go to Postman, and let's try to change this password. Email update is not defined, so that should be a password update and not email update. So that is, let's search for that, email update. And so in update password, this should be password update and not email update. So let's make that change. Should be password update, and let's save that. Let's go back to Postman, send that, and this server wasn't running. Let's send that again. And now the password has been updated. We get that your password has been updated. Everything else should be the same. Now let's try to log in this browser.updated at example.com. This is the account, right? Yeah. So let's try to log this account with the old password. So testing 1 2 3 4 exclamation. This is the old password, not the new password. New password had an @ in the end. So let's try with the old password. We should get an error saying that password is not correct, and that did not happen. Was the ID the same? The ID was that. It says that the password was updated. Let's see. Let's send that. That did not work. Let's try the new password. Let's send that. Something went wrong. Password is not correct. So it is not working. The update password, it's not updating even though we get this response. The password was never updated, so we need to figure out why that's happening. We have old password, new password, confirm new password. So let's see here. We have, so let's review this code. If the user is the logged in user, that's good. Length is 0, we throw that. Length greater than 3, we throw that. If the keys include this, then includes old password, new password, confirm new password. This should be, we have status 200. This is good. Let's review this. If not old password, it cannot be blank. Not new password, it cannot be blank. Confirm new password, it cannot be blank. New password, length 256, that's okay. Length less than 8, that's okay. If new password is not equals to confirm new password, that's okay. Password is valid. Decrypt.compare sync, compare the old password with, and here it is, res.body.account.password. No, that should be correct because so we are comparing the old password that the user is, that I am entering in Postman, with the password that is stored in the database. If those password match, then we proceed. If it doesn't match, if the password is invalid, then we say old password is not correct. And if the old password is correct, then we finally do this password update. So there should be a problem here. So let's check this password update is equals to await user service dot update password. We provide the rec.params dot id. We provide rec dot body dot not old password. We need to provide new password because we are actually updating the password. So that's why that was happening. We were plugging in old password in here, so the password was updated. The old password, it was just the same. So we need to provide the new password here. So let's make that change, and everything else should be working. Let's try it again. Let's see. Well, we can still update this. So we have old password as testing 1 2 3 4 and testing 1 2 3 4. Let's send that. We should get a success saying that your password has been updated. Now if we try to log in with the old password, no @ in the end, just testing 1 2 3 4 exclamation, that's old password. Let's send that. It should say something went wrong, password is not correct because we provided old password. Let's provide the updated password now because we updated the password. Let's put that @ in the end, and now we are logged in. The password has been updated. So that's good. Let's check for other errors that can occur here. There are several things. This one will not check for that. We already did when we created a user. This one also same. This should also work. The includes, there's not much big logic going on there. Let's try some of this new password. Those cannot be blank. Let's see that. If we don't provide the old password, we'll get an error. Old password cannot be blank. Let's plug that back in. Let's let's change that and then make the new password not equals to confirm new password. Let's send what we get, new password, and confirm new password does not match. That's good. And we also need to see if the password is valid. So in this case, there are no any special characters. This password is not valid. Let's send that. We should get an error. Old password is not correct. Let's provide the correct old password. That's that. And we get that error, something went wrong, password must meet all the following requirements. That's good. It does not have a special character. Let's plug in that special character back in, and let's change this password to the same as before, testing exclamation, not at in the end. Now the password is updated again. If I try to log in with at in the end, it'll give me an error. There it is. Let's remove that at in the end, send that request. We are now able to log in. The password is getting updated. Everything is checked. This would work. We already checked that before. This would also work. This we checked it. Old password is not correct. This is, did we do that? Let's do this. So the old password is now testing 1 2 3 4 exclamation. So let's try to provide the incorrect old password. In this case, I'll just leave it to that. If I send that, I should get an error. Old password is not correct. That's good. And user does not exist. This is with the ID. This will work. I don't want to do that again. And this, we get the password has been updated. We tried that. And please provide a valid email and password to update your email. We need to change that error message here because they actually update password. So we'll do please provide old password, new password, and confirm new password to update your password. And if the user, let's check this, you do not have sufficient privilege to perform this operation. Let's try to change the somebody else's password. So in this case, let's try to grab other user's ID. So in this case, let's try to grab this browser2@example.com's ID and see if we get that error. Let's plug in that ID. We should get that not sufficient privilege error. That's good. And for any other error that the database might catch, we'll get that. So that should be working. The password is working fine. The next thing we'll do, since we have come up until this point of the updating the job title, bio, and avatar, the updating the avatar might be a little complex, but the job title and bio is super simple. So let's go ahead and do that too. So in user service, I will create a new function called update profile, and over here we will update that job title and bio, and this will be in a sync. It will take the ID of the user to update. It will take new job title, and it will take new bio, and then just the same as before. User is equals to await user dot find by ID, provide that ID there. User dot profile dot job title is equals to this new job title, and user dot profile dot bio equals to new bio, and we will save, await user dot save, all that, and then after the user is saved, we'll just return that user object. Let's copy and paste that, and let's not forget to export this update profile and come to users controller. So down here we'll create a new function called update profile, and this will take in a sync request object and a response object, and we need to make sure that the user is trying to update their own profile and not somebody else's profile. So we can copy a lot of things from this update name. And again, this code can be optimized. It's a lot of code repetition. It could be optimized, but I'm going to leave it to this for now. And when it comes to production, we can always do that. This should be good. Update profile. And when I say that it can be updated in, it needs to be optimized, it does really need to be optimized, because let's say that usually I like to usually when I'm coding, I would like to go with the approach of test-driven development. I would usually write the test first, and then I would write the actual code. I will make all the tests fail, and then I would eventually make the test pass. I would write the test first and then the main code. But in this case, if we are repeating a lot of code, then the amount of tests we would have to write would be so much. So it is better to optimize this code. A lot of these are helper functions like these ones. All of these can be written down as a helper function, so that we only have to write test once, and we do not have to write test for each of these functions every single time. But for the purpose of this video, I'm not writing any test, so it should be good. So let's continue with this update profile for now. So update profile, we need to make sure that the user is trying to update his own profile and not of somebody else. This first line does that. Again, the same as before, we'll say job title and bio is required, length is greater than 2. Then we'll say again job title and bio is required, includes again job. I should have written this as a helper function, but it's okay. Maybe I'll do that at the end of the video, optimize all this code at the end of this video, so that all these functions are not this long. But for now, let's keep it to this. And then const name update, instead of name update, we'll do profile update is equals to await user service dot update name. We did create that update profile. That's good. We'll call that update profile function, and this will take the reg.params.id. It'll take the job title, and it will take bio. And profile update, we need to make sure that instead of name update, let's paste that profile update there. So if not profile update, then we'll say that the user basically does not exist. If everything goes correctly, if everything goes smooth, we'll return status 200. We'll say that your profile has been updated, or we could say that, well, that's okay, your job title and bio or your profile has been updated, and we'll return that user object. And here we'll say job title and bio is required. And if the user is trying to update somebody else's profile, then we will throw this, and we will catch any other error that the database might throw. So let's go ahead, and so that should be it for the user controller. Let's export this. Update profile, save that. Let's make sure we export it here. We did. And go to users route. This again, I'll copy it from the name, because this will be similar to that. So update profile, and then provide the ID. Instead of update name, we'll do update password. That would be update profile. Save that. Let's go to Postman. Let's save this. This was to update the password, I believe. Let's save that. Update role. This is update password. Update password. That's good. Let's close those. Let's copy this. This should be the same as this. It's a put request. Updating profile right now. So let's update the profile of this browser.updated at example.com. Let's log in first. Copy that access code. Paste that access. Well, we need to write an authorization header. So JWT, paste that access code. And in body, this request will take the job title. Job title, I will say full stack coder or full stack developer. And bio, I'll do this is my first, or this is my bio. Because the job title and bio is initially empty if we come to this. Because when creating the user, we just create the profile object where the properties are initially set to an empty string. Once the user is created, we can update their profile, and that's what we are doing it right now. Job title and bio. So let's post that, and then we get your profile has been updated. Let's read all these users and see if the profile has indeed been updated, and we can see that the profile is updated and everything else should work. I'm not going to test anything else because this was just like the way we updated the name. There's no difference at all. Everything should be working. If it does not, you can try it. Let me know down in the comments below if you get any errors on this, but I'm not going to try all these errors for now. Let's move on to the final one. The next one is, so we did first name, last name is done, email is done, role update is done. This one not needed. Password update is done too. Profile update, job title and bio is done. Now we need to deal with this profile picture or the avatar, updating the profile picture or avatar. So let's go ahead and do this. Let me save this before we do that. So this was to update profile, and let's save that. Let's come back to VS Code here, and in user service, let's update the profile pic. And there are a number of things. This is going to be a little different than what we have been doing, so we'll create a function called update profile pic, and or we could say update, let's call it update avatar because that's what the key name is. So we'll say update avatar is equals to an async function will be request and response, and let's write this from scratch. We will write a try catch. So try this is not a try block, and this is not a request and response because this is actually a service and not the controller. So the update avatar function will actually take the ID and the new avatar, and const just the same as before is equals to, we need to find that user. Wait, user dot find by ID. That's that ID there, and same as before. The service is going to be similar, but the controllers will be different. We'll look at that in just a little bit. New avatar, and we'll save that. And again, this code could be optimized as well. We do not need to repeat all this all over again, but for now that's okay. Well, we'll return that user object. Let's export this avatar, update avatar. We can export that, and that should be good. Let's come to the controller. Let's write a function to update avatar. And did I already write that? It actually completed on its own. That's okay. Update avatar is equals to, will be sync function taking request and response object, and we'll write a try and catch. Let's write a try block. We'll see, and the user can update only their avatar and not other people's avatar. or the user's avatar, and we have done this before. The way to do this is to rec.params.id is equals to res.body dot underscore id dot to string, all that. And inside of this, we will, so if you, before I do that, let's come to package.json here. And you remember that we installed this package called Malter, so that's why we installed it in order to handle files, in order to handle images. So we will need this package. We'll make use of that package right now here. So we will define a new variable called storage. That will be is equals to Malter dot disk storage, and I will set the destination. So whenever we upload a profile picture or the avatar, we want to call this function here. It's callback function. That will take the request, it will take the file, and it will take the callback, and we'll db null, and then we will provide a path to where we want to store that avatar in our project directory. So we can store that in src class. So if we look at the project structure here, or the folder structure, we can store that inside src, inside server, of course, inside the server folder. We can actually create a new folder called uploads. So it'll be config, controllers, models, routes, schema, services, uploads. So we'll create a new folder there called uploads, and slash, we'll create another folder called users, and we'll create another folder called avatar. So we'll create inside src and inside server. So inside src, inside server, we'll create a folder called uploads, and inside that there will be a folder called users, and inside that there will be a folder called avatar. And we are creating this extra two folders because there might be other pictures. Let's say that when we are creating a post, we might have a picture for the post, so that we create different folders in order to organize those images in a nice fashion. So let's do that. And down here I'll say file name, and this will also take a callback. That'll be a request and file and the, and let's so whenever we upload an avatar or a image, there will be a date. So we can format the date. So what I'll do is I'll just declare a formatted date. I will set that to a instance of a date, and I forgot a comma there. Let's put comma, don't forget the comma, and date we can dot to local string like we have done before, local string, and then same format en-us, and we did this before. We'll provide a year, that'll be numeric, and we'll provide month. This can be, we'll just do 2-digit. I think we did it differently when we recorded the creation of a new user. That was a different format. We'll make this format a little different. It's okay, you can change it however you want, but I'll just leave it to that. 2-digit. Day, hour will also be, not a quote, hour will also be in 2-digit, and that comma there, hour. Let's record the minute too. There's nothing wrong in getting more and storing more information about the user. So second, we'll record the second too, just to be really precise. 2-digit. So that should be good. And after that we will do some regular expression again. So we will replace, because when we upload when we upload an image to to the upload avatar endpoint, it is going to create a file name. As soon as we upload it, the file name is going to be really messy, so we just want to make sure that we have a cleaner file name. So that's why we will use some regular expression here, and I did explain regular expression when we were creating that account schema, so it should be really clear to you at this point. But what we'll do is replace and // d, and we will replace that with a hyphen. So that's not equals to, let's replace it with hyphen. So we'll put hyphen, we'll replace all these dates, and we'll also do the file name, and we will replace each one of them with hyphen. And in the second one, we will do replace, comma, slash, and comma, put a hyphen there, and again, let's paste that, and s plus slash g, again replace that with a hyphen, and here what we'll do is class plus slash g, replace that with hyphen as well, and for this one we'll do s dash slash, comma, replace that with hyphen as well. Let's save that. And what is the error here? Good. Let's keep writing this, and then we'll fix that later on. So cb null res dot body dot account dot first name. So we will change the name of that file to the user's first name, and we'll convert that to lowercase. So, and you'll see this when we actually update or upload the avatar. So we'll convert that to lowercase, the first name to lowercase, and we can also write the user's last name, but let's actually put a space there so that it's, or put a dash there, so that it's readable. Res dot body dot account dot last name. So we will do both the last name again dot to lowercase, and then separate that with an hyphen, and we will put the formatted date. So this is the main file name. Okay, so if I upload a file, let's say that I upload image1.jpg, then as soon as it's uploaded, it'll be in the server, and that file name will be changed to, so in my case, first name will be Prashant dash Prasani dash formatted date, whatever the date is, a TTET formatted date. Let's convert that to lowercase also, to lowercase, and plus we'll also specify the path.ext name, and that's file dot original name. So that's a do for the file name. So now we can actually upload the file. Let's handle that. So that'd be, let me see, so we should do this right after this code here, this line of code. We will do const, we'll define a variable called upload is equals to, we'll call malter, and it'll be storage. We have already defined it. We'll assign that to storage. And limits, we can specify the file size limit. In this case, file size limit will be We can set that to 1 megabyte, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. So set that to 1 MB and file filter. That'll be like a callback function, your rec file db, and so we'll do if file dot mime type is equals to image slash peg, or file dot mime type is equals to image slash jpg. Do that too, same thing, but file dot mime type is equals to png image. We'll just allow JPEG, PNG, JPEG and the PNG image for now. You can always include SVG, any other files, PDF, whatever you want to do, you're free to do that. But since we are just dealing with the avatar, we do not want a PDF file. That's not a valid file for a profile picture. So that's good. And so I need to close this probably. So where did I close this? If, and I should close that over here and not here. Check that, close that there. And I will open a curly braces, call that callback with null and true. And so this one, so we will need to, if the file type is not JPEG, JPG, or PNG, then what we'll do is we'll throw an error, or we'll throw a 400 bad request. So we will else return raise.status 400, that's bad request.json, and we will say status 400 success is false, and message, we can say that the message is file must, or yeah, file must be either a JPEG or JPG or PNG file. So only JPEG, JPG, or PNG files is allowed. For any other file, we will throw this status 400 saying that the file must be a JPEG, JPG, or PNG file. After that, we will come down here. That should take care of the uploads. Now all we have to do is, let's do this upload dot single. So we will upload one picture at a time, not multiple one. We'll upload dot single in avatar, and we'll do request raise callback function error, and if there's an error, we will look at what the error message is so that we can customize this error. If error dot message, and this is now this error is coming from Malter, so we will check is equals to unexpected field, and this will be thrown by Malter. We are just trying to modify this error message to make it more readable. Return raise.status 400 bad request dot JSON, and we'll do status of 400. Success will be false. For success false, we need to provide the error message, right? So let's do the message. We're only expecting an avatar property, nothing else. So we'll just say message will be avatar is required, and that should be it. And this is just like saying if the user tries to provide any other fields besides avatar, we display this message. And there can be other error too. So the unexpected field, we modified the error message. Multer might throw another error, that is file to large error, so we can take care of that too. If error dot message is equals to file to large, and make sure that you spell this correctly. There's no extra spaces because we're actually comparing the string, the error message that the multer might throw. If this does not match, then you're not going to be able to customize this error message. And because we're actually directly comparing the string, so we need to make sure that it's the valid or it's the exact string that the multer will throw. So we can copy and paste that, and in error message, let's put a period in there and not comma. We can say that we can say file size cannot be more than what did we set? I think we set that to 1 megabyte, 1 MB, right? So where is it? Here. We set that to 1 MB, so we'll say that the file size cannot be more than 1 megabyte. And that's to take care of that. And for any other error, we'll just paste that. It is 400. We'll just say something went wrong. For any other error message, because there can be tons of error messages that might be thrown. It's not possible to customize every single error message. We're only trying to customize the error message that's most common, and so file size errors is probably more common, and this file type error is also more common. But for any other errors that's not a common error, we'll just say something went wrong. And also, again, for the development purpose, we will just print out that error.message, and you can just either leave that, you can have this in production, it's not a big deal, but I usually erase this when I'm in production, but in development it helps to debug, it's much easier. So that's good. And so we handled the error. Now we need to see if there's no error else. We actually need to call that user service. So if there's no error, we call user service dot update avatar. We will pass request dot params dot id, the ID of the user that we would like to update the profile picture of, or in this case the avatar, and we'll also pass strict dot file dot path. And let's because this will actually return a promise, so let's deal this with actually a then and catch, because I don't think I've done this in this whole video. I usually used async await. Let's use the then and catch block, and then so let's do that, and then we'll just return res.status 200.json, and then we'll do status of 200, and success will be true, and we can throw a message there saying that your avatar has been updated. Avatar has been updated. And we can also return the user object, so that the user will be that response. So this response, it'll be a response, and put a comma there, and let's put a colon there. That's why I don't like dealing with this then and catch. I find async await so easier to read, so easier to write, but that's okay. You can always try new things, not a big deal. Error, catch error, and there'll be an arrow function there. Return res dot status of 400, dot JSON, and status of 400 success will be false, and message will be we can again say something went wrong. If anything goes wrong that we don't know, something went wrong, and then let's pass that error.message dot message. So that's good. So most of the errors are taken care of. There's one more thing that we need to do, because if the user is trying to update other users avatar, that's not allowed, so we need to take care of that. So I will keep track of the curly braces here. I'll click on that line of code there, this one, click on that and track that curly braces. It's right over here. I'll do a else there. So if the user is trying to update other users avatar, then what we'll do is we will throw an error to return res.status. There'll be 403 forbidden dot JSON, and we'll just say you do not have and privilege to perform this operation. Oh, that's good. And what happened here? JSON, and of course the status was 403, success is false, and message will be that. So that's it. Be good. And after that, because we still need to write the catch block, because we have the try block written down, so let's scroll up here, keep track of this try block wherever it ends. Right after that, we will do catch error, and then we will return res dot 400 bad request dot JSON, and we will status will be false, or status will be 400, success will be false, and error will, or not error, message will be, again, something went wrong. We do not know what the error is. Something went wrong, and we'll just provide that error.message. So we'll do error, and not that, error dot, we'll do error.message, and that should be good. So I think we covered most of the things. So let's create an endpoint in order to test this. Let's export that first. Update, export, update avatar. So let's export that and make sure we actually exported that there. We did. So users controller, this is good. Let's write an endpoint for this. So this will be, let's copy one of that, and right after profile we'll do update. Instead of profile, we'll do our avatar. We still need the ID, and instead of update profile, we'll do update avatar. That should be good. So now let's go to Postman and check this endpoint. I'm going to just copy that, create a new, or open a new tab. What happened? Did I not copy that? Copy that and paste that. The put request update avatar, and let's update the avatar of this Roger.updated at example.com. I'll copy the ID, so paste that ID there. I will log in. So let's log in again. This access token is set to expire in 60 hours, I believe, or 24 hours. Yeah, I think it was 60 hours. We do not need to keep logging in. It should still work. But because authorization, we do not even have that there. So we'll do wt that, and then we'll provide a form data. So this will be an avatar, and the type will be a file, and we can actually select a file. So in this case, I will just choose this picture here, just a logo. Let's try to upload this picture, capture.png, and I already have that. So currently, if I click on send, the avatar is currently empty. Let's update this avatar. We have everything there. Let's update this with capture.png. And something went wrong. Malter is not defined. I got an error. So that's probably because we did not import Malter. We never imported Malter. Let's do that. Malter. And this is in controller, not in service, because we have not used Malter in the service. We only use it in controller. And send the clean copy to the service so that the database does not have to deal with a lot of shit. So we'll just do import that Malter. What happened there? Is that, why is that blue there? That's a big deal. Let's send that request again. And upload is not defined. Yeah, I spelled that incorrectly, so let's go ahead and spell that correctly. I will go ahead and spell that correctly. Let's do that. Let's see what else we get. That's server was not running. Let's, oh, is the server running? No, we actually get an error here saying that the D is not defined. It's not be a CD. Let's search for CD. That should have been CB. So here, that was again a typo. CB. So let's send that request. And what else? Oh, app is running. Let's send that. Oh, this is not working. There's another error saying that the path argument must be a type string received undefined. Where have we used path here? We have used somewhere. So there's an error here. So let's see. So we have path.ext name file.original original original name. And so the error is saying that the path argument must be of type string received undefined. File.original name ext name. Is there another path that we have used? File.path. This is in, that should be correct. Correct.file.path. Require path. Good. So there's an, let me see this here. Property original name may not exist on type file. What? Oh, that's not a camel case. Sorry about that, guys. It should be original name with a lowercase n. So let's save that. Let's make that correction. It's a lowercase n. Let's save that, and then let's send that. Something went wrong. No such file or directory. So this is happening because we are trying to save that avatar into this folder here inside src. We say that there's a folder server. Inside that server, there's a folder uploads. In this case, there is not a folder called uploads. So let's actually go and create that. So inside folder, so it did not create automatically. We'll have to manually create it. Create a folder called upload. Create another folder called users, and inside that create another folder called avatar. So this is where we will be storing all the user's profile picture. So once that's done, we should not get this error. That's good. And that's something went wrong. And just on a quick note, let's see if we printed something went wrong, and we also we also pass that error.message. That's where we get this helpful message. It's easier to do that. It's easier to debug. So now let's see, it's still saying that there's no file or directory, blog API, SRC server, uploads users avatars, and there's not a file, so we shouldn't have that file there. So upload users avatar and not upload. Again, I made a typo there. It should be uploads because that's what we have here. It's uploads. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's send that. And now it finally worked. The profile picture has been updated, as you can see, and this will be a string of character, and whenever we display this on our web page, we can always take care of this. But for now, the profile picture is there. Let's let's send that request. We can see that the avatar is updated, and if we come to our folder inside uploads, there is that file. So the file has been uploaded. So there's the picture. And so let's take care of a couple of things here. Let's check for, and you can see that we formatted the file name. So we have first name, last name, date, we have time, and we have the file extension. So the file name has also been formatted. There are a few errors that might occur. So in this case, if the file type is not JPEG, JPG or PNG, we throw an error. So let's see if that's actually throwing an error. So in form data, not that one, it's here. So let's select a file. Let's select this file. This is some HTML file. Or the SVG file. Let's select that. It should give us an error. So we did get an error. That's working. File must be a JPEG, JPG, or PNG. In this case, the supplied file was SVG. We get that error. That's good. And unexpected field, that should work too. The avatar is required. Let's say that I would change this field name to AVAT and not avatar. I should get that error. Avatar is required. That's good. File size cannot be more than 1 MB. This would work too. But I have to find a file that's larger than 1 MB. That's an MP4. That's a video file. But anyways, that should work. Try it. I can't find a image file that's more than 1 MB. Try it. Let me know if it doesn't work. Let me know down in the comments below, and I'll be happy to help. But this would work. And if something went wrong, that should work. Your avatar has been updated. We got that already. And this is the same as before. I'm not going to do it again. That should work. And this also, it should work. It's just a try and catch block. So that's the update profile pic or the update avatar. So we have all the functionalities for create, read, update. The only thing that's remaining is delete. So we should be able to delete the user. Let's go ahead and do that. So in user service, we will create a new function called const delete users, and I named it as delete users and not just delete user, because I want to make sure that I'm able to delete one user or even multiple users at a time. So let's do that. There will be an async that will take the user's ID. So we can delete one user, or we can also delete multiple users at a time. So what we'll do here is const deleted count. So this will actually return the count. So once we delete one user, or if we delete like 10 user, we will return a count. We'll say that one user have been deleted if we only provide one user ID. If we provide 10 users ID, we'll say that 10 users have been deleted. So we will keep track of the delete count, or let's call it deleted count. That will be equals to await and user dot We'll use delete many that's provided by MongoDB, and we will pass in the user that we will supply from Postman. So ID to delete will be, we'll use the in operator, and we will just provide the pass in that user's ID, and we'll check if deleted count, or if the delete is successful, then we will just return that deleted count. For any other errors, we will handle them in the controllers. Let's make sure that we export that. Export delete users. Let's save that. And that should be all it for the delete users. It's pretty simple. Let's go to the users controller, and again we will right underneath here, we'll create a new function called delete users, and this will take in a sync with request object and also the response object. So we'll do that. We'll try to try and catch block, and we want to make sure, well, in this case I want to make sure that only the super user can delete user. Just like with updating the role, I do not want other users with other role to be able to delete user. I want to make sure that only me as a super user can delete the user, because if I allow either admin or staff to delete the user, then they can actually delete myself too. But there are of course other ways to handle that. We can set it up so that the super user can never be deleted. But in this case, I'm just gonna make sure that only the super user can delete the user and nobody else. So we will check to see if the current logged in user is the super user, and we have done this several times before. Account.role is equals to super user. Let me spell that correctly. For user, then we'll do const deleted count is equals to await, and we have that delete users function returned in the services. So we will call users service dot delete users, and we will provide this rec dot body, and that will contain all the IDs of the user that will be deleted, and if not deleted count, we'll handle that error here. We'll just return res dot status 400 or 404. If there's not deleted user, then we'll return user does not exist if the ID is incorrect. So we'll do status 404. Success will be false, and message will be user or user does not exist. So even if one of the ID is incorrect, then let's say that we provide 10 IDs, and if one of the ID is incorrect, we will say that user does not exist, but it'll still delete all the other 9 users. So let's see what happens. Let's do this and see if it actually does that. So user does not exist, and if everything goes smoothly, we will just return res dot status 200 okay dot station object status is 200, success is true, and message will be, we can say that users have been deleted, and if the logged in user is not a super user, then we need to deny the privilege, we need to deny the operation. So we'll do else return res dot status 403 forbidden dot station. We'll do status of 403 and success will be false, and message will be you must be a super user to perform this operation. That's good. And since we have used the try, let's put the catch in there as well. Catch error, and we'll just return. And we could also check for the validity of the user ID. So let's go ahead and check that. We have done this before. If error.kind again is equals to object ID, let's provide a meaningful error message. Turn res.status 400 .json status 400, success is false, and message will provide a nice error message saying that invalid user ID, valid user ID. Okay, and for any other error that we might encounter, we will just return status 400, turn res.status 400 bad request .json status is 400, and success will false, and message will be our very favorite something went wrong. Something went wrong, and never forget to provide that error message also for debugging purpose. We'll do error dot set up in inside that curly braces error dot message. Okay, so that'll take care of the delete user. Let's export this and come to route. Same pattern. In this case, we will actually need to not router.put. We're not making an update. We will do router.post. There is also a method router.delete, but I'll just do router.post. It will be a post request because we're actually providing a body. We're providing a JSON object, and we are posting it to this endpoint here. So we'll need to post this. If we do delete, we can probably do only one. If we do post, we can delete multiple users at a time. So let's do this. So that will be users / delete, and make sure to call this auth controller so that we can verify that the logged in user is actually the super user, auth user, and we will call that users controller dot delete users. So that'll take care of that. Let's save that. Let's go to Postman, and let's save this. I want to make sure that I save this. This was to update the avatar. I will do update avatar. Let's save that, and let's just copy one of this in order to let's delete that. Let's delete the users. I don't need anything else after that. It'll just be API/users/delete, and this will be a post request, and this will take headers. So I need to make sure that I am the super user. In this case, this account won't work. So I think I had Rashan e@example.com. This is the super user, right? Could not find an account with that email. What did I do? Let's send that and see what the account was superuser prashantp@gmail.com. What did I do here? That's not example, that's gmail.com. So this is the super user. We'll grab the access token. So once we have the access token, we will go to that delete endpoint, provide the authorization header, and that'll be JWT, paste that access token. And in body, we will provide a JSON object. So we'll open up a curly braces, and inside of that, we will need to provide the ID. And this ID will be an array, so we can provide the array of IDs, array of users that we want to delete. So let's come over here. Let's go to the top. So let's delete roser.updated@example.com. Let's delete one user. So let's delete that. Let's try to delete multiple user first. Let's delete roser1@example.com as well. Let's delete that. So that's two users. Let's delete roser2@example.com also. So grab that ID, paste that there. And so let's send this request and see if we get any errors. Something went wrong. Cast to object ID failed for values for model user. So we did get an error. So we have provided the ID. It will be an array of IDs. Let's try to delete only one user and see if we get any errors. And users have been deleted. And so this was the roser.updated. Let's go ahead and see if that user is indeed updated. So that is deleted. So not updated, sorry, deleted. So let's go ahead and delete that other user too. Users have been deleted. This should have been deleted, roser1. So let's send that again. Roser1 have been deleted, but so at this point we can delete one user but not multiple user at a time. Let's try that again. I'll try to provide in two user IDs to delete. So that, and something went wrong, cast to object ID failed. So let's see why this is happening. So let's look at our routes should be working good. Router.post /user/delete, authenticate the user, call that delete users. That's good. Let's look at the users service. So in users service, we have delete users, async users ID. Okay, and deleted count is equals to await delete many ID in users ID. That's the same. And if deleted count, we return the deleted count. That should be good. Let's look at the users controller. And over here, so we have delete users. That's the same. It'll take the request and response. See if it's super user. Deleted count is equals to wait user service.delete user body, not deleted count. We return that user does not exist. Else we delete the users. So here's the problem. This is why we are getting so this is still deleting one user, but in order to delete multiple user, if we provide multiple IDs in order to delete all that, and what we need to do is we need to supply that deleted users the count. So this is we'll supply deleted users to ID, all the IDs in break.body. So we will delete all the IDs, and once we do that, let's save that. And so this will return the deleted users. And besides that, I think everything should be good. Go ahead and check that. So read all users. Let's do that. So we have roser2. Let's copy that ID. Paste the ID of roser2 there. David Gilmore, David@example. Let's copy that ID. Paste that ID. So it's multiple users. Let's try to delete it. and we are still getting that error saying that something went wrong. Users have been deleted. Let's see. Let's send that again. Let's try to delete one user at a time and see what difference we get. Deleted users, we get the ID of the deleted users. Well, I guess it's okay that we get this. But if we send this again, let's try to see what happens. Since this user is already deleted, if we try to delete it again, then we should get an error saying that the user does not exist after the user has already been deleted. Get that again. So let's check to make sure that we have everything correct here. Status 200 success to deleted users. We return the ID rec.body. Message users have been deleted 403, and I made a typo there. That should be object error.kind is equals to not just object. That should be object ID. I need to be more careful when I'm writing that. So that's good. And success false message is that. Okay, so that was the correction there. Let's go ahead and see if we get any errors again. Try to read all users. So David at example. Let's delete this bad boy here. And David 1 at example. Let's delete that one too. So it's multiple users. So let's try to delete this, see if it works. Invalid user ID. Did I copy that correctly? This is so David at example.com. Why did it say invalid user ID? And David1 at example.com. Copy that and then paste that. Send invalid user ID. So let's see what the error here is. Error.kind is equals to object object ID. That should have been in uppercase O. Was that already an uppercase O? I'm not sure. Return res.status 400. JSON success false, status 400, invalid user ID. So let's try that. Let's send that. We're still getting that invalid user ID. Let's remove that. That's not make any difference, I'm sure. It doesn't look like it's been deleted. So we are getting this invalid user ID. This error is coming from here, error.kind. Catch error if error.kind is equals to object ID. We have 3 equals. We return res.status 400. .json status 400 success false message invalid user ID. Let's actually include the error itself so that we know what the error is. So let's send that, and it says that cast to object ID failed for value type object at path in model uses. Let's go back and look at the user model here in user.js. So we have, there's nothing that relates to delete. We have pre-save, post save, and then validations, and after post save, after post save, let's here. This if statement doesn't have an else. So after all these if statements, we are not telling what to do if there's no any all these if there's no any of these errors. So let's write an else statement there. Else, if that'll work, we'll just call that next, so that it can uh, proceed to whatever the next operation is. Let's make that change. I don't know if that'll do anything. Server is running. Let's read all this user, copy that, and let's paste that. Let's copy that, let's paste that, and let's send that, and we're still getting that error. So instead of doing that, we can we pass an array like that? Can't. The array, we have ID, and then we have an array of ID that we want to delete. So what's the problem here? I don't see any problem. That won't be a validation. We send that, we get an error. Let's remove that ID from there, and it should still be an array. That remove that. Let's do that. That's still a validation, and let's post that. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is. Oh man, that took a while for me to figure that out. We do not need to provide IDs like that. This is what needs to be done. It just expects an array of user IDs, and now we can see that the user ID have been deleted. So we're trying to delete David2, and let's try this again. So David2 was it? So let's try to delete David2. Let's try to delete David3 at example.com. Copy that, paste that, send that, and it says that it has been deleted. Let's see if it indeed has been deleted. So that has been deleted. That took a while for me to figure out. It was just and this is the point of writing a documentation I've been talking about. If we do not write the documentation, we do not know what the request is expecting. It's always better to write the documentation. But that was it. So we just provide then an array of IDs, and the users have been deleted. Let's see if we are able to delete one user at a time as well. So I'll just provide one ID. In this case, that user was already deleted. Let's delete this David4 at example.com. Let's send that. The users have been deleted. We could just make this user, since there's only one user that is deleted, but that's okay. Let's see, David4 has been deleted too. So that is working. So let's go ahead and verify that we are actually getting all the errors that we were supposed to get. So in this case, if this will work, we already tried this before. If the user is not a super user, we will get this privilege error. Deleted count. Let's check this. So let's say that send that request again. Let's try to delete this David5 at example.com. I copy that ID, paste that ID there, and let's pick up one more ID. So this is David6 at example.com. I'll copy that ID, and I will paste that ID there. But I will make this ID incorrect. So instead of that number 8, I will write number 1 and see what happens. So let's send that, and it says users have been deleted. This ID was never valid. It should have never been deleted because this ID, the user with this ID, does not even exist. Let's check to make sure that David5 has been deleted. Let's see what happens. So we provided David5 and David6. Let's send that request again. So that's what I was expecting. David5 was deleted. Since this David6, we never asked to delete it. We just provided the wrong ID, so that never got deleted. We did not get the error though. It should have thrown an error saying that the ID or the user does not exist. Let's see what happens if I provide incorrect IDs for, I provide all the incorrect IDs. So let's do one over there. Let's do let's do 5. So both of these IDs are incorrect. Let's see if we get any errors. It says that the user have been deleted. It should not be the case. It should not delete that. So what we can do is, if not deleted count, let's console log to see what this is returning. Deleted count. Let's try to fix it if we can. If not, then we'll just, so that is deleted deleted count. Let's console log that. And could not find deleted count. That should be correct. Let's console log that. Let's send that and then see what we get in the console. We get acknowledged true, deleted count 0. Okay, so instead of doing this if not deleted count, what we can do is, if deleted count is equals to 0, then we can say that user does not exist. See, let's try to, not there. Let's send that again. We should get that. We should that did not give us the correct one. See that console again. The deleted count. Oh, I can't do that because it's an object. If deleted count, can I do dot deleted count again? If deleted count dot deleted count is equals to 0, then we should get that user does not exist error. Let's see if that's happening. It did work. User does not exist because both of these IDs were incorrect. But now let's say that I provide one correct ID. So let's send that just to make sure. So I provide David6 one correct ID. The second ID, this one, is still incorrect. The first one is correct. Let's see what happens. So we say that the users have been deleted, but only this user have been deleted and not this one. Let's go to make sure that David6 has indeed been deleted, and it has been deleted. We still get this message saying users have been deleted, but in this case, this is not even looking at this incorrect ID when we provide the incorrect ID. So one way to handle that would be to deleted count 1. What we can do is we could modify this. The simplest thing to do would be to, instead of returning the IDs of the deleted users, we could just return how many users were deleted, so that it makes more sense. Just returning this IDs of the deleted users, I don't think that'll make more sense. So instead of returning this ID, this whole deleted users object here, what I'll do is I'll just remove that, and then what I'll do is I will return the number of user that have been deleted. What I'll do is deleted count. So in here I will paste that deleted count dot deleted count. So 1, if it's 1 or 2 user have been deleted, and we'll just put users in there. Users, that's pretty simple. I'm not going to bother about that. So users have been deleted. Let's go ahead and see. Let's get some of these users. Let's copy that. And so in this case, it's just a random email. I shouldn't have done that, but let's just see. So that was all these random emails. Let's do, we can pretty easy that now, not the email. I meant to copy the ID. So we want this long email, user with this very long email, to be deleted, and we want this one to be deleted, the first object in this array. And let's send that. We should get 2 users have been deleted. That's good because both of these IDs were correct. Let's get the all users again, and there's another long email, user with a long email, random email. Let's copy that. So paste that ID. That's the correct ID, and I will copy another ID, this of this email, and then I will tweak this ID so that this ID is the invalid ID. So instead of 9, let's just tweak that to 1, and then let's send it, and we should get 1 user have been deleted. Okay, 1 user have been deleted. I think that makes more sense. The other users, just the ID was incorrect, but this user has indeed been deleted. So the first user, the one with this long ID, has been deleted, but the other one, since the ID was, we tweaked it to 1 instead of 9, we put 1. So that was not deleted. I think that makes more sense, and I think this looks good. This is not that bad, and in that case, if I send it again, since the users were already deleted, we get this message saying that user does not exist. I think that should be good for this. I'm not going to worry about it too much. And if we have done this much, I'm sure you can try it more. But when I actually deploy the application, I want to make sure that everything works. I want to work more on this. But for now, for the purpose of this video, so that we can move forward with the post and category, we have a lot of things to do. So let's go ahead and wrap this up, this delete users. Let's go ahead and we're actually done with the user model. The next thing we need to do is get started with the post and also the category. So in order to do that, let's close all these tabs here. We do not need any of this. In order to work with the post, we might need this user. We'll need to put the post in here, but we can get rid of that for now. User service also, we can get rid of that. And let's just clean things here a little bit. I just cleaned up some things here. I cleaned up that console.log. Before jumping into post and the category, there's one thing that I would like to do. If we come to this models folder in the user.js file, let's rename that user schema to user model, because this is actually inside the model, so it makes sense to call it a user model rather than user schema, because we actually have a different schema folder where we put all the schema or a blueprint of the account and profile. So we would rather just call this user model and make sure that we make the change. Let me find that. So we have user schema, there it is. And then we have another, just change that to user model. And there's one more user model, so that should do it. Let's save that. We do not have that user schema anymore. We call it a user model. And this is the only file that we have used that user schema, so nothing should break. So let's close that. Let's come to schema folder. Let's create a schema for the post. So we'll do post.js. And just like with the account schema, let's just copy this. Let's remove that just to clean that up. Let's copy that. And this post and category is not going to be as tedious as the user model was. It'll be somewhat simple. Instead of account schema, we will call that a post schema. So let's change all that, export that post schema. So for the post, we will need a creation date. So we will call that created at. That'll be the creation date. Type will still be a string. Required, we do require that. We don't need a max length. We don't need any regular expressions there. Let's set this date to let's set a default value for the date. That'll be date dot now, and also created at. The other field we need for the post is the slug field, and type will be string. We'll require this, and regular expression and max length is not needed. We'll set the unique property on the slug, because the slug must be unique for the post, so that we can actually get a post. The slug must be unique. And we need title for the post. Type will still be string. We don't need any of that. So but we still need the required to true, so we'll leave that there. And post will have excerpt. and excerpt will have a type and a required property. That's it. We don't need anything else. Excerpt. The post will also have a body. Body will have a type string and required to true. Don't need any of that. And post will also have a read time. So whenever we are writing a post, we can say what the read time of that post is. If the post is really long, we can say that the read time is 10 minutes. It just gives a viewer the idea of how long the post will take to read. So I think it's better to do this. A lot of websites actually do this. So let's do that. So we specify the read time. The other thing we need is the post status, and this will say if the post is a draft or if it is published. So status will be type will be string, and so we'll provide the default value for the status. We will call this a draft because whenever we are writing a post, when we actually make this or make the web page with React or whatever tool we want to use, we will take care of that later on. Whenever we write a post, we want to be it to be automatically saved as a draft. So the default value will be a draft, and we will set the required property on this to be true also. So status is required. And after status, we also need we can also set the visibility of the post. So visibility will be either private or public. Visibility, we can set that to type will be string, and default will be private, and required, set that to true. And the post will also have an author. So this is where we will reference that user that we have already worked on. So we'll specify the type. Type will be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID. That's the author, and we will provide a reference. The reference will be user. And after the author, the post will also have a category. So we will work with the post and the category at the same time. So let's provide the category also. That will be type of mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, and we need to provide the reference. That'll be category, which we have not worked on it again. We'll do it shortly. So category, and for the schema we don't need the ID. We'll set that to false, and we'll just export this post schema. So for the post, we can do some of the error handling also. We will not be doing a lot. We already did a lot in the user model. At this point, you should be super familiar with how to handle all the errors, all the possible errors that we did in the user model. So it's super simple. So but we'll do here post schema dot post. So once the post is, and this will be us, once the post is saved, what we want to do is we want to call this function here. This will take an error, take a document, and you do need to provide that document. Even if it feels like we are not using it, we still need that. And we'll do const post is equals to this, just like before. And we'll say that if error.code is equals to 11,000, and we did this in case of checking whether the email is unique. So in case of post, we need to make sure that the title of the post is unique, because we will automatically create the slug with the title. So we do not need to create the slug. We can also modify the slug, but the React application that I'm working on, once we provide the title for the post, the slug will be automatically generated. So I will, next I will throw new error, and the error will be a post with the title, and let's actually provide the title. So that'll be post dot title, and we'll say that post with the title, that's a single quote, title already exists, please choose a different title. So that's good. Let's close that. And so the uniqueness of the post title is checked. Let's go ahead, and since we have set the required property of some of these fields to be true, we need to check, we need to throw a custom error message if the user tries to provide a blank title or whatever the field is. So if error.errors.title, and we'll check if error.errors.title.kind is equals to required, then what we'll do is we will call that next, and inside that we will create a new instance of that error, and then we will say that the let's write that lowercase title cannot be blank. So that will do it for the title. Let's do the same for all these fields here actually. So for created at this field, we will automatically assign a value for that, so we do not need to handle any of the errors for the required. For slug can be automatically created, but the user can modify the slug too. So if the user tries to post a blank slug, then I guess we can set up a custom error message for the slug as well. Title, we did that. Excerpt, they'll need to provide the excerpt, so we need to do this for all these fields here. For title, so let's just copy that and paste that, paste that, paste that. Let's paste it a couple of times. And let's see, for the date we don't need that. Let's do that for slug. If errors.slug required, then slug cannot be blank. And so after slug we have title. Let's do that for excerpt also. So if that excerpt and excerpt cannot be blank. And for the body also cannot be blank, so let's write body there, and it's just a matter of copying and pasting that. And for read time, that can also not be blank. It can be blank, it doesn't matter, but we'll just set that it cannot be blank. So for read time, and for status also cannot be blank. Even though we have provided a default value of draft, user can still modify that. And in actual React application, in actually in a real website, we would have some drop down so that the user can choose it. But again, if the user is trying to mess up with the endpoints using like Postman or any of the tools like this, then we do want to handle every possible cases of errors. So after status, we can, for visibility also, and for error dot visibility, we'll just say visibility is required. And author, we have created a reference. We do not need to really set that to required to true in there. Same for the category, we do not need that. And let's change that visibility there. And same, I forgot, and that not be a title, so read time, body, excerpt, title, slug. So that should handle all the errors, all the required constraints. So that should be good. So after this if at the end, we'll write an else, and we'll just call the next. And down here we will create post, and is equals to, there'll be a mongoose model, mongoose dot model. Oh man, mongoose dot model. And all right, post, and I'll take a post schema. This is actually in schemas, so that's okay. We'll just copy and we'll just modify this. Let's just export this, and then module.exports is equals to a post. Let's organize this a little. So in models, so let's create a new file called post.js. And in post.js, what we're gonna do is we're gonna import mongoose is equals to require mongoose, and let's import that post schema, not import, const post schema. I wish it would automatically do that after I select that, but it does not. So we'll require, and that's inside schemas class post. So that's good. And let's do const post model equals to new schema, and then we'll just combine that schema in here. So we'll say post, we will assign that to post schema, and we will set the version key. So right down here, we do not want that. If we do not include this, then in JSON, so if we do not include the version key over here, whenever we get this object, we'll have something like -v, and I'm just going to ignore that. That has its own purpose why it is there, but for now I do not want to deal with that. So that's version key. Let's set to false, a comma there, and so post schema, and then let's actually remove, I don't know why I exported that there. Yeah, let's export that there, but all of this here, we will remove that from there. We'll just write this as a schema, just all the fields that the post will contain, and we will organize that a little bit nicely here, and we'll paste that in post.js in the models. So this will be a post model, and instead of post schema, let's write post model, and instead of post schema, post model, and there. Let's see what else is there. So post model, there's post schema. That's correct. And everything else should be post model, just like we did that in user. We're just trying to make it more readable. So post model, that should be good. And Mozilla exports post. So that should be good for the post. Let's do the same for the category also. It'll be simple. So in that schemas folder, I will create category.js. And for the category, let's copy that post schema. It won't have a lot of these fields. So for category, we can probably, so let's rename that first. So yeah, category schema, and the created at, we can include that. Slug, we do need a slug for the category. Type string, unique true, and unique should be true and not unique slug. So I guess I need to make that correction there too. Unique should be true. Unique is a boolean. So slug for the category, we can have a category name. So the type will be string, required will be true. And so let's remove all these other fields here. We don't need that for the, let's remove that also. And category will actually have a number of posts associated with it. So what we'll do is category will have a post array, which will type mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, just like before, and we'll create a reference to the post. And to do this, we actually need to import post, not import. So we need to do that. Const post is equals to require. We can require that from in category. We'll just require post. It's in the same folder. So post, and export that category schema. So that's the category schema. Let's look at the post schema. Same as that. Let's post schema. So let's import this user in the post as well, because we are creating a reference to the user here. So let's import that in the post schema as well. So const user is equals to, that will do post. This will come from the we'll need to import this from the models, not from the schema. So we will go one folder back. So if we do dot slash, we were in schema, we are now at the server folder. Inside that server folder, we have models, and then we have the user. We'll do, and I think for the category too, well, we do not have the category model yet, but let's just go ahead and import that, and we will write the category model. Category will be inside models slash category. So user category, that should be good. I guess we really didn't need to do this. We really didn't need to, because we are just passing a reference. It's a string. We are not passing this actual user that we imported. We are just passing a reference user string, and we have already specified the type, so we really do not need to import this. Let's just get rid of that. And same with the category, I guess. We really do not need to do this because we're actually passing it as a string, and then the type will handle that. So for the category, let's create a category model as well. So in models, I'll create a new file called category.js, and let's copy from post.js inside that models. We'll copy that post model, and we will rename that to category schema. and schemas slash, there'll be a schema slash category, and post, it's not a post model, now it's a category model. And so the category, I will write category will be a category schema, and let's change that category model everywhere, not a post model. Let's change that to category as well. Let's write category there. So category model, and category. Const category, mongoose.model, category model, module.exports category, and we'll need to change all this, but let's change that post model to category model, and post save, and const, we'll change that post to category, equals to this. So that should be good. We have imported the category schema. Don't need to import that again. So for the category, if the error code is 11,000, for the category, the slug needs to be unique. So what we'll do is we'll do category dot slug, just like with email in user and title in post. The slug will be unique in the category. So we'll say a category with the, instead of a title, we'll say slug. A category with the slug already exists. Let's use a different slug. And same for the category too. The category can be automatically created based on the title or the name given to the category in this case, because we don't have a category title. We actually have named it as category name. So we can automatically create that in the application, but just for since we are building the API, we want to handle every single error that can come across. So the slug is handled, the uniqueness of the slug is handled, and then we'll do if error dot errors dot slug kind is equals to require, we'll just say slug cannot be blank. That's good. And instead of title, we'll rename that to name, and error dot errors dot name dot kind is equals to require. Then we'll say name cannot be blank. So in category, we have dealt with slug, we have name. That's good. And for the creation date, we don't need to do anything. For the post also, we don't need to do anything, because our category does not need to have a post. That's why we do not need to set the required to true. So after the category and name, we can remove most of this here. Let's remove all that, and this one also, let's remove that, and we'll put that else statement over there. Okay, so that's the category model. Now we have category model, we have category schema, we have post model, and we have post schema. Let's actually review this post schema. I think I forgot to mention a couple things here. If we come to the status, we have said that the default status is draft, and if you think about it, probably the possible values of status can be either draft or published. So we can actually specify the enum for that. So if we come to the account schema here, we have said that the enum is all these possible values. So we can do the same for the status field also. So for the possible values for the status will be either draft or it can be published, and we don't need any of that, the other ones. So status can be either draft or published, and also same with the visibility. We have said that the default value is private We can also say that it probably takes two possible values, private and public. Visibility of private and public. If the post visibility is set to private, then only the privileged user, that is the super user, admin, and staff can see it. If the visibility is public, everybody else can see it. So let's do that for the visibility also. Private and public. And let's save that. And doing it this way, we can actually filter this out later on when we're actually building the front end, because we can filter out the post based on whether the status is draft. We can get all the posts where the status is draft. We can get all the posts where the status is published. Same with the visibility. We can get all the posts where the status is private, and also all the posts where the status is public. So it's easy to filter that out. And but besides that, we have author, we have category, that's good. And we have read time, that is where the required is set to true. I guess we do not really need this, need to set this true, because what we are looking at is, we are looking at this is a schema, but we're looking at a post model, right? And when you say something is a model, then it's just basically a model. We can actually make new things out of that model. So in this case, it's a post model or a post schema, but you can also call this a product model. Let's say that if you are building an e-commerce website, you can call it a product model or order model, and most of these fields will be the same, besides the read time field. If you have a product and you are displaying some pictures, then there probably isn't going to be a read time. In that case, you'll set the required to false, or you'll just write a completely different model and set it that way. But all the other things, and same with the body and excerpt, I guess the product model can still accept those fields. But besides that, I think for now the post model looks good. And so now let's go ahead and start. Let me close that. Let's go ahead and start creating a post and also creating a category. So the first thing we'll do is we'll actually deal with the category, because whenever we are creating a post must be assigned to some category. If the post does not belong to any category, then what we need to do is we need to set the post to a category of unknown, or a category of undefined, or it's just simply a category of other. So let's deal with the category first. So in services, in our services folder, we'll create a new file called categories service.js, and let's again write the CRUD for this. Let's import the category, and then we will require from the models, we'll require model/category, and we will also import post, because categories and post are interrelated. A post belongs to a category, and a category will have a single or a multiple post associated with it. So let's get that post in here too. Fire, and that's like the models folder, one folder back, and we import that post. So with that being imported, let's first create the category. So I'll create a function called create category, and also again we're following the same pattern. We go to the services, write the service first, and then after the service is complete for this function, we go to the controller, write the controller first. After the write the controller. Then after the controller is done, then we go to the routes, create that route, we go to Postman, test that API. So it's as simple as that, and there'll be an async. So the category will take, if we look at the category schema, we have said that the category will take all these fields. The created at field, user do not need to provide that. If the user is trying to create a category, then we automatically assign the date, or we record the date of whenever the category was created. For the category, we do need to provide the slug. We do need to provide the name of the category, and in the front end, when we are developing the front end, if the user provides the category name, then we can set it up so that the slug is automatically generated. Then the user must be able to modify the slug as well, because the slug does not have to be exactly the same as the title. And so let's do that. So sync, that will take a slug and a name, category slug and category name, and we'll set a new date because we have a created date field in the category schema or the category model, whatever you want to call it. So we have done this before, and again, it looks like we're doing the same thing. Let me go to the users, user service here. We formatted the date, so we can just copy that. I will cut that, I will paste that. So it looks like we're repeating a lot of code in here. So instead, what we can do is we can create another function somewhere called, let's actually go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and do that. Instead of rewriting all this code again, what we can do is we can just create a helper function. So let's do that so that it's easier about all that. So right in this server folder, I can create a new folder called helper. And inside that, I will just say maybe helper.js. And in here, I will create a function called const format date. And I will set that that will take a date as a parameter. And then what we'll do is we'll just paste that. So what this will basically do is it'll take a date, it'll take a new, or we don't even need to provide the date. And I think I wrote data in there, wasn't correct. We just create a new date, and then we format that date based on this long numeric, and then we'll just export that formatted date, and that should have been module.exports is equals to, and this will probably have several functions in this formatted or in this helper function. So we'll just export that format date. Yeah, format date. Let's save that, and we can. I think I got some error. File is a common ES module. It may convert it to an ES module. We're not going to worry about that. Because so this error is basically telling that because module.exports, that's the node way of exporting a module. If you have been writing code in React, then you usually do export default, or you can do a default exports. You can also do a named exports, and if you want to import it, you do, let's say, that import format date from helper.js. That's the React way. In Node.js, if you want to import this format date, which we're going to do it right now here. So what we do in Node.js is we use this require instead of the import statement. And I had been saying a lot of import because I write in React a lot. I'm used to it, but it's actually we need to require some function. So we'll do that. So format date is equals to, we'll do require, and that's one folder back. So we are in services, we come one folder back, we are in server folder, and that function, this formatted function, is inside the helper. And let's put a code there. So one folder back, and it's inside this helper / helper. So we'll import that formatted function from the helper, and what we can do is we can, instead of rewriting all that, we can just call format date, and that will create a new date for us. We might need to assign this, so let's call it formatted date is equals to, we're calling that function, and not find name formatted date, does it mean format date? And I guess we don't even need to do that. We can just assign this to format date directly whenever we are assigning the created at field. So let's do const new category. We're creating a new category is equals to await new category, and this will be an object for the category. We have the slug, so the slug will be the user provided slug in here, and same for the name will be the user provided name. This the user will provide an argument, our name and slug. And for the created date, we can use that format update that we have imported earlier. So that should be good. Let's put a comma there. And because a category will have post associated with it, so let's deal with that too. And we have not worked on the creating a post yet, but we'll just do that so that we don't have to come back to this again. Populate, and this populate function comes from Mongoose itself. Populate, we are populating all the post that is associated with that category, and we will do await, or in this case, we're not, nothing is associated with this category that is newly created. We're just populating this post array so that we can actually start plugging in the post in this category when we are updating the post or updating the category. Okay, so await new category dot, we'll just do await dot save, and we'll do return create or return new category, and so that will create the category for us. And just like before, we will export this create category function. So module dot exports is equals to create category, and that's it. Do it. So let's make sure that we did everything correctly. That should be good. So after category service, let's open the controller and write the controller to create the category also. So in controller, I'll create a new file called categories controller.js, and in here we need to require that category service is equals to require LV services plus category service. And let's create a function called create category. Will be an async function. It'll take a request object and response object, because remember we are in controller. Controllers take the request and response. Request is sent by the user, and so I'm going to write it so that not all the users in the system can create a category. Only the privileged user, in this case that is super user, admin, and staff, can create the category. But the client and subscriber, they can just read the category, they can just read the post. And also same with the post, only this privileged user can create the post. All the other users besides that, they will only be able to read the post, but the privileged user can create the post, update the post, and also delete the post. So let's write it as that, and we have done this before. We have the authenticated user stored in this response, so we can actually use that. And as before, we'll do raise dot, because when creating a category, we already have the user logged in, so we can actually see if the user is a super user, admin, or staff. If they are, we'll allow them to create a category. If not, we'll throw that unprivileged error. So we'll do raise dot body dot account dot role is equals to super user, and then R, write it like that so that I can just copy and paste that. Super user or admin or staff, admin or staff. And then what we'll do is we'll need to, again, the same validations, all those if the user tries to provide any extra fields besides name and slug, if the user tries to provide some random values, we throw an error. If the user does not provide a slug or a name, we throw an error. So we have done this a lot of times before in the when we were working with the user. We'll be doing the same thing here. And if not object dot rake dot body dot includes, if it doesn't include a slug, and we'll do object dot break dot body break dot body dot includes. If it does not includes, because we have an exclamation in the beginning, so we're actually checking for not includes. If it doesn't include a name, then what we'll do is we will return res.status 400 bad request dot JSON, and there'll be an object. We'll say status. You should be super familiar with this right now because we have done this so many times. Success, we'll set that to false. And we can also set the message like before. Message, we'll set that to, we'll just say slug and name slug, and I'll just say category slug and name is required. Category slug and name is required. And so that's that. And let's check if the user is trying to provide more or provide any more random properties, then we'll throw an error too. So object.keys reg.body dot. I guess we could just accept that and process it, but I'm just going to throw an error. That's what we have always done in the even in the user model as well. So I'm not gonna deal with the user sending a bunch of extra shit. I'll just instead throw an error. So res.status, and then there'll be return res.status. There'll be 400 dot JSON. Status is 400. Success is false. Message will be the same as this. Category and slug name is required. So let's put that in. Did I forget to say some curly braces somewhere? So this one, that's if we're doing that, and that's if doing that. Good. If there's a this, then we're doing that. So we have category slug and name is required. So if the, and we can check that if, so right down there, we'll say, and I think I messed up parenthesis there. And let's put a parenthesis there. I forgot a parenthesis. If object.keys reg.body.length is not equals to 2, throw this 400 bad request, and we need that there. That's a B, and we'll say else. We will write a try and catch. We'll create const create category is equals to, let's call that service. So we'll say category service dot create category, and then that will take a reg.body dot slug user provided value, and it will also take the name of the category, body dot name. And once that's done, once that that service is called, we will return res.status 201.json, and this will be status of 201 means created, and success. We can also return status 200 OK, but see if something is created, I'd rather return 201 created. Success true, and message will be, we'll just say category, and let's actually put the category name too, so that user know the name of the category that they created. Reg.body.name has been created. So the reason that we are writing all these like custom error messages is that are the custom messages, not just the error messages. We are saying that the category this rec.body.name has been created. We are saying that we're providing all these error messages. So when we do this, when we are actually building a front end application, whether that be in React, Angular, whatever libraries or frameworks you build it on, we do not have to deal with all the error messages again. So the server is already handling everything, every possible error messages, and we do not dealing with the error messages in the front end. That's not good, because if, let's say that if there's a naive user that do not that just knows how to interact with the application, they might not do any harm, but some people can actually make a request. They can um, they can ping your URL. They can probably go to Postman, try to post some random shit. So we need to be aware of that. So handling all the errors in the server is the way to go. Never handle errors in the front end. Of course, you can handle errors like, let's say that if the first name is required, then you can just immediately show the user that the first name is required, or the category slug is required. You can immediately so that. But we're still handling errors in the server. It's still a way to go, because we do not want server to take any other information than what we have asked the server to take. Okay, so it's always better to do it like this. Let's put that there. And also we need to, let's return the category, the newly created category too. So this category will have a name, slug, created date, and it will also have an array of post. So after that, we have a try. Let's try to catch. We'll try to catch the error. And these errors, if there's any other errors that we have not thought of that the database might throw, we'll just say error. We'll just return res.status 400 .json, and we'll say status of 400. Success will be false, of course. And then message will be, again, our very old favorite, something went wrong. Nobody knows what happened. But if we write this, we will know what happened. So we'll write error.message. And I've talked about this for debugging purpose. This helps a lot. And we actually saw it. It actually helped us a lot. So after that, we still need to take care of this privilege error. So let's write it for that also. So we'll say else. We'll just return raise.status. That will be 403. That's forbidden. Dot JSON. And we'll say status of 403. User will get this. And 403 success definitely be false. And we can write a message saying that you do not have sufficient privilege to perform this operation. And that should be it for the category. We handled all the possible things. So what is this here? Okay. Did I not do this? Oh, okay. Yeah, this wouldn't be create category, because we are actually returning this category when the request is when the request is a success. So we need to change this to category and not create category. That should have been this category. So let's go ahead and export that. Module.exports is equals to, will be create category. So we got the controller done. You know the next thing to do. We go to the routes, and not in the users route. We'll actually create a new file called categories route now, because this is, we're dealing with the categories route.js. And over here, we'll do the same thing that we did in user const. We'll import the express require and require express and const. Get that router from express. equals to express.router. And let's also import, because in order to create a category, we need to see if what the role of the user is. So we will create that variable on our, we will require that auth controller. Remember, that will take care of verifying whether the user has a role of driver, all the other roles. So that's from the one folder back, that's in controllers, and controllers/auth controller is where it was. And after that, let's import that categories controller that we just wrote. Categories controller is equals to, will require, that's one folder back, controllers class categories controller. So with that, let's write a route. So router dot, it's a post request in order to create a category. And then so also for this one, this will be localhost, whatever port you are using. In my case, it's port 5000, so that'll be localhost 5000 /API, and we'll do /API /categories /create. Now we can just say that's the URL for that, and then we'll just call this categories, or we need to call the auth controller first, because auth controller dot auth user, and then after that, if the user is authenticated, if the user has the right privilege, then only we will call that categories controller dot create category. And don't forget the slash in there, and let's go ahead and export this. Ports is equals to router, and after that, let's close some of these tabs here. We don't need that one. Let's close this, just clean it up a little. So after this route is created, let's go to create server, because we still need to add this route to the app.use. So what we'll do here is we'll do app.use, and we'll do /API and pass that categories, and we still need to import this categories. Let's import that here. Equals to require, and that's one folder back, and routes in categories route. So let's save that, and it's saying that the schema isn't defined in category model. So let's go to models category.js, and we need to define this here. So let's do let's put this on top here. Schema is equals to mongoose dot schema, and save that. And in post model also, so let's just copy that, close that. In post model, yeah, let's do the same there, and let's save that. And it is, and we're getting type error, cannot read properties of undefined, reading push, this.stack.push layer, and it looks like it's coming from the router. So let's go to in create server, that should not be there. In categories route, so in route, let's come to categories route, and we have that. Oh, here we need to call this here, so it'll be const router is equals to express.router. Let's put that parenthesis there. Let's save it. So let's open up Postman and see if that endpoint is working. And in Postman, I just cleaned up my database here. So if I send that read all users, I only have one user. That's me, myself, a super user. There was a lot of Claudius before, but I cleaned it up. And but everything should be the same. Let's go ahead and try that endpoint. So that'll be API/category/create, and this will take a post request. If I just send that, of course, I'm going to get some error saying that you must be authenticated to perform this operation. I'll go back and log in and copy this access token and come back here, and just the same thing that we have done before. We'll just paste that access token there, send it. It's still going to give me an error saying that category slug and name is required. So in body, and I'm doing that just so that we are checking for the errors message. We are getting the correct error message, and we have done the same thing in users. So I'm probably not going to do all the error messages for these categories, but it should work. If it does not, just let me know down in the comments below, and I would be happy to help. But we need to provide the slug for the, or the, let's provide the name for the category. So I will call it a test category, and for slug, that'll just be a lowercase test dash category. And once that's done, I can send it, and it is actually giving us an error saying that message something went wrong, format date is not a function. So this is coming from that helper function that we wrote. I'm actually going to rename this to utils instead of helper. I think that makes more sense to have this folder called a utils instead of helper. And in that helper.js, so what we have, the function to format the date. Let's just get rid of that, our formatted date variable. We don't really need that. Yeah, let's just get rid of that, because that was just an extra variable that was not used anywhere in this file. Well, I guess I can't do that, can I? Help. Oh well. In over here, it'll just be util/helper. Let's save that because we renamed that, or I renamed that folder. If it did not, then that should be okay. But this will be okay too. And this format date function, we have used it in category service. Close that. Format date, and oh, I shouldn't have called that. That should have just been format date without the parenthesis there. And after that, the server is running. Let's go back, send that request again, and it is giving us another error saying something went wrong, cannot populate path posts because it is not in your schema. Set the strict populate option to false to override. Okay, so if we come to the category schema, it is saying that we do not have the posts defined, where we do have it defined here. We do have included post, but instead of doing that in the category in the schema, I'm going to do that in the models. I'm going to include that in the model. And let's try to send that request. So it did create the category. We get status 2-1 success true. Category test category has been created, and we get the category object with the post array, and we get the ID. But the problem here is we did not get that category name and slug, and we also had another field in there called created at, and that would keep track of when the category was created. But we did not get those three fields. So let's go ahead and see what is happening. Let me close some of that tabs there. So we have category schema, we have created at slug name. I do not see any error here. Let's go to models. We have category schema post there, and I do not see any errors there. Let's go to category service. We have format date, slug and name. and so it's basically not returning these three fields: slug, name, and created. This should have been created at and not created date, because if we look at the schema, the field name is created at. So let's change that to created at. I don't know if you guys already did that, but I made a typo there. Created at, and there'll be a format date, and we're populating post, and we are just basically saving that and returning that new category. Let's look at the categories controller. I think the problem is somewhere in this create category service function, but over here I do not see any error. So we are basically getting here. So we did get this 201 category name has been created, and we just assign the category to category. Let's look at the database and see what it's doing. Let's refresh that. And if I click on categories, so it did create that category in the database with an ID, and it has a posts array, which is initially empty because we do not have any posts, but we still did not get that name, slug, and the created at field in the database. I'm just going to delete that because this did not work. Let's delete that from the database, and so let's just get rid of that and then come back here. So we have a schema, we have models, and then we have service. So instead of, because so what we are doing is we have a schema which is basically just a blueprint of what the model will or all the fields that the model will contain. So in this case, the schema has these three fields defined. It's basically a blueprint, and then we implement the models. And when doing models, we inside this category model we create basically an object saying category, and then that object will basically be is assigned to the category schema. So I think that's why this problem is happening. So if we come to this category or the category service, what instead of doing it like this, what we can do is just right over here, while creating new category, what we're going to do is we're going to assign, what was it called here in models, it was called the category. So this, we will assign this category to an object, and inside that what we can do is let's cut that and paste that there. So now we have a category object which has a slug, and we have a name, and then created at, we just call that format date, and then we populate. That's good, and we save that to the database, and then we can actually return what objects we want. So let's go ahead and do that, and it's just like just the thing we did with the user. So we can do new category dot underscore ID, and let's define a variable called category, and this is where we will return or not define a variable, sorry, we'll create an object called category, and then inside of here we'll return the category name, that is new category dot, I've been on a category dot name, and for slug we'll do new category dot slug, and then for created at we'll do new category dot created at, and I think that's it. Do the job. So now we are actually, what is this one here? Could not find name new category. Did I make a typo there? No. I misspelled this. Did I have a new category dot save? And that's also new category dot save. So we have category, and then the new category a new category. So let's save that and build it. That's okay. So let's go ahead and try this, because now we're actually returning all the new category with name, slug, and created at, because we have this written value here, and then we are creating an object called category and putting all these fields inside that category. Let's go ahead and see what happens. And if it doesn't look like the way we want, we can always modify that. So let's hit that send again, and we get this error saying something went wrong. That was the error message we provided. And then cast to string field for value, format date. So there's a problem with the format date function. So in helper.js, let's actually return this format date function. And so we format the date and then return it. And that's what change its color. So but let's leave it to that, and then come here and this one, because I have exported format date as a named export, let's go ahead and do that and see, and then let's call this format date function here, and let's actually await this. So we can await this because this is an async function. Await has no effect on this type of expression. Let's try and see. Let's send that again, and that did work. Status 201, success true, category has been created. We have a category object with an ID, and inside that category object we have another category object named slug and created at. That's working fine, but I guess we do not really need this another category object inside the category object. So let's go ahead and fix that. So let's get rid of that so that we have a nice JSON object that's returned. And we probably don't need this because it doesn't do anything putting an await there. That's okay. And let's create another category called category 2, test category 2. Let's send that, and that's that did work. We now have a one category object with the field ID, name, slug, and created at. So this should be working good. Let's go ahead and check now. Well, now we have the category created. Let's go ahead and check the other error message that the create category function might send. So the first is the this uniqueness error. Our category with the slug already exists. So let's go ahead and try for that error. In Postman, since category 2 is already created, let's send that again. And we did get that error. A category with the slug test as category 2 already exists, so that error is working fine. And if we provide some blank values, let's send that category dot path name is required, category validation failed. That's okay, but I guess we could have category validation failed, category dot because we actually have a custom error message for this. So error.errors.slug.kind is equals to required. Then name cannot be blank. We should have gotten that error instead of the default MongoDB error. Let's send that. So if the name is blank, so what we can do is let's try to console log this error, because I might be doing some error. I might not be pulling out this error kind properly, so maybe that's why we are getting that. We are not getting the custom error message that we have written down here. Slug cannot be blank or name cannot be blank. Let's console log this error object and see what we get. Console log error. Once the server is running, let's go ahead and send that request again, and it says that we should get console log here. So we have category validation field, path and name is required. That's the one we're getting. And inside errors, so error dot errors. So this is the one we wanted to pick, and in the kind properties here. And there's actually a key called category.name. So I did this a little differently for the this post save method. So because if we come to the user model, we actually did this a little differently. We pulled out the, so for all these validations, we actually pulled out the keys. We took the keys out and then looked at the keys, kind of the keys, and then we get that this was working. So in this case, we need to do the same, because if we look at console log, there's a key called category.name, and inside that is where the kind required is located. So we need to do that. Let's not do it like this. What I'll do is I'll just copy and paste this, and then change some of the things. Let's remove that, and so error.errors, and this is, instead of account, it'll be category dot name, and again category dot name is equals to required. Then we'll do category name is required is fine. We don't have to say. Let's remove this too, because this is not working, both of this, and we need to do the same for the slug also. We don't need the third one. We only need, so that name and then category. So this is actually a slug, so we check for name. Let's check for slug. If the slug is, again, if it's required, then we'll do slug cannot, or slug name is required. So let's do that, and then we don't even need that anymore. It should work. Let's try to send that request again and see if it is working. We'll send that, and now we get that custom error message saying something went wrong, category name is required. So let's provide a name for the category and leave the slug blank and see if that is working. It should work. Oh, path slug is required. That did not work. So this is okay. So yeah, this slug is not inside category.name. So we will, because we are checking for a completely different field, this does not belong here. I'm going to copy that. Then I'm going to paste that. And then instead of name, it'll just be slug. That's it, do the job. So let's go ahead and check that. So slug is blank, then we need to get slug is required, and let's check for the name too, to be sure. Name, and there's category name is required, so that is working as well. So this is the way we had to do it, because we actually had a category.name key, because and just to explain this in a little more detail, because how we did this was the file structure is super well organized. Right now we have a schema, that's where it starts. In a schema folder we have a category schema, and in this category schema we define some, or we basically create a blueprint of all the fields that the category model will take. And after that, if we come to the category model, we are assigning we are basically declaring a new category object, and inside that object we are actually passing the category schema. So that's because of this, that's why we had to do the category.name. We had to pick the keys and then check for the, and then compare for the error kind. Okay, so with that, this is good. All the errors are working good. Let's look for categories controller 2. This would work. We have done this a lot in the user model, but for this, let's just go ahead and check this. Let me not provide that, and then see what we get. And this should throw a JSON syntax error. That's good. If I just did that, it should category and slug name is required. That's good. So let's provide the slug name, and then let's provide some random values. That's good for slug. Let's just write whatever, and if we send that, it says also again say category and slug name is required. What are all the other errors? So we got that, something went wrong, we got that, and this one I think we did it in the beginning where I didn't provide the authorization error. So that should be working good. We have all the create category function is working good. The next thing we'll do is we will read category. We will read a single category, and we will also need to read all categories. So in order to do that, let me close some of this. I don't need that anymore. Okay, so we have category service. So right underneath here, we will read category, and this will not take any parameters because we are just reading the category. And let's make this sync too, because we'll need to await for this, for the saving, or let's just do detail, category detail is equals to await category dot, and there's a function called find one we can use, and inside that we will find the category with the slug. So we'll do slug, and then we'll provide this operator here called q, and that's basically stands for equals to or equivalent to slug, or not equivalent, basically equal to slug. And after that we can let's also, because whenever we are reading a category, our category will have a number of posts associated with it. So let's actually populate that post array also. Right now it should be blank because we do not have any posts created. So populate, and we'll specify a path called posts. And once we have that, that should be good. And we can also check for if category detail is false to null, then we can return a custom message, or we can just return null, and then we can handle the custom error message in the controller, and then we'll finally return that category detail. So I'm just returning everything in the category again, just like we did this here. You can return the values that you want, or you can return the properties that you want instead of returning all these things. It's pretty simple, nothing complex there. So read category is done. Let's import that or export that read category as well. So after that's imported, we can go to categories controller. We already have that imported. Right underneath create category, we'll do our read category, and then will be an async function, and this will take request and response. And this is actually somewhat similar to so if we are reading a category, it's somewhat similar to reading a single user. I'm just going to copy and paste that. Let's go to users controller in read user. Will be somewhat same. Instead of rewriting all that shit again, I'll just copy and paste that. That'll be easier. So there. So we'll just need to rename this to read category. It will take the request and response object. Instead of user detail, I'll call it category detail, and is equals to await, and this will be category or categories service dot read category. It'll take reg.params dot, instead of id, because now we are reading the category with a slug name, we'll do reg.params dot slug. If category detail is null, then we'll return that with status 404, and we'll just say category does not exist, else we'll return status 200 with JSON 200, and in category we will have a category detail. So that, and then we could check for this if the wrong slug is provided. If the wrong slug is provided, then we will actually need to return 404 instead of returning this error message saying invalid user ID. So we actually do not need any of this. And let's do it like this, because if the category does not exist, then we'll just return 404. And over here, this object ID, because we are trying to get the category with the slug, which is basically any string that you can type in. A slug can be anything. It's just not a number. It's not an ID, so that it's not fixed. So we do not really need this. It's not going to give us this object ID. And then, yeah, but in fact, we actually don't need this whole try and catch block. So let's get rid of that. And I missed that should not be there. Let's save that, and we will export that. Read category. So we have controller, and after the controller, so service controller, let's go to route. Category is route, and we'll write a route to get a single category. So we'll do router dot get, so it's a get request, and it'll be category class. And in order to get a single user, we use the ID, and in this case we'll use the slug, and we will pass in. So in order to get a single category, anybody can get it, so we do not need to pass the auth controller, but we will directly pass the categories controller dot read category. So we can just directly pass that, and that's it. Do it. So category slug, categories controller dot read category, there'll be a get. So after that, let's try to check for this endpoint. So I'll save that. Will be create. Let me save that quickly. Save that. Let me open up a new one here. Let me just copy that for now. Category slash, and we need an ID. So in order to get a single one, well, we could have done the read all category first, but let me just refresh that and get an ID of a category. That's the only way I can get it right now, because we do not have read all categories created yet. And let me just pull this ID out. So this is basically a test category. So that's the slug name. That's what we need to provide there. Category slash. Oh, we are getting this with slug, so that'll just be test category. And API category slash test category, it's a get. We do not need anything in the body. We do not need authorization to. Let's save that. We got an error. It looks like a reference error. Slug is not defined. This is coming from the category service. So let's see why that is happening there. Oh, okay. In order to read the category, we do need the slug. So let's pass the slug in there. I forgot that. So after that, let's send that. And we're getting 404. Category does not exist. Let's go and see this slash category. The slug name is correct. And let's come to the database here, refresh that. And what's happening here? We have category, we have test as category. That should work. Let's come to read category. We have passed the slug name. We find one category by that. So if we look at this here, let's look at the database here. So this is the category. So we actually have the slug inside this category object. So we have the category object, and then inside that we have created as slug and name. So when we do category.find1, it's not going to find anything, because this is the category here by collapsing that. So category has ID category and post. if I do category.find1 and then the slug, there's no field called slug in the category, but it's inside the category object. So that's what we need to look for, because that slug is inside the category object. So let's go ahead and pass that. And so instead of this, what I'll do is we will pass the wherever that slug is located. So that's inside category.slug, and let's save that. And now let's see if that'll work. Okay, yeah, so that's what we needed to do. We did get a single category, test category, and we also get the post array, which is initially empty. And I guess we did not need to get this category object again. So what we can do is we can return it just like this here. Just not get that extra category object. And that is not new category. That'll be category detail. So we have category detail dot underscore ID category detail. So let's save that and then see if we get the. Okay, so we did get that. Get the test category, so that's good. We did not get the post though, because we could have, in order to get the post, what we could have done is, if we do it the other way, we do get the post. So if we return the category detail like so, because it is actually being populated, we have populated the path post here. If we did that, we do get the post. I guess getting this extra category object is not a big deal, so I'm just going to leave it to that. So in the category, we have now the category ID, we have the category ID, and then we have the actual category object, and then post. I think that should be good. And let me actually just go ahead and, instead of returning it like this, because since we already have a new category, I'm just going to return that new category. And let's double check to make sure that it works also. Let's post that bug, and let's do that. Because we still need this post array. I think this is good. It's not a big deal. We have now the category object inside the category. It's still readable. So that should be good. And I think we were not getting the post up array before by trying to basically destructure this new category, but we can return it like this. It's more clean. It's more clear. So that should be good. And if you, in this case, we did category.find1 because we are not finding any category by ID. If we found the category by ID, like the way we did with user, we could have just put in ID or find by ID and pass in the parameter. But in this case, we had to access that category.slug in order to use that find one, because the category was inside that category object. So this would be good. Let's get that. This looks good. It's not a big deal. And let's go ahead and work with the reading all the categories also. So in order to read all categories, we could just go to read all users and get it, just copy and paste that instead of rewriting all this shit. And it's not a lot of things to rewrite, but let's copy that, rid of that. Read category, we'll do read all categories, and it does not take anything because we are reading all the categories. Instead of all users, we'll do all categories, and await will be category dot find. And because we do not have password in category, we do not need that. Category dot find, and we can populate the post, which we have not worked with. We'll work with this later. That is populate, just so that we have the post array there. Populate path, we'll specify post, and we'll just return the all categories. And let's export that. Read all categories. And in categories controller, this will be the same thing as the users controller. So that was here. Let's copy and paste that too. instead of rewriting all that thing again. So from here to there, copy that, and read category. We'll do, instead of read all users, all categories. Yeah, write that as categories. Yeah, that's okay. Read all categories. That'll still take the request and response. And I guess anybody can read all categories. It does not have to be a privileged user. So what I'm going to do is, we don't need that. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Anybody can read all categories. Instead of all users, we'll do all categories, and await is category service dot all categories. And again, if categories dot length is equals to 0, then we'll still throw 200 saying status true, and instead of users we'll say there are no any categories, and else we'll return status 200 as an object, and we'll return categories. That will be all categories, and let's export that. And in categories route, there, my VS Code is running slow, but get all that categories. Again, it's the same thing as before, but we'll need to change the endpoint. So there will be categories, because we're getting all the categories. So categories controller dot read all categories, and again, it does not need to, the user does not need to have a privileged role in order to access all categories. Now let's go ahead and try that. So categories API slash, we'll do categories and see what we get. And there is all the categories that is there in the database. Currently I have 3 categories that I created. So that looks good. The next thing we'll do is updating the category. So in order to update the category, we can come to category service. Let's go to the user service, copy and paste some of that. I think the first update name, we can just copy that. Was that categories? This will be update category, and update category will take the category ID, and it will take, and we could also do it with, try to get the category with slug and then update the category. But since we are updating the category, I think ID will be much easier, because in order to, when we are actually writing the front end using ID, it's just much easier. So I'm just going to leave it to ID, and trying to get something when updating and trying to get it with slug, it doesn't make sense that much. So I'm just going to use the ID. So but passing that new slug and new name for the category, and instead of user, it will be category is equals to await category dot find by ID. And like before, we had to use this in case of reading a single category, but now since we are reading a category with an ID, we can just do this find by ID and it'll pull out. Because if you look at the database here, the ID is right on top there. It's not inside any object, it's just right on top. We can just use find by ID and it'll do the job. So category.find by ID, we do not need that, and we still need to save that. So once we find by ID, I guess we can still populate the post here. So let's just go ahead and do that, because there is always a post that is related to a category. Path will be post, and so we'll do the category dot, we are trying to access the category slug that's currently in the database, and we'll assign that to new slug. And same with the category dot name. We'll assign that to new name, and this is should be equals to and not the colon. So we have new name, and then we can save this category dot save, and then we can, instead of doing this again, because we still need this post array in there after the categories is updated, we'll get that updated category, and we also need to see the post. So instead of returning it like this, I'm just going to return the category, and let's export that. All categories, update category. That's good. Let's go to the controller. Open up users controller. Let's do this, copy this. It shouldn't be this long for the updating the category, but I'll copy and paste that. So in order to update the category, let's change the function name to update category. It will still take a request and response. You can try it. So in order to update the category, let's see what we have done for the create category. Yeah, only the super user, admin, and staff can create the category. So in order to update the category, the user must have this privilege of either super user, admin, or staff. So we will just do the same. So if instead of this comparing this, what we'll do is, if we'll just copy this and paste it, if res.body.account.role, copy that and then paste that there, goes to staff. So if the user is super user, admin, or staff, then we'll proceed with this object.keys reg.body.length 0. Then we will say that the category name and log is required, and if it's greater than 2, we will basically say the same thing. Copy that, paste that, and object.keys includes log and name. Then we will go ahead and call that category service. So we'll say category update is equals to await category service dot update category, and we'll pass the category ID, we'll pass the category slug, and we'll pass the category name. And if not category update, we'll basically return 404 saying that category does not exist if the ID is not found. If everything goes well, we'll return 200 with success true, and we'll say category has been updated. And we'll also return the updated category will be just this category update. The variable name could have made more sense there, but that's okay. And for anything else, log and name is required. What is this for? Yeah, if the keys does not include slug and name, then we return this again, or we display this message. And if the user is not a privileged user, we'll display this insufficient privilege message. And for any other errors, we'll just do something went wrong. That's it. Do it. Let's export this, update category, and let's create a category route. This is to so we'll do router dot put request, and this will be slash category class. We are getting the category by ID and not by slug, so we'll need to specify ID. The user need to be a super or the privileged user, super user, admin, or staff. So let's call that auth user, and then after that we can call that categories controller dot update category. So with that, let's try this endpoint also. Let's save. Let me save that, because when I come back to this, let's save that. This create. This is read all categories. I did not make an endpoint for or save an endpoint for read a single category, but I can do that later. Okay, read all categories, and then this will be to update the category. It's a put request. Copy that URL, and then API slash category slash. I will need to provide an ID. So let's update this test category. So grab that ID and put that ID there. We need to provide the authorization for this. So let's log in again, and copy that. This is a super user that's logged in. It'll be WT, and if we send that, we're gonna get error. Category name and slug is required. So let's go ahead and pass that. So slug, we can call this, because what we are updating test category, so I'm going to say it test updated, and then same for the name. Let's say test updated. Let's send that, and we get a message saying category has been updated. We get an object called updated category. We get the ID. Inside that we get the category object, and we also get the post. And if we do read all categories, we see that it's not updated yet. Let me read all categories. It did not update it. Even though we got this, it did not make the changes or save the changes in the database. Oh, you know what? It actually did not do it over here too. So let's go ahead and see what's happening here. So in category service, we have update category ID, new slug, and new name, and category await find by ID. Pass the ID, populate path post, category.slug, and this category dot. This is again inside the. Here's what we can do. Category. Can we do that? Category dot slug, because this is inside the category object, the name and the slug. I think doing it like this works, but let's try it. And if it doesn't work, try for something else. Category dot name is equals to new name. Oh wait, new category dot save. Okay, let's. Why is there two these in here? There shouldn't be these. Remove that. And let's try that again. Just updated. It is not giving us any error, but that is still not getting updated. So let's the category. So in that category, so this is basically we're pulling out the model. So instead of passing the key like that, we can category dot slug, category dot name. Now let's do it like that, because it's a JSON object. We can access it using the dot. Let's save this again, or send this again and see what we get. So we did get test updated. If we go to read all categories, the category has been updated. So this is working. Let's try to update this back to the same as before. So right now, the first one over here is test updated. Let's change that to test only, and then name to test only. Let's say in that we see that it's been updated, slug in the name, and we see that it's been updated, slug in the name. So this is working. For any other possible errors, we have done this multiple times, like this insufficient privilege. I'm going to leave this instead of wasting time on this. Let's go ahead and now delete the category and just try all of this. If it doesn't work, let me know down in the comments below. But it should work. We have tried this so many times now. I don't want to spend time doing that again. Okay, for all these other errors, something went wrong. Sufficient privilege, slug and name, category does not exist. Check it for yourself. Let me know if that does not work. Now let's come to services, and we will need to, so we have create, read all, update. We need to delete categories, and we should be able to delete one category or multiple categories at a time. And this is just like we're deleting the users categories ID, and let's ID. It will take the categories ID, an array of categories ID. So we'll just do deleted count is equals to await category dot delete many. And since we are deleting this with an ID, we do not need to deal with that keys in here. So there will be in delete all the categories in this categories ID. So category, we pass the categories ID, comma there, and then if deleted count, then what we'll do is we'll return deleted count. So this will basically return how many categories have been deleted. Let's export that. So after that, let's go to the controller. Let's actually copy this users controller delete, so that we don't have to write it all over again. There, delete users. Let's copy that instead of writing that all over again. This delete categories. So let's change that to delete categories. It'll take request and response. We can try, and for deleting the category, we can say that a privileged user can delete the category. So in this case, it'll be super user, admin, and staff. All of them can delete a category. So if res.account.body.role is equals to super user, or we can also check for admin, or we can also check for staff. All these users will be able to delete categories. If that, then we let's call it deleted categories is equals to await. This will be category service dot delete categories, and we'll provide a reg.body as a parameter. That will be an array of categories ID. If deleted categories dot, or we can say instead of doing that, we can delete count. This is instead of doing that, we can just write it like that. Order, if not deleted categories, will return 404, saying that category does not exist, else will return 200. That is true, success true. And we can say that categories have been deleted, and deleted count dot deleted count, no, that should be delete categories dot, or we could have called it delete count. You know what, because That actually made more sense. Let's undo that because we're actually making the count. That was it, right? The count. Let's do that again. Sorry about that. Users or not users. The big categories. Service dot delete categories. If delete count is equals to 0, then we'll say category does not exist. And we have deleted count. Use or instead of users, there'll be categories have been deleted. Anything else, you must be a super user or admin or staff. Perform this operation. If the ID is not found, then we'll say invalid category ID. Anything else, we'll say something went wrong, error.message. That should be good. And let's export that. For that, let's come to route. And just like we're deleting a user, this will be a router.post because we're actually sending an array of user ID, a JSON object. So router.post, we can do categories / delete, and again, the user need to be a privileged user. Auth controller.auth user and categories controller dot delete categories. So let's go and check this. What was this? This was updating. Let's save that. Let's call it update category. Save that. And let's go ahead and try to delete that. It will take a post request and categories / delete. That should be good. We don't have the header. Let's provide that. And in Postman, there's actually an easy way to do this. Instead of copying and pasting this access token every single time in every responses, we could have actually, or I could have created an environment and that could have taken care of everything, but I'm just going to leave it to that for now. In JSON, it will take the IDs of the categories to delete. So let's send that again. Let's delete this first category. So this category test will be deleted. Let's go ahead and send that request. This should be an array and not an object. The array of IDs. Let's send that. Something went wrong. Invalid request. Please provide the auth header. Oh, okay. Yeah, we forgot the JWT and we actually wrote a custom message for that. So let's see. 1 categories have been deleted. That's good. Let's try to delete. Let's make sure that was actually deleted. So if we come to read all categories, so we only have 2 categories now. Let's go ahead and delete multiple categories now. So we'll delete both of these categories. That's 1. And let's delete that also. Let's delete both of these and it should say that 2 categories have been deleted. That's good. If we do read all categories, we see that there are no any categories. So everything's working in the categories. We will come back to this later because we still need to deal with the post. We will need to come back to this later, but now let's go ahead and deal with creating a post or create, read, update, deleting a post. So let me close all that. And let me clean this up a little bit here. So let's see what we already have for the post. We have written a post schema, and we'll have a created at slug title excerpt body read time status and that will take the enum draft and publish, visibility, private and public. And we also have the author for the post, and we also have the category. So let's because since a post will have an author, we will need to, what we can do is, if we come to the user model, we can include the post array in the user model, so that whenever we are getting a user or creating a user, a new post array will be created for that user. So we'll create a post array for that user, and we'll write the type as mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, and we'll create a reference to the post there, object id comma the reference to the posts, or not posts, it will only be post. So let's save that, and after that, that should be it for the user model. Now whenever we get a user, it will have the post array associated with it. Let's go ahead and actually try that. And I cleaned up my Postman a little bit. So if we do read all, well, read this one won't probably have it. The JWT expired. So we have set that to expire. Let's log in again. And if we are reading all the users, let's see if it'll have the post array there. And it does have a post array. Now since when we are getting users or creating or creating a user, we'll have this post array, and now we can start plugging in the post for the author. Because whenever we are creating a post, the user should be logged in, or in this case, it's the user should have a privilege of at least a super user admin or staff. So whenever a new post is created, we will automatically assign an author to that post because the user is logged in. So that will do it. Let's close that, and let's come back here. Let's review the category model too, and in this case we already have the post array there, so we don't really need to do anything for that. So that's good. Close that. And for the post model, let's review the post model also and see if we need to make any changes here. So for the post model, we have a post, just like with the category. We have this post object called the post, and then we assign it to that post schema. Let's see what we did different in the category model. So in category model, we have the category schema, and we assign the posts. And in the post, we have post schema, and we also need to have category, which I believe we already did it in the schema. So I think this will work. If not, then we'll switch this over to the models, but for now let's leave it to that. And let's start with creating a category. So in services, create a new service called post service.js, and in post service, what we'll need to do is, let's deal with creating a post first. So in order to create a post, let's import that model, fire, folder back, model slash post. And because a post will have a category, if the category is not provided for the post, then we can maybe default to a category of undefined or category of other. So that's why, so we'll need to import that category too, because a category and post is interrelated. Is equals to fire, again same thing, model slash category, and also a category or a post will have an author, so we can import that user model, fire, same thing, model slash user. So with that, let's create a new post, taking a sync like that, sync. So a post will take an author, which we will automatically assign. It will take a slug, which the user can provide. Same with the title, excerpt, you can provide that. Body, read time, and we have category, which the user will use a category. Also, we have status, and then we have visibility, and what is this? Status is deprecated. We shouldn't get that. Maybe because it's the, well, that would work. It was just trying to figure out if it is a custom defined variable. And when creating a post, we need to also make note of when the post was created. So these are all the values that the user will provide. They'll provide all, they'll write all these values. For the author, it's basically user is providing that because they must be logged in. So we can say that the user provided that. But for the in post, if we look at the post schema, we have a date field also, isn't it? Yeah, created at. So let's do the same thing that we did for the in formatting the date. So we did that in category service. We called this format date, so we can do that the same thing here too. But before that, what we'll do is const. Let's just I guess let's just copy and paste this and writing all. No, copy it from here and const a new post equals to await new post, and inside that we will have a post object, and inside that object we will say author will be an author, and slug will be slug. Did put a comma there instead of name, will now be title, author slug title. We have excerpt will be excerpt, and body will be body, and read time. We can actually format this read time too, so that the user does not provide some random values for the read time. So what we can do is so before even assigning that read time, let's actually format that read time. So what we can do is when we are creating the front end, we can just provide some we can have the user only be able to choose the number for the read time. So if the user chooses like number 1 for the read time or 2 for the read time, then we can just take that number and add the minutes to it. It's basically a string. So let's do that. We'll do formatted read time is equals to read time. So we're basically taking that read time, we're adding a white space there, and then we'll just add the string minute read. So if the user provides value 1, then we'll just say 1 minute read. If the user provides value 10, we'll say 10 minute read. And then after body, we can assign that read time to the formatted read time. And after read time, we'll need to provide the category will be, if let's say that when creating a post, let's suppose that there are no any categories in the database. So in that case, we'll need to make sure that the user first creates a category and then only creates a post. So what we can do is we could either, because even if a post, let's say it does not belong to any category, it at least needs to belong to one category. It needs to belong to a category of undefined, or a user can name that category called other. So let's do const select category is equals to await category dot find one, and we'll can do the category name. We can find the category with the name, and in the category model, if we look at this in the category service, we were reading a single category with a slug. We can read it with a slug here too, but let's say that when assigning a category, if we are making the front, if we are writing the front end, then we would want the user to be able to select a category from a drop down, and in that drop down, it's better to have the category name instead of a slug. So we'll just find the category by a name. What we can do is EQ, just the same as before, category. And again, with this one, we'll need to do category.name. So let's do that, find one, and we'll do, put a string there, category.name, and that'll be EQ category, where slug we'll need to, so equals to category. Okay, that's good. Yeah. So we are just basically passing this category over here, and then because we have the category name inside that category object, we can do that. Let's try that and see if we get any errors when we check it later. And we'll write if there is no any category. So if not, if select category is equals to null, then what we can tell the user, we can actually throw a new error saying that category does not exist. Please create a new category. So we can do that, and after that's done, we can actually assign this category to select category dot underscore ID, and status, we can assign that to status, and we'll deal with this later because there are only two possible values for status. Same with the visibility, there are only two possible values. We can handle that in the controller. Visibility will be visibility, and the created at it'll just be a format date like we did before. And after that, we do not have to populate post here because this is already a post. We can do new post dot save, and we can return, let's do this because whenever a post is created, we also need to assign the author to that post, and in this case we'll just assign the author to whoever is logged in. So if I'm logged in, then when I create a new post, then the author of that post will be me myself. So what we can do, user await user dot find by ID. We can find the user by ID. We'll pass the author, and we will do user dot post is equals to user dot posts dot concat. So we'll basically add that newly created post to the user's post array. So we'll do new post dot underscore ID dot underscore ID, and we'll save that user so that whenever a user creates a post, the user's post array is saved as well. And that should be await user dot save, and we'll do the same for category. Select category dot post, because now that we whenever a new post is created, we find the author, whoever is logged in, we assign the post to that author, and then we'll need to save the post. But before that, we'll need to actually save the user too. so that whenever we get the user, then all the posts created by that user will come up. And we need to do the same with the category, because a user can have multiple posts. Same with the category, a category can have multiple posts. So we need to do this in the category too. So basically we'll just concat that again. Select category dot the posts array, and then we'll just concat the new post dot underscore ID there, and we'll just await, save that category too, so that the post is reflected in that category's post array. And we'll return new post. And when returning a new post, we can populate some field. We can populate, so whatever we want here, we'll say path to that path, author, and we can select what we want to populate. So we do not want the author ID or the user ID, so we can minus ID and account dot first name. We want that account dot last name. We want that account dot date registered. We want that, and we also want the user's or the author's profile or the user's profile dot subtitle, profile dot bio. Also we want it, and we also want the avatar of the users, profile dot avatar. And so with that, so with whenever the post is returned, we have the actual post, and we also have the author with all these fields. And we also need to return the category, because whenever we are getting a post, we are getting the actual post, we are getting the author and the author information, which in this case are all these fields. And we'll also get the return the category when getting a when creating a new post. And we'll just select, and again we do not need ID, so we'll do minus ID. We need the slug, and we need the name of the category. So with that, let's save that. There seems to be an error here, put a comma there, and that should do it for create post. Let's export this. So module.exports equals to create post, and we have post service. Of that, let's go to post controller. Let's create, we do not have a file called post controller, so let's create that. Yes. And the post controller, or in order to create a post, we can go to categories controller and copy and paste that create category. It'll be a little more complex than what the create category was, but copy and paste that and go to the top. We need to import that post service. So post service is equals to fire, that's one folder back, services slash service, and we are basically creating post here. Create post, it will still take the request and response. And in order to create a post, I'm going to leave it to super user admin and staff only can create a post. Client and subscriber cannot create a post. It's a simple tweak. It's, as I said, it's really flexible. If you want to alter some things, it's basically changing some of this very simple code in here. Nothing complex at all, but I'm just going to leave it as super user admin and staff can create a post and nobody else. And to check for the properties, we'll need to check for title and excerpt, and here let me just copy this one here. We need a few of these. So title, excerpt, body, and we need read time, and we need category, we need slug, we need status, we need visibility, and that's all we need. It is visibility. So if all these are included in the JSON object, put an ampersand there, will return status 400, saying that title, excerpt, body, read time, category, log, status, and visibility is required. So we have title, excerpt, body, read time, category, slug, status, and visibility is required. That's good. If length, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, instead of 2, let's change that to 8. We'll basically go or throw that message there. And if that's good, then we'll try this. So let's deal with the author first. So what we'll do is or we'll need to provide the author. So we'll do author ID is equals to res.body.id. So it was as simple as that because we are already logged in. We can just access this res.body.id just like the way we are accessing it here. And then now we can pass this author ID to that author key in the post model. Okay, so we'll do const post is equals to, will be a post service dot create post, and that will take the author ID and we'll pass reg.body.slug, and we'll also do reg.body.title, and we'll do reg.body.excerpt and reg.body.body read time and reg.body.category and reg.body.status, and the last thing is reg.body.visibility. So once we pass the author ID, slug, title, excerpt, body, read time, category, status, and visibility, we can create that post. So we'll return 201, that's true, and we don't need that because a post title can be super long. So we'll just say post has been created, and let's pass that post in there. So post, and we'll catch any errors. Error 404 for any other errors that the database might throw. And if the user does not have sufficient privilege, we'll just say, should be privilege. So I've been spelling that wrong the whole time. So that's good. Let's export this. Dot quotes is equals to create post. Okay. And let's write a route for that. So let's create a new route called post route.js, and in post route, let's just copy whatever we had in categories route. Not much difference. So express is good, router is good, auth controller is good. We need post controller here, and that's under post controller. So we are creating the post first. Let's get rid of all that. Router.post, so that'll be post class create, and we pass in that because only the super user admin and staff can create a post. And instead of calling categories controller, we'll call post controller dot post, and we will export that. And since we have a post route, we'll need to include this in the create server.js. So let's do that. Const post is equals to require, and that will be under routes class route. Have that. After categories, we can do app dot use. And here's what I'm gonna do for this API URL. I'm going to add the version number there. It's a good thing to do in order to keep track of the versions easily, and I'm going to do the same thing there too. One API slash v1, that's what it'll be. So let's do that. And for the posts, we have that. Everything should be good. Let's go ahead and try that. And we still have not taken care of these two possible values of the post controller. Let's go ahead and see. Try to fix that first. And we did the same thing in the users controller. Remember when we dealt with the users role? That was users role here. So did we check here what role the user what all the for all the valid roles in that enums? So let's go to the service. Check that under services. Then service update role, not in user service. We actually check that in the users model then. So we can do the same thing for the post model also. So in users model, yeah, so the role is, so we did that in the users model. So let's leave that for now. Let's actually go ahead and check if everything else is working fine, and for the status and visibility, we'll provide a correct value for now. So let's go there, and this should be now API slash v1 because I added the version number there. Let's try to log in. That's good. Let's create a post. That'll take a post request, and this will be API slash v1 slash post slash create. If I just send it like that, it will give me the unprivileged error or the unauthorized error. Pass the authorization, and then we'll pass that JWT access token. Copy and paste that, and let's send that. We should get all the errors. That's good. Let's provide all this information here. So we have title. We'll just call it post 1, and then excerpt, we'll just call it excerpt 1, and then body, call it body 1, body, and we have read time. Read time, we will add number or a string 2 in there. We'll say that it's a 2-minute read, even if the body is just as simple as body 1. This is just for the testing purpose. Category. So for the category, because do we have any? So let's try this here. Let's come to this read all categories. Let's see what category we have. API / v1. Okay, we do have a category created here called test category. So let's actually provide the correct one, because, well, let's paste that. So category, and this is actually finding it by name, so we need to make sure that it is case sensitive. So let's provide the correct category name. Let's actually provide the incorrect one so that we can actually check for that, whether we are getting that category not found error. And I forgot a comma there. So after the category, we'll provide a slug. We'll just call it post -1. And again, in the front end, the slug can be automatically generated based on the title, but sometimes we might want a different slug than what the title is, so that's good. Slug status, this will take an enum. Let's actually provide the correct value. Status was public, was it? No, status was what? Draft. Let's call it a draft. And visibility, we'll set that to private after the status is draft. So with all that, we should get this category error. Let's see what's happening here. What is it? Title, excerpt, body, read time. That should have been lowercase r. Category, slug status, visibility. Let's post that. Oh, it is giving title, excerpt, body, read time. I overlooked that. So let's correct that. Read time, category, slug status, visibility. Something went wrong. Author ID is not defined. What was that in the post controller? Oh, let's define a variable here called author ID. So that's after that. Let's got another error. No, server was not running. Something went wrong. Test incorrect. For model category. Okay, we are getting an error because the category, this test, because we actually provided the incorrect category name. Let's provide the correct category name and see what we get. We are still getting that cast string failed for value test. So we dealt with this error before, if I remember it correctly. So we are basically trying to find the look in the post service. We come over here, post.concat, category save. Await has no effect on this type of expression. Well, we do not really need to use await there. And the category.find1. So this is where this problem is happening here. You test for model category. What about this here? Did I spell that incorrectly? Okay. Good. So select category, of category dot find one. So category dot name and EQ is category. It should work because this is where basically providing a category name called test in here, and then it's looking inside this category, inside that object, because we have the category inside now, the category object, the main category object, or the main category model, I should say. So that should not give us that error, but let's see, because we should have gotten this error really. Category does not exist. Let's use a new category for the just incorrect category that I provided earlier. Something went wrong. Cast to a string failed for value EQ test. A path add model. Oh, I think I forgot a dollar there. That's what it is. Yeah, let's try to let's plug in that dollar there and then see what else we get. Format date is not defined. That wasn't defined. Where did I use it? Here. Yeah, we need to import this format date, and that was in category service, right? We just imported it like this. Let's do that. And we actually need to call this. That's already called. Let's save that and get rid of those. Let's send that. Cannot populate path category because it is not in a schema. Again, this is the same thing. So let's see. Yeah, so this has happened to us before. We come to the post, and this is where that author and the post needs to be. So let's try that in the post schema. Let's try one by one. So this is saying the category. So instead of writing that over here, and let's leave the author over there and see if it gives us the author error too. For to be clear, that put that in there, and then let's send that. It should give us the same thing about the author also. It did not. A post with title undefined already exists. Let's use a different title. Post with the title already exists. So this is again and of course this also we need to make some corrections here because we had the same problem as before. So we'll make this correction, but let's deal with this first. Something post with the title undefined already exists. So it is, if we look at the database, this is the same error that we ran in earlier, but it should create a post, and we should have a post object too, but have a post object with all those information. So we need to look inside the post object, because inside post, let me see this first, categories. Okay, so yeah, we need to look at the post, because the post is inside the post object. Let's go ahead and look at that because we ran into this earlier too. So in post service, we have new post, all this is good. Let's save. Title and title. The post title is undefined. Post service, and let's look at the post controller. Service.post. Where's the passing information? Let's look at what we did for the categories controller, because it's the same thing as that. And then we provide the category we provided on the post, and there shouldn't be any errors in the category or in the post controller that I see here. Should all be good. Let's look at the service here. Look at the post service. Open up category service and how we did that here. So new category is equals to new post. Create a post object with find those values there. Let me see, what was the error? Post with title undefined already exists. Okay, so this select category dot underscore id, that should be fine, that should work. Await new post dot save, and dot save, and then after that we are basically assigning the user whoever is logged in. Await user dot find by id author dot post dot concat, adding that post to the array or the user's post array. Save, select category, doing the same thing with the category save, return new post dot populate. Let's so we do need to populate this. Let's first do this. Let's just try to return just the new post and see. So we'll just return new post for now. We do need to populate that, but just to check here, I'm going to comment that out. And okay, a post with title already exists. Undefined, the title is undefined. When try to create a post, let's so we have the author and category, that's good. Not causing any problem. This is actually working good because inside post we have the author ID and we also have the category ID. Good. Let's delete that first and try to do it again and see here. Post 1. So the post has been created. I just needed to delete that and then resend that request again. Inside the post object we have the post and post 1, and then we have the post ID here, and then we have the author ID. So let's include this now, and because we do need to populate that, so let's that if I send it again, it will give us an error, title undefined again. So the problem is coming from that trying to populate things. Let's remove this and inside post we have the post created with author. That or delete that, and then send that again. Cannot pop, okay, cannot populate path author because it is not in your schema. Yeah, so this is the error that I was expecting. Remember, I moved that. That's why. So if we go to the schema here and post schema, remember I moved the category to the model instead post model instead of writing it here. So I'm going to do the same thing, or let's do the same thing. We'll need to do this too in order to make this work. Take it out from schema and put it in the model right under this category. So that's the error. I was expecting that, and we'll still need to work with this because this is, we have run through this error before. So let's go ahead and post it. I'll post with title again. Post with title undefined. let's do this here. So that error is coming from here, error post dot, that's inside post dot title. If we do this, we should get the title here, because that post is again inside the post model. There's a post object, and inside that is where we have all the post information. So we do get that. A post with title post one already exists. Please and title, right? It's title 2. And this is actually looking at the slug also, so we need to change the slug to post 2 and then see. So we do have that. So post 2, it's it is working. Let's try to send that again. We should get that error. Title post 2 already exists. Let's convert this to post 3, and let's not change the slug and see what happens. We should still get the error because we are actually checking for the uniqueness of the slug. And if I do that post 3 there, what will happen is we create a new post called post 3 being created. So that looks good. We created a post, and if we come to this post service, we did populate the author and the category. So let's just return the new post and see what difference does it make. So let's, well, I can't, I change this here, 4 and 4, then that, and it did not make any difference. So when creating a post, I guess we were populating this. It was we do not see the post category. We always see is the post information created as log title, accept body, return status, and visibility. We should have gotten the post or the category and the author too. Let's try. I'm going to. So I'm going. Let's remove that. That did not make any difference. Uncomment that. So we return new post. We populate the author, all that, and then we also need the post. Do not need the ID, but we need the post slug and name. Can't do that. 5. Yeah, it is not returning that. Create a slug title, accept body, return ID. So select category dot save. We are saving this post here. So we create a new instance of post. We're saving this post here. Let's save this post down here so that once everything is saved, then only the post is saved. After the post is saved, we populate that. Let's see what happens. 5. Let's call it post 6. 6. And that. That really did not do anything. In post controller, what have we done in post controller? Object. Oh, you know what? This is. So we create a post. We have author ID that's not included. Category is not included. If we look at it here, when creating a new post, we have the author and select the author. So if we look at this, we're creating a new post, and then inside this post object, we're passing in author. Everything else should be the same, but this author and user, we are passing this inside post object, and that's what's why we are not getting the post, the author and the category. Because if you look at the post model here, we have the post with post schema. So the post object only contains post schema, but the category and author is not in this post object. So let's make this correction here. And that's it, just have been author. That did take me a little bit of time to figure that out. Let me just plug that back in wherever it was before. And so user, this find by ID, we don't need to do anything for this. Let's change that. I had to work on it for on my own a little bit to figure out what the problem was, and it was as simple as it can get. But besides that, I think yours and my code should be the same at this point. But let's go ahead and do that, because we will remove that from the author and from the category. Well, let's do that first. The author will just be author, and this category has to come out here and not inside that post object. So now let's go ahead and send that over and see what we get. And then I have a different one too here, post 27. I have to try this a lot before I can get this working. If I send that, now it should work. So we have a post object with the actual post, and then we have the author. So that's basically my information. And then the category is coming up as empty. That should not be the case. So let's go ahead and figure out why that is happening for the category. So select category, concat, what would be, where did we find the category? Over here. And so select category, category.find one, and we're basically finding category.name is equivalent to whatever the category that was provided, that is test in this case. So if select category is equals to null, then it should throw an error. So let's try to console log this select category. So let's console log that select category, and we should get, change that to 28. Change that to 28. We should get the category name as test. Let's send that over. And then what else did we console log? Anything else? No. So just the select category. And so we did select the right category, and of course that category already has a bunch of number of other posts associated with it. But we are getting the select category. That's we are getting the category. It is finding that category. Let's try to, let's give like a incorrect category name and then see if we get that error. So test incorrect. I'll just name that category as that. Let's send that and see. Okay, we do get category does not exist error. Let's create a new category because this test incorrect category does not exist. But if we just switch back to the category, I keep saving that. Let's write the category test. We do have a category called test created, and we can verify that here when we created this categories. So we are getting select category, whichever category that was, and then over here we can test. I send that over. Let's send a different one. I just wanted to see what we were getting. So that's post 29. And so category object is empty right now. So let's select category dot on ID. Let's just do that as select category only. And that is still just concatenating it. Not much going on there. Category. So author we are assigning by ourselves, and then the category the user is sending it. New post category here, select category, assign category, and then the author is being populated, so that's good. Let's try, let's go ahead and check. So after making this modification here without dot underscore id, do not make any difference because we're basically just removing that id and passing the whole category object. That's we are still getting that empty category object. Test path, and then so select category. We are getting the category null. We are getting that error too. And post good author, we init category, init select category, this category that, and then find by id post. Let's see what the controller is doing here. So we create a post, we pass all that, pass the author id, pass the category, pass the category uncat that. And if we look at here, this is just too much object in here. I do want to change how this is, how this looks, because inside the, we are creating a post and we have this post object, and inside that there's another post object. I don't like this another post object being like this, because it's just like, it's just very useless. And then if we did that, then all this category and author should be inside the post object, but right now it's outside. So I do want to change that, uh, and this fix this category, this empty category object, that we shouldn't be getting it like that. So let's go ahead and make this pretty a little bit, and then we will come back to this category later, okay? And along the way we'll try to fix that too. So what we're gonna do is we'll need to change a lot of things here again. I'm sorry about this. Let's say that let's look at it like this, because we have a user model here. Let's compare it to the user model. User can have a profile and an account. That's like two different separate entities, the account and profile. So that's why we wrote the different schema for the account and profile. But for the post, a post will have, well, it'll have a category and author. But the post, I don't think we need to define a post schema in a separate schema folder like this. I think what we can do is, instead of writing post schema and importing it like this, because this is where we are getting that extra object, because we are creating an object post and then assigning that to post schema. So that's why we are getting this extra object, and when we are trying to access it, it's causing a lot of problem. So instead what we can do is just in model, in post model, so this is the post model, what we're going to do is we're not going to import that schema. So we'll completely get rid of the schema. Let me close this out here. Let's get this one down first so that it's clean. And then I'll just copy all these fields from the schema, and let's X that. And then I'll just post it directly to the post model. And so post model, we have all these fields, and then we have category, we have author, that is good, and that looks good. And if I do it like this, I think this should be working here, because now we do not have an object inside a model. We are just directly displaying it. And it might be a little confusing, but we'll see this later on. But let's save that, and let's just delete this post schema file, because there's nothing much going on there. We can just delete that. I did this initially in order to organize the folder structure a little bit, but now I've realized that doing it like that, it was just causing more issues. And because this is a post model, it'll just have the field, and nothing. When we create a post, none of the other objects will be created, so we can just write it like this. But in case of user, when we create a user, we create an account for them, and also we automatically create a profile for them. So it made more sense to write the user model like this by defining a separate schema and then importing it. But for the post, I think we can do it like this, and same for the category too. So for the category also, we will copy this category schema, so those three fields, and then we will just instead of doing that, we'll just write it directly over there, and then we can completely get rid of this category schema file also. Just get rid of that. So in schemas, we only have account and profile, but in models, we still have those. So let's check to make sure that there's nothing wrong here. So we have Mongo's schema. Let's go ahead, post schema. We create all these fields. And then we have the category and author. And well, I guess we can provide this person key here. And then these are just the error handling. I think it should work, but if it does not work, we can come back to that later. Let's review the category model too. We have category model. Let's remove that schema. That file doesn't exist anymore. We have created ads, login, name, and posts, and we have specified the version key. That's okay. And then this one, we'll just need to make change. I know we changed this earlier because we had to find in all these keys, but we'll just reverse that. It's pretty easy. But we'll need to make this modification here and write it just like this. And we'll just have to reverse it back because I remember modifying this for it to make it work. But let's save that. And then we can close that up. So let's, for the category, that's in category service. So for the category service, we'll just need to make some modification here. So for read all or create categories, we have that. So that looks good. I'm gonna find one. So in this one here, we can just directly specify the slug name now, because we do not need to do that because we do not have that extra category object now. So we can find one with the slug equals slug. And I think besides that, everything should be good. And in here, when reading a category, we would like to read a category, and we would also like to populate the let's do this over here, because whenever we are reading a category, that category will contain some post, and that post will be associated with the category, and if we click on that category again, then there will be more posts. So that'll create an infinite loop. So instead of over here, when we populate posts, we will ignore some of the things here. So from that, we will ignore ID as underscore ID, and also the category. So this is inside the post, because if we are reading one category, so let's say that we get one category, that category will populate the post, and because post is associated with the category, inside that post array or the post object, we'll again see the category, and that does not make sense. So we can safely ignore that, or it'll create an infinite loop. We can keep clicking on however many times we want, and that'll just be the same information. And then we'll also do the for the author, we'll do the same thing. The path author, and we will select, so get rid of the ID. We do not need to, so the author ID, and account dot first name, we need that, and account dot last name, we need that, and account dot date registered, we need that, and we can also include the profile dot job title, and then profile dot bio, let's do that, and then profile dot avatar. So let's do that and save that. And after that, the category is null. That's good. There is detail, so that's good. So that was for the create category. Let's see if we need to make any changes in read all categories. Yeah, let's do that too, because whenever we are reading a category, we need to do the same thing with the read all categories also. So that's basically going to be the same thing. Over here we'll do select, and we'll just set that to blank, but we will populate the author here. So that will be path will be author, select. We can get rid of that ID from there and just copy and paste that. Do the same thing with that. And then when we are reading all categories, inside post, so when we are reading categories, all categories, we're getting a post array. That post array will have an author and also the category array inside of it. So in order to prevent that infinite looping, what we can do is we can provide a path to the category and then set that to an empty string, so that we do not get that infinite loop or that very long JSON object, that never ending JSON object basically. So that'll do it, and you can try it by not using this populate. You'll see the difference, but I'm just gonna leave it to that. I know it's gonna work, so I'll just leave it to that. But read all categories, I think that should be good for that. And so we have for create category, that should be good. This one is done. That's good. For updating a category, we'll again do the same thing. So for post, path is posts. That's good. And we'll select the ID, and we will get rid of that category there. And we will populate the author. Populate an array. There'll be path, author, and we'll select the same thing as before. Copy that and we'll paste that. Seems like there is an error. Is this here? That's what is, am I putting expected colon? That's in. So we have that populate, and then we have a path author select. So profile.subtitle, found, and last name. Save that. That is giving an error. And there shouldn't be a comma here. That error was happening. Put a comma there. There shouldn't be a comma. And same over here. Okay, sorry about that. But besides that, it should be, what is this? There's more comma in there. So ID, account of first name, account of last name, account of the registered profile, subtitle, avatar. Populate author. What's the difference here? I don't see no difference. And I forgot to look that should be good now. So for update category, let's come back to that, and we have that. So that's it. Do it. For deleting the category, we don't really need to do anything there. So that should be good. And let's review categories controller again and see. I don't think we need to make any changes here because we're not populating anything. It should be good. Go over there. Firstly, we're looking for the success. Wherever there is a success, the status 200 or 201, that's good. Looks good. I don't think we need to do anything here because good. Looks good. Good. And that's good too. Let's do the same thing with the with the post service. And let's look at the post controller. Let's create post first. That looks good. Create post. Righty. Yeah, there's no change in there. But over here, we will need to change this. We do the so we have author slug. That is good. And we have select category. We need to change this because we do not have that extra object anymore, so we can just write it as name, and this is going to clean things up a little very much. Okay, so just bear with me for a little bit here. Once we send the request, it'll just be so clean because we removed all this extra object, and also we populated and ignored some of the fields. So that will be that, and then that looks good. Over here we need to change this because there's not a post object anymore, so we'll just do that. And then we will do let's do that author first, because do that author, and then slug. Everything else should be the same. Category, we have select category, looks good. And then we find the user by an ID, and then the pass that author, that's good. And we populate some of the fields. That should be good. Let's go ahead and check that. Let me clear out this database here. There's just a lot of crap in there right now. Delete that, and same with the categories. Let's delete that. Make some changes. Drop that, not delete it. Whenever you are deleting something in a database, the appropriate term for that would be to drop something. But users, we did not really change anything, so that should be good. Let's go ahead and before creating a post, we don't have any categories right now. Let's go ahead and create a category, and I'm sorry we had to do this again, but there's nothing wrong in doing that. And it says cannot post something, create category, right? API, and then there should be a version 1 that we modified a long time ago. Something went wrong. Path name is required. Slug path slug is required. So category / create that. So path slug is required. So let's come to create category service. And then, yeah, this is again, we forgot to do this here. In category service, we need to get rid of that extra object there. So we don't need that category. That's what we're trying to get rid of in order to make the returned JSON object more clean and clear to read. That should be good. Let's go ahead and send that again. Happen here. So that was just the server not running. Let's send that. And over here, we can see that now when we get a category test has been created, we get this category object, and inside that we have a created as slug name, and we also have the post array inside it. So this looks more cleaner. Before that, the way we did that was we created a category, and inside this category we had another category object, and that category object only had these 3 values, but then this post was out of that category object. So doing it like this, I think it's more clear. It's more simple to read. We just have a category object. We have all the fields that the category object takes, and there's no any objects inside of it besides for the post itself. So that is more clear. And if we do read all categories, it should give us the same thing. That's good. And same thing with the update category. This would still work the same way. Let me know if it does not, but it should work the same way. Let's save that, and then after the category is created, we can create a post. So since I deleted all that, I'll just change that to post 1. And so instead of all this, it's very painful for the eyes to read. Even there's this post object inside it, and then we have this category just outside this post object. It doesn't make sense. We should just have one single object. Let's send that and see what we get. So we get something different. We have a post object. We get the created as log title accept body read time status visibility, and also we get the category inside this post, because this post has a category, is associated with a category, and we get the category, we get the slug and the name, and then just right inside of it we have the author, but the author will have a 2 different object, account and profile. So that's good. I think this looks more cleaner than what we had done before, just by not having those separate schemas for the post and category. I think it made it look a lot better. So after that create post, we were able to create a post. Let's go ahead and read the post that we created. And before that, just let me explain this a little more here. I'm hurrying. I don't want to hurry. So in category, we only get the slug and the name, because remember, we ignore the ID. So when we created a category, we populated it. We ignored the category ID, or well, was that not in read category? It was in create post. Let me go and look into that. Let me explain this. You can fast forward it if you don't want to listen to my crap, but this is basically what we did. I just wanted to make sure that we understand what we're doing. So a new post, when creating a new post, this is the new post. We are basically populating the author, but we do not want the ID, so that's why we do -ID. But besides that, everything should be the same. And if we look at the author object, we do not get the author ID because we do not want that there. But then everything else, we should get it. Everything that is specified here. Same with the category. Whenever we are getting a category, we don't want the ID, we just want the slug and name, and that's what we get. But if you want the ID there, feel free to do so. It's just the you can just do that by getting rid of that minus sign there. Now that should be it. So we have create post. Let's go ahead and read all the posts first. So let me just close that there. So before working on that create post, let's go ahead and make that correction. I forgot about that. If we come to models, or the post model, the post model is good, but so this is how we wrote for the post, but for the category, we changed this, remember? So this is not going to work. We need to reverse it back to whatever it was before. We'll basically copy this, and then we'll just do a quick check here. It shouldn't take too much time. So let's copy that. If error.errors dot for the category, we'll do slug is good, and then we'll just say slug cannot be blank. We'll get rid of that, and then we'll do the same thing for the category also. So get rid of that and change that to, or same thing for the name also. I've been saying the, let's change that to name. Anyways, let's change that, and then let's see if this category is working by, let's check this two here. So name slug. That should be good. Let's try to create a category with empty. So if I create that, I probably get an error. Something went wrong. Cannot read properties of undefined reading slug. Something went wrong. It means that it's coming from here. The category has slug and a name. So this is basically throwing the error.errors.slug kind error.errors name.kind. Let's see how we did that in post. So it was right after that, and then if error.errors.slug kind, this should work. Let's console log this error object. And see what we get. So let's post that in there. Cannot read properties of undefined reading slug. Let's come to this category service and then create category slug. That shouldn't be the error there. Categories controller, and have that. We have slug. This shouldn't be coming from here. So category, create category slug. We have that. Let me see this here. Category. So is it not even console logging? Did it console log? No. No, it did not do that. What about in category service? If it's not console logging, there should be some error here. Slug is slug. Name is name. We just populate that. Think slug and name category. Slug. Let's move that there. Probably the server was not running. Bug. Oh, here it is. Here's the error. Duplicate key error. Test. And the duplicate key error. Let's change this name here. Test one. And we do get a new category that's created. Let's try to send this over again because we want to fix that error. Something went wrong. Cannot read properties of undefined reading slug. We don't want this. We want a custom error message. This should have thrown the slug uniqueness error, but in this case we are getting that. We don't want that, so let's go ahead and fix that. Oh, here it is. That's it. Remove that extra object, category object, and that's to do it. So category.slug. Now if I send it again, we'll get a nice error saying that this slug already exists. So it was as simple as that. A lot of time when we are coding, we overlook things, and then that's why it takes a whole lifetime to debug a problem. But that should be good. So the error. Oh, let's actually check for this. That's what we are doing here. We are checking in order to see if we get that blank error or not. So that's okay. Slug cannot be blank. Let's plug in values for slug. Let's leave that empty. and then name cannot be blank. So this is good, this is working. So let's close that, and now let's start working on reading all the categories. So in post service, we will just right below that create, I will define const, or not create, read all posts, and that will take this, that will be an async function. Then it does not take any parameters, so I'll just do const all posts is equals to, we'll need to await and post dot, we can find the post, we can just find post dot find, we need to find all post, and after the post is found, we'll need to populate it. So there'll be an array, and inside that we will do path author, and we will just select this here for the author. Not want the author ID, we do not want the author's password, even the hashed password, so we'll just select those. And then when reading all posts, we need to do the same thing with the category. And I'll show you here what I was talking about, that I've been talking about that infinite loop. I'll just show it here, but for now let's do it like this, and then check this, and then I'll show you that if I don't forget it. So underscore ID and slug and name, and after that we can just return all posts. So that's good, and then just export this read all post, and I'll show you this. I don't want to forget that. I'll show you what I was meaning about that infinite loop. If you have not tried it by yourself already, I'll just show it to you so that you know what I'm talking about. And in controller, let's go to post controller, write that read all post function. So over here, let's just copy and paste this in categories controller. It'll basically be the same thing. We'll just need to tweak that a little bit. Was that, so instead of read all categories, it will be read all posts, and that'll take a request response. All posts is equals to, and this will be post service read all post, and that should be good. And then instead of all categories, it will be all posts dot length is equals to 0. Then we want to return 200, and then we'll say there are no any posts, and then we'll respond with a status 200, and instead of categories, let's pass in posts. All categories will be all posts, and that's a do it. Let's export this read all post as well, and after that let's go to the routes. That'll be post route, and we'll just basically get all posts. So that's router dot get, and that'll be slash post, well, slash posts, and that'll be the endpoint for that, and anybody can read all posts. So we don't have to use that auth controller, so we'll do posts controller dot read all posts. So let's try this out, and let's create category. I'll just reverse that back, and let's save that. That's good. And this one also, let's save it. I want to save it because I want to, once this is complete, I want to try everything in the end, all the endpoints in the end. So I'll just do that quick. Create post. That's good. So let's read all post. Let's just copy that, and there'll be a get request, and anybody can access it. So let's send that over. And over here we got all the posts, status 200. So right now I only have one post, that's why I got only one post. Let's actually create one more post so that we can see that we get multiple posts. Let's create that. and then that has been created. If I do get all post, I should get another object here too. So that's post 1, this is post 2. So this is good. And let me show you what I was talking about when I was talking about that infinite loop. That's not the right term to call it an infinite loop. But while reading all posts, that's in post service. So if I do not include this path, we'll see what happens, and this way we can know more about the how the public works as well. So let's just comment that out just to test it out and see what we get. So if we right now we get the category with slug and test. If I don't include that at all, I don't get the category object at all. But if I include it, and then if I don't write any select over there, if I don't specify what fields I want, then let's try that out. And you'll see that if I didn't include that, then the category will have this ID created as slug name, and post, it is actually sending me it is actually just giving me an object or the object ID, which is good. So in this case, it actually did not create the infinite loop. So that's good. But since we are getting all the post, and inside this category, I don't, well, we could have it here, but in my use case, I do not really want this over here. It's just too much data, because this will actually, so once we get this post, we're only getting all the post, and we're getting the category of this post, and then this ID will still be over here. So this ID is here, and then once we get all the post again, this ID is also in this category. So we do not really need that. When I'm getting a post, I just want to get the post information, and I just want to know what category it belongs to and who the author is. So I'll just change that back to not get the ID and just get the slug and the name, so that it's more clear. So the read all post is good. In post controller, anybody can read it, so there is not much errors that is going to happen there. So let's now write a function to read a single post. So in order to read a single post, we can read a post by a slug, because so that we do not see a ton of numbers in the URL. The slug, and we'll just do post detail is equals to, let me just copy and paste this. It's the same thing. I don't want to write it again. Category service, what is that here? Let's just copy and paste that. Don't need to write all that again. There. The read post, and then instead of category, that will be post detail is equals to await post.find1. We pass the slug in, and that should be good. We populate. So when we are reading a post, what is this here? It is, we need to mark this as an async function so that we can use that await. So when we are reading a post, we do not want to populate the post, but we want to populate the author. So let's populate the author, and well, author is already over here, but I'll just write that over there. So let's copy that and then paste that. So that'll populate the author with all these fields here, and then that'll be an array here. Sorry about that, because we need to populate the author, and we also need to populate the category for this. So I'll just write it like that. I'll X that out there, and then after that, let's just get rid of all that, and we also need to populate the category. So we'll define a path to that category, and then we'll just select the ID, or ignore the ID, but keep the slug and the name, and there shouldn't be a comma there. So let's see, remove that, and then there is some we don't need that. So if post detail is equals to null, we just return null, else we return post detail. And let's export this read post. And in post controller, of that, in post controller, let's just copy this category controller. It should be the same, almost same. So do that, and then read all post. Instead of read all post, we'll do, or read post, we'll do read, sorry, instead of read category, we'll do read post. That'll be request response, and instead of category detail, we'll do post detail. Here, that's good. Get the post detail. This will be post service dot read post, and we're still reading the post with a slug. If post detail is equals to null, then we'll just say post does not exist. Our post with that, let's try to make it more clear. Post with that slug does not exist. Else we return status 200, and instead of category, we'll just do post, and there'll be post detail. That should be good for this. Let's double check. Post does not exist. That should be good. Let's export that also, and then in post route, we'll basically just copy that. Well, you know what? I actually have had all this here. Let's get rid of that comments. Router.get slash post, and in order to get a post, we're getting it with a slug. So I'll write slug, and post controller, anybody can get a single post, so we'll just do read post slash slug post controller read post. Let's go ahead and try this out. Let me save that quick. Read all post, and let me copy that. API post slash, we just need to provide a slug. So let's see what the slug for this is. We can try to get, let's try to get post dash 2. So post slash post dash 2. Let's send it. It should work. So we did get post 2. With the category account, everything should be the same. So we did get that. So that should be good. The next thing we'll do is, let me close this out here. Let's start from post service. The next thing we'll do is we'll work on updating the post. So let's write a function called update post. And this will be just like creating a post, but it will be a little different. Let's copy. Let's just copy this create post function here, because there's a lot of things that we need to type in there. Copying and pasting is faster. So let's change this to, instead of create post, update post. That will be an async function. That will also take an ID. So we'll need to update a post. We'll need to get the ID of the post that we want to update. So we get ID. Author, we don't need that. Slug is good. Title is good. Excerpt is good. Body, read time, category, status, visibility is good. And so when we are updating the post, we can update the post itself, but we can also update the category of that post. So we need to be able to change the category also. So what we can do is, we might not need this formatted read time. Let's do this here. Let's forget about everything that's below, and we'll do const post. Let's try to find that post based on the ID that was provided. Post dot find by ID, and the ID is already provided, so we'll do that, and then we'll populate the category, because in order to, when we are updating a post, we can update all the post information, and on top of that we can also update the category. So in in order to update the category, we do need to populate the category so that we can actually access the category and update it. So we'll just do const select category is equals to await category dot find, and when finding the category, we are finding it with the category name. So it will be name will be $EQ and category. That's good. And we'll just populate post, and we'll see if the select, and this is the same thing we did before, is equals to null. Then we will show new error saying that category does not exist. Please create a new category. So that's good. And we'll also get the whatever the name of the old category was. So we'll get the old category and await category dot find by ID, and we'll need to get the ID of the category so we can access that by, because we have populated category here, we can do post dot. So this post dot, since we have populated category, we can access post dot category dot underscore ID, so we can get the old category ID. And again, we'll need to populate this. We'll just populate post, and then await old category dot post. We need to remove that post from the old category before we can add it to the new category. So at this point, we are basically we're updating the post, but we are specifically updating the category. So we remove that post from the old category, and so that will remove that post from the old category. And we will need to save that old category dot save, and we'll do post dot title is equals to title. This is coming from the user. If we look at the parameters here, there's something select. Well, let's keep writing. I think it's just, well, let's remove all this here from here to, let's just get rid of that. That should be good. Oh wait, there shouldn't be a dot there. So post dot title is equals to title. Post dot slug is equals to slug. Let's assign all this. Post dot excerpt is equals to excerpt. Post dot body is equals to body, and post dot read time is equals to read time, and post dot category is equals to that'll be select category dot underscore ID and not the old category. So post dot status will be status. And I believe I forgot to take care of the status of the two possible values of status and visibility. So I'll do that later on. So, but first now, since we are already here, let's get this completed. Visibility. And after that, we can finally save this post. Post dot be a dot post dot save, and const new category. Since that post is removed from the old category, we'll need to create a new category equals to await. Oh, sorry, not create a new category. We need to assign that post to a new category because it was already removed from the old category. So we'll need to create a new category. So const new category is equals to await category, and then we'll just find one and update. And this function is provided by MongoDB itself. Find one and update, and we will provide the underscore ID here, and that'll be post dot category dot underscore ID. And then we'll use this push post will be post, and then we'll also do upsert. We'll set upsert to true, and then we will finally return that post dot, and we'll also populate. And let's populate the author just like we did before. And let's just copy and paste this thing here. So author, try to select, let's paste that there, and then we'll also need to populate the category, and that should have been lowercase c. And let's select just the slug and the name only, and ignore the ID. Slug and name. Okay, so then let's export this update post. That's good. And let's come to post controller, and over here right below this we will write the function to update a post. So for the update post, we'll just copy, because it's going to be the same thing. Do that correctly here. We'll just copy this create post, because so let's do that first, and then change this to update post. It'll still take the request and response, and only the super user, admin, and staff can update the post. Nobody else can. We still need all this title, when it's slug, excerpt, body, read time, category, status, and visibility. We can update the category. We can also update the user, but I guess that doesn't make sense. Or update the author. Usually authors are automatically assigned, but the category can be updated. So that should be good. If this is that, then we will say that all of this is required. And if the length is not equals to 8, we can throw that. And over here we'll do author ID. We do not need to change the author, so I guess we do not need that at all. Did I do the same thing in service? Let me see. Yeah, we don't have the author. That's good. We do need an ID, however, of the post that we would like to update. So let's change that to post update equals to await post service dot update should be update post. And then we provide, instead of author ID, we provide the ID of the post that we would like to update. So reg dot not body, so that should be provided in the reg dot params dot ID. And title is good, slug is good, excerpt, we have body, we have read time, we have category, we have status, and we have visibility. And we can say that if not post update, then it basically means that the post could not be found. We can return res.status 404.json, and then we'll say status is 404, success will be false, and then we'll say the message, we'll say that post does not exist, and if there is a post update or if the post has been found, we'll just return res.status 200 OK dot JSON, and we'll say status of 200, success is should be true, and message will be post has been updated, and then we will just pass in that updated post, so that updated post will be post update. We'll pass that post update there, and that's good. Let's I guess we don't need that one there. Now creating a post, and after that we will, where was this? That should be good. So else, we have checked for all that, and then try, and then we have this catch block here. That should be good. And then if the user is not a privileged user, we just return that you do not have sufficient privilege to perform this operation. Should be good. Okay, I think that's about it for this. Let's export this. Update post. Let's go to the post route, and this will be a put request. Put, we'll need post /ID, and because this is for the privileged user, we'll need to pass that auth controller dot auth user, and we'll also pass that post controller dot this is update post. So that's it. Be good for that. Okay, so now let's go and try this. So over here, this was to, what was this again? Post. This was to read a post, not read single post. That's why it is very important to write the documentation. We will do this, or I'll probably make a separate video about writing a documentation. But since I actually have all this over here, I don't know if you did that. If you did that, that's very good. If you did not do that, then you'll have to do this all over again. But I did that, so it's easier for me to create the documentation. I'll probably do a separate video about that. But let me save that quick. Read single post. And then in order to update the post, let me just copy that create post one, so that well, can I duplicate this? Yeah, I can duplicate it. It'll just be update post here. Let me change that to update post, and then I'll just put down here delete the post. So we'll need to provide a post ID. This will be a put request, and then let's read all post and change one of this. So let's change this. Let's update this post one. So I'll grab that ID and let's paste it there. We still have the body, still have the headers. Let's update post. Let's just send it like this because nothing is updated. We'll see. I want to see what happens here. Cannot put. API v1 post class ID. Let's check, make sure that and that should be post. That's not posts. Can only update one post at a time, so remove that S. Let's send that over again. And something went wrong. Remove is not defined. Let's see what happened here. Update post. Over here, is it post service? Oh, here. So remove. We did write it there. Await old category dot post, and I'm not sure why there's a parenthesis there. That should have been dot remove. So let's do that. We're basically removing that post from the old category and adding it to the new category. In this case, there's nothing changed, but we still should get the updated post. In this case, nothing was updated. If I do read all post, it should still be the same. Yeah, that's good. But now let's go ahead and update this title of the post, and we'll also update the slug, and we'll also change that to body too. Let's update those three, and then we'll update the category next. Something went wrong. Cannot read properties of undefined reading title. So that did not work. We got an error. Probably some typo. Try to for that keyword title. If post dot title. In here, updated post. Update post. Oh, no, that is, we'll just call it updated post so that it's clear when we are getting that JSON response. Post update, and we pass the ID, params.id. We pass, let's change that title to over here, params.id body.title slug excerpt body. And then over here we have ID, and that's the same thing. Slug ID title slug. We have the name, category.id post. Okay. And that's still giving us an error. If I try to do post one, I guess this will be error. Oh, yeah, because did I do that too there? Okay, so post two. If I actually read all posts, I already have a post called post two, don't I? Yeah. So that's post two. I already have it. If I try to update a post with with this slug post two, because post two is already there, if I send it, that is going to give me an error, but this is not the error that I was expecting. I was expecting a duplicate slug error. Let's try to create a post with slug 3 or post 3. Now let's change that to 3. It should work. So that post 1 has been updated to post 3. Let's go ahead and check that. So yeah, post 1 has been updated to post 3. So let's try to update this again. Okay, and let's try to update this to post 2. In this case, because post 2 is already in the database, if I wanted to update this to post 2, then I can't. I should be getting an error. So let's change that to post 2. If I update this should be an error because we already have a post with post 2. So let's send that. Okay, so this is not what I was expecting. I was expecting that there's already a post with slug post 2 that already exists. It was a different slug or different title, whatever it was. So let's come to the post model. We have done this here. Oh, here it is. Yeah, that's just the extra object. Yeah, this is what it was here. I can't do that. So yeah, because we did not make the change when we deleted that schema folder. But besides that, everything should be good. Let's try it again and see if we get the correct error. Okay, so this is good. I cannot update it. I cannot update it to post 2. I can update it to post 3 because right now it is post 3. I can do that. That's updated. Let's update it to post 4. I'll say I'll update all of this just to make sure that everything is working. I'll just write body 4, read time also 4 minutes, category. I cannot do test 4 because there is not a category. I'll just leave it to test. Slug, I'll send it to 4, and status is draft and private. That's good. So that's all updated. Let's look and verify that all these or this has been updated to 4 instead of 3. So 4 4. So everything is updated. So that's good. Let's also make sure that the category is updated too. So in this case, right now I have category as test, and we do have a category called test. If we do read all category, I only have one category called test, and it has a bunch of post with it. So that's working also. But let's try to provide a category that does not exist. Category, I'll just do category 404. Test 404, that category does not exist. Let's see what happens if I send that. Something went wrong. Category does not exist. Please create a new category. That is what I was expecting because we do not have test 404 category. That's why we get this category error. That's good. But let's actually create a new category and assign this post to a new category. So I will create a category called test2 and write test2 there. It should create a new category called test2 has been created. Let's remove that. Let's not save that. And let's read all categories. I should have 2 categories there. So I have category test, and then I have another category here called test2. Well, I had another one too, but this is the one that we just created, test2. So let me update this current post here. This is the first post that we have. I want to change this post category from test to test2. So let's do that. Category will be test2. Plug that in. And it says that the post has been updated. We get the category name to test2. We do not get a slug over there, but let's read all post again and see if this category has been changed to test2. So let's do that. And then it has been changed to test2. So that is working also. And if we actually look at the category, if we do read all category, then this post, which is post 4, must be removed from that test. I guess it was test 1 or test category. So let's do read all categories. So I have a test category. Post 4 should have been removed from this test category. So let's verify that. So that's good. Test 1 and this test 2 now has post 4. So that is good. That is working also. Whenever we update post, and specifically if we update the category, then we need to delete that post from the old category and plug that post into a new category, and that seems to be working fine. But over here, category name to test2, this is just probably because, let's come to update category. Let's get this fixed here. I want the slug name to be, or the slug to appear here as well. So this is from update post. That's probably because what we are returning here, category, I'll take this slug and name, update post. So that's good. And then ID, slug, and name, I have included that there. There's a comma there, that's why. Okay, now let's go ahead and do that. That should include the slug in there. Now let's update that again. And there it is. There's a slug and there's the name. That's working good. So let me save this. That's already saved. It's good. Let's remove that. I'll just clear out some of the things here. And the next thing is, so we have create, read, update. The last thing to do for this post is to delete a post. We want to delete one post at a time. We want to delete multiple posts at a time. And also when deleting a post, we want to make sure that the post gets deleted from the user and from the categories array too whenever we delete a post. And I think we needed to do the same thing with the user too. If we delete the user, then we want all the post and categories of that user to be deleted also, but I will come back to that later on. I completely forgot about that. But let's work with deleting the post. So let me just get rid of that there, and then let's just get rid of that, all of that. So let's deal with deleting the post. So in order to delete the post, what we can do is const delete post is equals to sync id and that, and then how to define const post is equals to await. And this is super easy just to delete it. So we can just do post dot find by id and delete. So all we have to do is apply the post id to delete, and just call this post dot find by id and delete, and that'll delete that post. Once that post is deleted, we also need to delete it from the users array because it does not get deleted automatically. So user dot find by id, and we have the post already, so we can just do post dot author, whoever the author is. So this will basically delete post from the users post array when a post is deleted. And we also, and then here user dot posts, we will need to remove that from the posts array. We are just finding the user over here, but we have not done the actual deletion. We'll do await user dot posts dot remove, and then we can use post dot underscore id. So that'll basically remove that post from the users array. That's what happens as a user. And we'll need to save the user so that the changes are effective. So await user dot save, and we'll need to do the same thing for the category also. So await category dot find by id, and we'll just pass in that post dot category. And again, if you are confused about this code, it's better to console log every single time we are trying to access like this, like post.category, post.id. If you just console log this, just this post or the user, it'll just make sense, okay? And it's much easier to read as well. But for this purpose, I know what data I am expecting, so I know what's going on. I'll just do post.category without actually having to actually look at that object physically. So I know what I'm expecting, so I'm just going to do that. If you ever get confused, just console log the data and then try to access it, okay? But we can post that category. So this will also do the same thing, delete post from the categories post array when a post is deleted. And we'll just need to category dot post and is equals to, we'll need to await. So that'll be category dot post dot remove. That'll be post dot underscore id, and we'll just do await category dot save, all that, and we'll just do if post, we'll just return that post, and if any other errors, we'll handle that in the controller. So that's, let's export that, and let's come to the post controller. So that should be good. Let's put out, come to the post controller, and this will be same as when deleting the categories. So I'll just copy and paste that, delete categories, put that, paste that there. So that's the, needs to update post. So let's just paste that there. That will be delete post, and that will be the same. And in order to delete a post, either the super user, admin, or staff can delete the post. Deleted count, that will be post service dot delete post, or delete posts, was it? What did I do in post service? What did I name it as? Delete post. Okay. Yeah, let's call this delete posts because we can delete multiple posts at a time. Let's write that as delete posts. Now we can call them there. Okay, that already exists. That's okay. Delete count. If it's 0, we'll just say post does not exist. And then if everything looks good, then we'll just return this number of posts have been deleted. And then I will say for unprivileged user, that's good. And and this one is the same. If the user provides the ID that's not valid in that IDs array, then we'll just say invalid category ID. For everything else, we'll just say something went wrong. And now we can create the route for this in users route. And that should not be the users route. We're looking at the post route. And then we will basically just not put, will be a post request. And we'll do post delete. And we can call it posts plural. And the user need to be authenticated. Controller.delete post or post. Okay. So did I export that? I did not export that. That's why. Let's export that. So that is exported and server is running. Let's try to delete the post. I'll just copy that. And then it will be a post request post / delete. And here is, I need to provide this. Let's log back in. Oh, that access token was way too long. Yeah, I had never seen access token as long as that with JSON web token. That was something new. That's it. Not make any difference. Let's copy and paste that. T. If I send it like that, we'll get an error because it is expecting invalid category ID. That's good. And we'll need to provide the JSON object with an array of posts to delete. So what I'll do is, let's come to get all post or read, not read single post. Let's read all post. And let's send that. So let's delete. So how many posts do I have? Post 1, 2. I only have 2 posts right now. Let's try to delete both of these. If both of these gets deleted, then only one will get deleted. Also, we have checked this number of times with the categories and the user. So that one, and then put that in there, and that one. Let's send that. Undefined posts have been deleted, so there's a problem here. Where was that? Undefined posts have been deleted. It's basically not getting the correct number of count. If deleted count, yeah, this should not have been deleted count. It's again that extra object, and same with here too. And we'll probably need to make this correction to the categories too, but for now let's check this. Let's actually check to see if that was actually deleted. Yeah, that was deleted. It's just that we didn't get the right response. So that ID, well, we tried to delete 2 of them, only 1 was deleted. Let's try to delete only this last one here. That should be that. Let's delete that. Oh, posts have been deleted. Oh, there are no any posts. That was deleted. Oh, here. Let's console this deleted count and see what we are getting. Because let's just change that back to deleted count or deleted count. Okay. and then let's console log that. And really I'll need to create a post again because we don't I don't have any post. I'll just rename that to post one. Let's create that post, and that post is created. Let's create post 2 also. Let's create 3 posts so that we can try for, let's create it. That's good. And post log post 3. That's good. Let's read all post and try to console log that. I'm going to delete that post. Console log. Let's see what happens in the console. Is this the last one here? Where is this coming from? That's this console log is probably coming from the. Let's just do that instead of deleted, and then let me caps lock that. There, that's okay. And let's send that request again. I want to see that. Let me send that again. Server wasn't running. Let's send that. Oh, problem. No, there's not a problem. Send that. Why is it not going? There cannot read properties of null reading author because this post was already deleted before. So these are all the errors. Like this kind of error, we did not handle it. There are tons of errors. It's impossible to handle all the errors that the database might throw, but we still get this something went wrong. We can just display this instead of displaying that. It's simple. It's super simple to do that. You just have to remove that variable, as I have explained earlier in the video, or at some point in the video. If we do not want this database error, we can just say something went wrong. And if it's just a something went wrong, that handles most of the all of the database errors. So we don't really need to like try to display a custom error message for every single possible error out there, and I think it's not possible to do that also. So but that's it, because we are getting this because this post was already deleted before. I just deleted that post and I'm trying to delete it again. That's why it says that I cannot find that or cannot read that. Okay, but let's try to delete this post too, and then I just wanted to see what I get in the console log is what it is. So deleted. Okay, a deleted count. This is actually returning an object that was actually deleted. Let's see what we did in the categories controller, because we handled this in the categories controller. And in here we did deleted count, deleted count, it goes to 0, then that, and then we did the message saying deleted count. Oh, here, that should have been extra deleted count there. It was as simple as that. I overlooked it again. There, that should do the job. Let's get rid of that there. Yeah, I forgot to add the deleted count. Let's try that and see what happens here. So let's get all the posts. We only have one post. And then let me show that thing again. Because this post is already deleted, the post with this ID. Let's verify that there's no post with that ID. It's a different ID. This is a different ID. Is it? 076 and 060. Yeah, this post is, we just deleted it. Let's try to send that again. We'll get that author thing. So yeah, you can handle this kind of error. I'll just leave it to something went wrong. I usually leave it to something went wrong in production. In development, just to see what the error was. We can always do that, but for in production, I just leave it as something went wrong, and we can handle it like that. And just on a quick note, because let's say that if this thing happens in production and we just have the display value as something went wrong there, and because we can't see this, and in order to solve cases like that, we can log the application like for right after every code, after every line of code, or maybe not ever after every line of code, but let's say that right after here, right after this line here, we can actually log using some kind of a logger to see like if there was any other errors thrown, and that'll just log into our server. There'll be a new log file called log, and then we can log the entire application and put it in a file like that, so that if there was any errors, we can go to the log file and see it, but we do not want the end user to see any database errors. So for that, we can just do something went wrong. Let's come and check this to make sure that we get the number of count that was deleted. So there's one post right now. Let's try to delete that. It should say one post have been deleted. Still saying undefined post have been deleted, so that did not work. What did we do here? Deleted count dot deleted count, and then delete categories. I guess that's because this deleted count is actually returning an object. I can't do that. That's deleted count dot deleted count. It does not have a property called deleted count. So this will, let's console log that again. Deleted count. And so because this will basically be an object, create post, let's create that. You know what, at this point I'm just gonna write in the slug and 5. Okay, read all post. Let's try to delete that, and we should see a console log. We get this post. We can just count it directly, but it should return the number of count. Oh, let's look at this, because yeah, I think let's look at category service. We actually did this, wrote this differently. So if we look at the category service, in order to delete the category, here's what we have done. We have actually used delete many. That's why for the category we're getting how many elements were, or how many objects were deleted. But in post service, we're actually using find by ID and delete. So what is that here? In post service, we are using this. We are not deleting many. So yeah, we are only deleting one post at a time, and we're not deleting multiple posts at a time. And oh man, I was thinking it the way like we are doing it with category. We can only delete one post at a time because we provide the post ID. And if we did it like that, I think it'll be easier too, because delete post will actually take the ID of the post that will be deleted. If we look at the category service, we could pass an array of category, and that'll delete all the things in that category. And I guess we could do it like that too. So let's see here. Yeah, we can just, well, let's just make it possible to delete a single or multiple post at once, so that we are just consistent. Delete post, what have I called here? So we'll just pass in posts ID there, and then here I'll just copy that, and instead of finding by ID and deleting, what we'll do is deleted count. This will return the count, and this will be post dot delete many, and this will actually return the count, and then this will be post ID. We still need this. We still need to delete it from the user and the category. Let's actually try, let's comment this out for a little bit and see it, and try this. And what was that? What did I have after that? Let's put that in there. This should do the job, but we still need to do that. Let's see. So let's come to read all post. Right now I have 1, 2, 2 posts. So that is post with the slug post 4, and I have now the post called post 5. So I have post 4 and post 5. So let's read the categories. Let's read, we can just read all categories. So post 4 and post 5, this is in post 3. Do we even have post 3? We do not have post 3. We will slug with post 3, not the title. Post 4, post 5. Yeah, so all these things are not getting deleted. This is the old post that was deleted from the post array or the post model, but it did not get no. What the hell? Yeah, I should have done a better job writing that. Slug post 4. Do we have that here? Slug post 4. That's good. Let's look at the slug. Okay, slug post 5. Let's look at this. Slug post 5. Good. Are there any other post? It should not be the case. If there are any other posts, yeah. So there's no any other post. It is deleting it. So let's read all that post and let's delete this post slug with post 4. Let's delete that. So that's a post 4. That's a slug. Let's delete that, and then it'll say one post have been deleted. So, and from this category, let's see if this post 4 has been deleted from that category, and it has been deleted. I do not see any other post. Let's delete this post 5 too. So the post, let's get all post again, deleted from the post, and post dash 5. Let's get the ID of this, and let's pass in there, and then so this is still post 5. It's still in this category. Once I hit this delete, it should not be in that category anymore. So that's deleted, and then that's deleted. So it is deleting it from the category. Let's see if it actually deleted from the users too, because right now we do not have any post. So the users, in this case mine, posts would be empty. So let's see, why is it read all users? It's cannot get, and we're still oh here, oh man, API, I changed that version number, remember. Okay, so API v1 users. So after that, so there shouldn't be any post, but if I come to the user account, there are tons of posts. This post was never deleted from the user. Or let's see, because these are all the old posts. I created tons of posts, but let's see, this the post that we just deleted was an ID ending in 523. The ID ends in 523. Let's see if that ID is there ending in 523 in this users area, because it should have been deleted from the users too. If it deletes from the category 523, I do not see it here. Oh yeah, here it is in the end. So it did not get deleted from the user. Go back. This is probably, oh well, we have not even tried to delete that from the user. So if we did that, then that will, we can delete multiple posts at a time, but then we do not get the user. What we can do is for the post ID, we could get the author of the, since we have the post ID, we can find the, we can find that post and look who the author is, and then delete all those posts from the author. But I think that'll just be too tedious. Here's, let's just do this. Let's just delete like one post at a time instead of deleting many posts at a time. Let's just get rid of all that and then do that. Same thing as before. Delete post, and it should have been, this should be find by ID and delete. So let's do that. And const post is equals to, oh wait, post dot find by ID and delete, and then let's provide that ID there, and I think everything else should be the same. That'll delete it, and we'll need to change this to the route also, because now we are actually deleting one post at a time and not multiple posts. So post slash delete slash ID, we can provide the ID in the parameter in the URL. And let's look at the controller. Let's remove all this here. Category is not needed. Let's come to this post controller. And so this will call that post service.delete post. And then delete post directed body. That should work. I want to see what this console, well, this will just basically return an object is what it is, because yeah, it'll return an object because of this, but we don't need to, we do not need to return that deleted post. So let's just get rid of that. We'll just delete the post and that's it. So this deleted count will basically just delete the post and it will save the user and the category. So let's do that. Over here, I want to clear out this. Let's go to the database and then clear this out so that we can see it actually works. And then, so for, let's delete these categories. And then let's drop that. And then let's drop this post too. Let me see how many posts we have here before I drop it in. Yeah, this should be 0 post, but if I come to users and if I look at the post, there's tons of posts in here. I do not want to delete this user. I do not want to create a user again. But I will, we can just, it never got deleted from the user. So yeah, instead of doing that, I don't want to mess with that. Let's just create a category so that we can test this thing out. Let's create a new category called test1. Let's create that. So that test1 category is created. Let's read all categories to make sure we have category test1. So let's create a post called, rename that nicely this time, or rename that nicely post1, post1. Get category does not exist. Create a new category. Yeah, because we need to assign this to test1, is it? Okay, so post has been created. The category belongs to, it belongs to the category test1. So after the category and post is created, let's create another post. And remember, we can only create or delete one post at a time. So let's try to delete that post. Let's read all posts first. And then come over here, delete post. And that can be post/delete instead of post/delete, because we can only delete one post at a time now. And then in post route, I'll just make that change also. So post/delete/id. And then that'll be post/delete/. Let's copy one of the ID here. So this is the post1. I'm going to delete post1 and see if it works. And we do not need to provide the body. And there'll be none. Authorization, we still need that. So that's it. Let me see what invalid category ID. Has to object ID failed. Invalid category ID. Category ID. Let's see the delete post. That should have been post ID. So it is still giving the error. Invalid post ID. ID failed. If I do read all post, the post was not deleted. So one, try to do that again. Oh, you know what? This should be this is not a post request anymore. It's a delete request. Let's write it like that. Completely forgot about that. We're not passing in. Yeah, this will be post.delete. We can actually use this delete request now instead of a post request when we had to pass that body. But we can do router.delete and then let's see if that works. So pass that. That did not work. Invalid post ID. How is the post ID? Let's see, because where are we getting that ID? So find by ID and delete in post controller. So right when calling this, delete post, it's not rec.body, so this will actually be rec.params.id. That's why. So we'll do rec.params.id, and this is not a count really anymore, so we'll just say post has been deleted. And over here, since we do not have the count anymore, we can just get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. And what we can do is, we do not have to check for this deleted count, of course. So that, and then well, I guess const, or we can just do const deleted process so that we can return it. If deleted, then we can return this. And not deleted count, that should be if deleted. We can just return 404 with success false. And what? No, that shouldn't be it. No, that was not. Post does not exist. If not deleted, then we'll say that the post does not exist. Or there might be other errors that might be happening. It's not just post does not exist, but we'll leave it to that. And then if 200, we'll just say post has been deleted. Or we don't even need to really, you know what, we don't need this. I know. Here, so that one, let's get rid of that, because we have this catch block that will handle any database errors. So if the post cannot be found or something goes wrong, it will catch it over here and it will say something went wrong and whatever the error message is. Okay, so now let's try to do that. So read all post. We have 2b7 and then 2b7. Let's delete that. Post have been deleted. Let's look at that post. 2b7, there was one post that was deleted. Let's try to delete this one too. Send it over there. So it says post have been deleted. And then this also, there are no any post. Was it deleted? Oh, what was the ID? Oh, here, I still have this. So let's copy that so that we can verify that this post has been deleted from the category. So let's do read all categories. And then, so it has been deleted from the category. The post array is empty. Let's see if it has been deleted from the user. Because I have all the other posts here. Let's try to find this particular ID ending in 2C0. Let's see here, if it's probably somewhere in the end. We do not have that. It has been deleted from the user. Let me see verify the ID again. ID ending in 2C0. If we read all the users, and my dog is barking right now. Okay, so it stopped. Nope, it did not stop. 2C0. 2C0. Let's see if we can find it. I don't see it. It wasn't in the end. CC0. We do not have 2C0. Let's see, 2C0. And yeah, we do not have that ID in there, so it has been deleted from the users too. So let's come to VS Code here. There were, I found a few things that I would like to correct. In services, in category service, I changed a few things here. I had a await keyword over there. We didn't really need that await keyword because it does not need to wait to create this new instance of the category. So I removed that, and I think I had a dot populate here. So we don't really need to populate post in here. So I removed that before it was dot populate post. I got rid of that because in category model, if we look at the category model, we already have the post in there, and there's no change in this category.js, yours and mine. file should be the same. But since we already have defined a post in here, the post field, basically we don't really need to populate post here. And if I come down to update category, I changed this part here because I think this was, before this was category.category.slug, and this was category.category.name, but it should really only be category.slug. It's equals to new slug, and category.name is equals to new name, because we moved that category and post from schema, we moved it to the model. So that's why we need to make that change there. But besides that, I think everything should be working good. The next thing I'm going to do with this is I'm going to test all these API endpoints, make sure that everything is working correctly, everything is working nicely. And if I find some errors, or if I find that something is not working, I will come back and make that correction in this video. But besides that, I think we should be good out. And once I thoroughly go through all the endpoints, I'll probably have that as a demo for this video in the beginning, somewhere in the beginning of the video, which you have already watched if you have come to this point. And this API is not done. There's always so many improvements that I would like to make on this. And as I continue to work with my React application, I will keep making improvements to this API. And whenever I make changes, whenever I make any improvements, whenever I add more functionalities to this API, I'll probably make new video about it. But I hope you learned something. I hope you gained some value from this video. I know it was a long video, but I think if we had done all this, we have a very solid foundation of API, JavaScript, Node.js, and all these technologies. Anyways, if you found this video useful, consider subscribing for more videos like this. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.